Yeah, what's going on, everybody? It's very strange that I don't know how that's supposed to work.
Donald Trump is the most Christian president in American history. Work with me here, because both times that he was elected, evangelical Christians were one of his most influential and supportive voting blocs. And he hasn't been shy about courting Christians.
God spared my life for a reason.
To a large extent, he's delivered on the promises that he made to his evangelical base. He helped end Roe, he let religious organizations avoid the Affordable Care Act's contraception requirements, and of course, he's systematically wiping out any mention of trans folks, a favorite cudgel of many evangelicals. And to top it off, he signed an executive order declaring an end to anti-Christian bias. Because of course, when you think of the most persecuted religious group in the US, evangelical Christians really leap to mind. Now, Trump and Christianity have always seemed like an odd partnership.
An Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal.
Jesus constantly talked about loving your enemies, supporting the least of these, living in a way filled with love.
Sell all your belongings and give the money to the poor.
Mr. Trump, well, his hobby of extramarital affairs and shady business deals doesn't exactly scream Christian values.
Is she your wife? You know what? I would say she's a beautiful woman, but if I did say that, my political career, you're not allowed to say that.
You know, the very mention of things like love and mercy seemed to make him squirm.
They may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals.
So how has he become a hero, even a leader for American Christians? Well, there's two people who can help us explain the rise of Trump and Christianity. One is Sv3rige Nietzsche, the other is Paula White.
The longer the dance, the more bees she gets aroused. So Queen Bee starts going into this frenzy.
If you haven't heard of her, just wait. She's more fun than a barrel of monkeys. Okay, let's start by clarifying which brand of Christians have anointed Trump as the second coming. Now, some of his most vocal supporters have been Christian nationalists, and specifically white Christian nationalists. And it's easy to listen to the news and feel like these white Christian nationalists are some shadowy conspiratorial society threatening our democracy's very existence. Well, you wouldn't be totally wrong to think that, but Christian nationalists.
Did you see Andrew Wilson Crucible YouTube channel deleted your debate with him? I assume it's because you cornered him in a hypothetical and he didn't want to engage in it, so he was getting backlash. Which debate? The veganism debate we had?
Nationalism itself is a sort of debatable moniker. Researchers tend to disagree about what Christian nationalism even is or the degree to which it functions as a coherent ideology. In fact, a report published by the Pew Research Foundation in January wrote that there is no universally accepted definition of religious nationalism, which makes it hard to have a clear definition of what makes someone a Christian nationalist. But they elaborate that in order to be defined as a Christian nationalist, you would have to agree with 4 principles. The first is that being a Christian is very important to being truly American. And it is very important that the US president share their beliefs, and the Bible should have at least some influence over US laws, and when the Bible conflicts with the will of the people, the Bible should have more influence. Pew found that by these measures, just 6% of US adults consider themselves Christian nationalists. And we can take this in 2 ways, right? Either, so maybe there aren't actually many Christian nationalists, or might be a lot of folks practicing a type of faith that's in line with nationalism, even if they're not consciously aware of it.
We take our authority over this election. Jesus is Lord.
And while there's a lot to unpack in that list, nothing here is all that different than what the old moral majority or Christian right has stood for decades, back when Billy Graham was preying on the White House.
Would J.D. Vance be a better president? At least in terms of the economy and probably foreign policy.
House lawn. Now, evangelical Christians have preferred candidates that reflect biblical values, like an emphasis on family values, opposition to abortion and gay rights, and support for prayer in schools. So if Christians say the Bible is so important to them, then why did they help elect a guy who's more interested in it as a prop rather than as a sacred text?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
In the 1960s, sociologist Robert Bellah argued that much of the way Americans talk about their country echoes the way Christians talk about their faith, and he deems this worldview a civil religion. Now, America doesn't have an official religion, technically, but civil religion is infused with vibes and rituals of Christianity. So in this civil religion, we get sacred text like the Declaration of Independence, sacred symbols like the American flag, and of course we get sacred leaders like Abraham Lincoln and the Founding Fathers. But there's also a conception of America as the promised land, the establishment of a new social order that shall be a light unto all nations.
God spared my life for a reason, and that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness.
Now, Bella describes the civil religion as a genuine vehicle of national religious self-understanding. And indeed, our political language is infused with this American exceptionalism that relies on God favoring the American people and the ostensible American way of life. To the degree civil religion has a God, it's less concerned with the Sermon on the Mount and more concerned with the U.S. being a city on a hill, a shining beacon of prosperity and freedom. Now, in the decades since Bella's article, and as Christian leaders have sought more influence in politics, you could argue that civil religion has become more religious while Christianity has become more civil or political. In the 2000s, when the culture started shifting to the left, we saw expanded rights granted to the LGBTQ community, women's health care, and minorities. Christian leaders began to describe this as an affront to God and a symptom of America in decline. So when Trump uses rhetoric about anti-Christian bias, and Christians claim that their religious freedom is under attack, well, it's likely not their faith, but the civil expression of that faith that they see as under attack. But you know who saw all of this coming? Your friend and mine, Friedrich Nietzsche, who compares Christianity to a slave morality defined by its resentment, which is a type of resentment. In The Genealogy of Morals, Nietzsche describes a noble morality and a slave morality. And he says the slave morality is based on the idea of no. He calls no the creative deed and goes on to say, in order to exist, slave morality always first needs a hostile external world. It needs, physiologically speaking, external stimuli in order to act at all. Its action is fundamentally reaction. Now, by asserting its own victimization, Christianity establishes the grounds of its existence, which breeds a kind of anger and resentment, and then wields that anger as a tool for power. And when you're a religion or a political party identified by what you're against, it becomes really hard to shed that vibe when you actually win. And we can see this in how the current Republican.
Where are you at on Last of Us 2? Right after Abby is about to get hung. I just realized I didn't put the fucking link in chat. Yeah, I'm at the point where Abby was about to get hung up and then she gets rescued by the two Scar kids. Ugh.
Party behave. Like they're the party in power, and you get scenes like this one.
Can't trust our government anymore.
Having access to personal data.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You are the government.
And of course, there's the reactions to Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl performance, which spun conservatives into a rage because they might have power, but they're still not very cool. Political rhetoric in the US has always had echoes of civil religion, but this turn towards resentment has been brewing since the civil rights movement. Now, Christian leaders like Jerry Falwell spoke out against the Civil Rights Act of 1964, claiming that it was a violation of human and private property rights. In the mid-2000s, the idea that gay marriage could become legalized or that a healthcare law may contain a mandate to cover contraceptives all became fodder for Christians to claim that their religious freedom was under threat. Because if I'm an evangelical Christian and someone uses...
Dude, evangelicals are absolute fucking scum. Like, they're the just most dumbass, retard, piece of shit fucking group of people.
Birth control 100 miles away, my soul dies. This psychology is all exemplified in things like the God's Not Dead series of movies. If you're a sicko like me and you want to know more about them, we've made videos on all of those movies. You can check them out. But this all adds up to the idea that the real threat to humanity isn't climate change or, I don't know, nuclear apocalypse. It's the liberals. But how does this all explain Trump's unlikely rise to figurehead of this civil religion? Before we get into it, I need to tell you about something. Spam. Now, spam has taken over all of our lives.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Burp burp and all other types of burps. Wet burp, dry burp, smelly burp, vomit burp. What kind of burp is your favorite burp? Tofu burp, tempeh burp, cookie burp, booty burp,
I do not have a preferred type of burp. Not really into burping. But thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Appreciate it. I do not understand that burping fetish thing.
You know, all those constant calls about your car's extended warranty and emails claiming that you want a gift card and it floods your inbox every single day. Have you ever wondered how spammers get your info?
I have no idea how this goal thing is supposed to work. It makes no fucking sense. Like last night it just reset on its own. Now it's not resetting. I have no fucking idea.
Oh, I know I have. It's because they probably bought it. Because there's a whole market out there that many of us aren't aware of where our personal information gets bought and sold. They know your name, your age, where you live, your phone number, your email address, what you buy online, even your browsing history. You have the right to demand that incognito removals secure. Now, let's get back to the show. Well, journalist Sarah Posner argues that this resentment and erosion over America's decline as a moral leader hit its apex during Barack Obama's tenure as president. She writes that, primed by conspiracy theories about Obama's place of birth, his race, and his religion, from the outset, many in the movement were ready to believe that he was poised to eviscerate their freedom and crush Christianity.
Sv3rige video. Can we react? https://youtube.bis.
We can react to that. Let's just finish this video first. Oh my god, 41 minutes. That looks retarded. We can react to that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Every move as president, real and imagined, was fodder for these superstitions. Now, the most potent of these conspiracy theories, that Obama was not really American, was fittingly championed by Trump. In him, the Christian right found a figure who forcefully voiced the same resentment as they did. You know, it doesn't hurt that Trump is famously resentful of anyone who doesn't agree with his views or that criticizes him publicly. His main driving force seems to be undermining or destroying anyone who personally offends him or opposes his policies or implicates him in crimes. So Christian leaders sort of found a kindred and kindredly resentful spirit in Trump. You know, when Trump talked about America in decline, Christian leaders agreed. And when Trump famously said this in his convention, "I alone can fix it," he tapped into the Christian desire for a savior who can deliver the chosen people from their suffering. What's more, Trump becomes not just a symbol for the Christian right, but he embraces their embrace of him. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't just accept it, he loves it. But there's also another thing that's going on here, and it's a shift within Christianity itself to embrace a thing called the prosperity gospel. Now, what started out as a fringe movement has gone fully mainstream, with some studies pegging the number of Protestants who believe in this form of Christianity as high as 50%. It's even found its way into pop culture with books like The Secret. This is the belief that God wants you, yes you, to be wealthy, prosperous, and healthy. But theologically, it holds the notion that revelation supersedes things like facts and reason, and that one's authority is imbued with things like the supernatural powers to heal and even lift people out of poverty. So it's like cool if people get out of poverty if magic does it, but not if policy does it. I get it. This is why televangelists present themselves as anointed leaders who are modern day prophets and apostles. And you know who loves this whole vibe? Donald Trump. Now, Posner describes how during his first campaign, Trump struck up a friendship with the televangelist and prosperity gospel preacher Paula White. Trump found her messages of success to be appealing, and in Trump, Paula White saw the fulfillment of everything the prosperity gospel preaches.
And every demonic altar that has been erected against him will be torn down.
So in Trump, we get this weird, powerful amalgamation of different narratives of Christianity that carry echoes of civil religion, resentment, racism, and now the prosperity gospel. You know, who would have thought it would all come together like this? You know what? Trump friggin' loves it. In his embrace of Christianity and the prosperity gospel, he's become a secular version of everything the prosperity gospel believes. You know, he's rich, he demands absolute loyalty, and he promises that he...
Hey Richard. I'm back. I can't believe I made you rage quit with the donations last night. Also, the anonymous donation a minute ago was not me. I'm the real anonymous, but now the trolls know that burping videos annoy you. Lol.
Yeah, they do know now. Yeah, they know. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Appreciate it.
alone can save us. He might have only recently proclaimed himself a king, but he's been giving off godlike vibes for a while. Posner writes that his pronouncements are not to be questioned, and his followers believe he will, supernaturally or otherwise, make America great again. They believe Trump will achieve MAGA because God has anointed him to carry out this mission. He may not actually be a Christian, but God has chosen him to protect Christians and therefore America. When Christians are fed a message of constant suppression of free expression of religion, and then that gets combined with a figure who preys on the psychological persecution of those Christians, well, you get strange, but oddly suitable bedfellows. That's all for this one, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Please do leave a comment. Let us know what you think. Subscribe.
Dude, that is insane how these fucking evangelicals think. It's not that their religion or lifestyle is in any way under attack. They just don't like seeing people live differently than they do, and they try to take away other people's rights and freedoms. Fuck evangelicals. Like, just absolute horrible people.
Is the last few weeks, a lot of you asked me questions about salt. I then linked to my video which I made about the topic many years ago. It's only 5 minutes long, but it sums it up well. Some of you also mentioned this guy called Darko Welchuk. Today's video will be about him. I wasn't planning on making this video at all, probably ever, and that's because he also promotes eating raw meat. There's very few people who do, and right now I can only think of him and I. Ajnus Wonderplanet's
I
obviously
feel
also
very
useful, but
smart
he's not
for
around.
cracking the enigma that is Richard Burgess. I have unlocked another angle of attack onto your psyche. Trolls, feel free to do as you wish. Troll away.
I'm not looking forward to that. But thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Appreciate it.
Anymore, rest in peace. His information will live on. Liver King also partly did, but he more so ruined the image of raw meat, obviously. He was more of a laughing stock. And then Paul Saldina also promoted eating some raw liver, but there's nobody else who actually promotes only eating raw foods. He also doesn't, actually. I didn't know about that up until recently. I had heard about him many years ago, but I didn't know what exactly he promotes. I didn't want to start some raw beef between raw meat eaters. Now that I found out what he actually promotes, I feel obliged to make this video. It's so irresponsible and dangerous. It's really beyond words. You're going to see what I mean. We are going to firstly look at one of his latest videos, and then we'll get into the details. SHP stands for Self-Healing Protocol, as far as I know.
Hello, my friends, esteemed colleagues, family.
The first thing that I notice is obviously how unhealthy he looks. His skin is completely dry, dehydrated.
There may be a couple reasons for that. Not sure if Sv3rige is aware, but people get old. And when you get old, yes, your skin gets wrinkly. Also, if you're eating nothing but meat, you will indeed become dehydrated.
Even if you would be 150 years old, your skin shouldn't look like this. He's around 70, but I've seen people who are over 100 years old who don't have this kind of a skin.
Well, you made $100 for dealing with that last night. Look on the bright side. You're my expensive entertainment.
That is true. At least I get something in return. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Is the thing working? No, it's not working. Please show me one person over 100 years old who looks younger than this guy. I'd love to see it. Please show me one.
You can't see it right now, but if you look later, the skin right here is completely dry. I've never actually seen that on a human being before. And once you will understand what he promotes, which is drinking salt water, you're gonna understand exactly what's going on. I'm gonna explain to you what it does to the body.
Don't listen to that other Anonymous. I am the real Anonymous that anonymously donated the burping videos that destroyed your fragile little mind. Slowly my burp donos will make your brain ooze out of skull and go mad.
That's great. I'm looking forward to that. I cut my hair and my head's itchy now. I hate it when that happens. How do you prevent itchy scalp when you cut your hair?
Biochemically. And what I also notice is that all of the collagen is gone. It's incredibly dark here. It reminds me of all the raw vegans in my videos. The eyes are completely sinking into the skull. It's also abnormal. That shouldn't happen at any age. It's really crazy. Let me show you what I mean. He right away reminded me of this guy. Also very similar eyes and everything. He really looks like a starved raw vegan fruitarian, even though he eats raw meat. And that's what salt does to you, whatever you eat. And this guy also, incredibly similar. He really looks very similar to this guy also.
It's amazing how young Dick Van Dyke looks even at 100 years old.
Dick Van Dyke? Is he still alive? Oh yeah, he's still alive. Oh, yeah. He really likes to work out. I know I've seen him lift weights. Yeah, he tries to stay in shape. Yeah, I mean, considering he's either 99 or 100 right now, I mean, pretty decent shape for being nearly 100. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Also, only eating meat means you lack vitamin C, which will cause a significant decrease in skin quality. Also, all the other vitamins and antioxidants only plants have make a huge difference.
Yeah. That is certainly true. But, I don't know why people have, like, this weird cultish mentality when it comes to things. Like, what is the reason that they're motivated to only eat meat? Like why? Just eat some plants. Like, clearly, some amount of plants are beneficial. You know, 0 is less than ideal. You may have the opinion that if you eat too much, like, it's a problem, but I mean, there's somewhere between 0 and too much that, you know, you should probably eat some. I don't know why they're so retarded about shit like that. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. What is Sv3rige's fucking problem, by the way? Like, these all look like normal people. And then he's like, yes, you can tell just by looking at their face that this person who's twice my age, and I'm probably going to look like that when I'm their age, that they're very unhealthy due to the vegan diet because they look their age. Like, they look like fit, normal fucking people.
So, as far as his body weight goes, skin condition and everything, this guy ended up dying. I'm afraid that he will end up having organ failure from the salt water, and people are going to blame it on raw meat. And again, almost nobody knows about him, so...
No idea. When I eat fruits and vegetables in moderate amounts, I always feel noticeably better than when I have none.
Yeah, what a surprise. It's almost as if, like, fiber and antioxidants and shit are good for you. Really fucking weird, man. Who'd have figured if you eat healthy food, you feel better? Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
I guess it doesn't really matter, still though.
Hello, my friends, esteemed colleagues, family. I have been asked many times how to safely start the self-healers protocol. Well, what is the self-healers protocol?
As you can also notice, he talks very slowly. It's really hard for him to form sentences. Obviously, once you understand what salt does...
This guy clearly is not a native English speaker. Like, Sv3rige is surprised that somebody whose first language isn't English is kind of having to slow down and consider their words. Like, if I tried to speak French or Italian or something, like, yeah, I'm not gonna speak as quick as a native Italian speaker. Like, they'll go, like, anytime you listen to a foreign language, it sounds like they're going a mile a minute. But yeah, if you try to, you can't speak that way if you don't speak the language natively. You have to slow down because it just takes you longer to think about, you know, all the words. Why is Sv3rige just such a fucking jackass? Like, any little thing.
Could we react to this Sv3rige video instead? Betterments. Reaction to Dylan McKnight crash out. He spent 20k on non-livans.
You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, we can take a look. And Dylan McKnight is a liar. I've already reacted to that stupid video. He never spent 20k on OnlyFans. He's just lying for clout. He's made a lot of videos where he's lied for clout. The guy's just a manipulative, lying, loser, jackass, dipshit. So, he's stupid. He's not good at anything. He can't figure out any real ways to make money. So he just tries to get attention on social media any way he can. I can guarantee you when his views and shit start to drop, you're going to see more insane, unhinged shit where he's going to pretend to go crazy. That's what all these fucking losers do. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous. Or, sorry, young nigga.
Sv3rige talking shit about somebody talking slowly and being incoherent is rich.
Yeah, really. By the way, Sv3rige has gone through extensive mental assessments because he committed a mass stabbing at his high school. So he had a comprehensive psychoanalysis and cognitive test done. They found that he is well below average intelligence. The report was never published, but he's like basically borderline retarded. He is so stupid. He is considered incapable of holding a normal job. So he was living in Germany at the time, because he was deemed mentally retarded. The German government was just giving him money so he wouldn't have to work because he's considered to be mentally disabled. And he's also like severely mentally ill. He suffers from psychosis. He probably has like, or at least at the time, he had like schizophrenia or something. So, yeah, the guy who's literally gone through comprehensive mental health examinations, they deemed him retarded and insane, unfit for work, and was receiving money from the government, is calling somebody slow and stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous. Dodo donated $2. He is just jealous that the old guy he is talking about has lived to nearly 100 years old, while he himself will not be lucky to live that long. Yeah, I can't see Sv3rige living to old age. He's probably going to end up in jail at some point. Because again, he can't travel anywhere. I think right now he's living in Kazakhstan. I'm pretty sure. Does Kazakhstan have an extradition treaty? Kazakhstan extradition treaty, Netherlands. Apparently they do. Yeah, if he's ever locked up in Kazakhstan, they're probably just going to extradite him to the Netherlands or Germany. He has an arrest warrant out in all of Europe. So once he does something fucked up and crazy in Kazakhstan, guarantee you this guy is going to like try to kill his own child or his girlfriend or something. Something's going to happen where he has some like crazy mental freak out, and then the police are going to arrest him. Then they're going to find out he has an arrest warrant out in Germany, Netherlands, and then they're going to extradite him, and then he's just going to spend the rest of his life in prison. And he's probably not going to live too long.
Where is the gold bar up above? Here's Joey at his absolute cutest. https://
Let me see.
I kind of got
Oh my god, he's so sentient.
to know why you're so cute. I have to know why.
Wow. Oh my god. Look at his eyes. He's so sentient.
Jesus Christ.
Why?
Oh my God. Oh.
Wait till Richard sees you.
Oh wow. I see him there.
He sees that face.
Oh my God. Oh.
I am putting Joey and Maui and Iggy into my will to go to you, Richard.
Well, that's nice.
Of course, I don't plan on dying, but you just never know. Okay, Joey? Hey.
Oh.
Hi.
That's a really good fucking cat.
The goal thing isn't really working for some reason. I have no idea why. I'm kind of new to using Stream Elements. I got it to work last night, but I don't know why it's not working tonight. I've noticed nothing works and everything is getting worse. Cars are getting worse. Websites are getting worse. Video games are getting worse. Any kind of software you use is getting worse. Like Adobe is a great example of this. For no reason. Every few months, they make updates to the Adobe UI, and they just intentionally make it worse, harder to use, more inconvenient. Everything's just getting worse. I don't know why they can't just make things work fucking simply. Everything is just stupid, overly complicated, buggy, broken, and unreliable. But thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
No surprise. He eats rotten meat from a jar that sat in the sun for months on end. No psychologist required to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, really. This was before the whole raw meat thing, though, when he was still in high school. So, yeah, even before everyone found out he was an actual retard. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Does to the brain. It's no surprise, we're going to talk about that.
It is allowing body to heal itself without our intervention. Self-healing. And our bodies are perfectly designed to do that, too.
He's actually right about that. You don't need anything external except for food, obviously. But no powders, creams, whatever people want to sell you today. The body always heals itself, yeah.
Maintain themselves healthy. If we make error, body will cleanse itself and reestablish the healthy state. It's all about vibration. Every cell is designed to vibrate in a certain way.
And this is where, of course, we will completely disagree, because I'm not religious whatsoever. He believes in vibrations and energy, whereas I'm completely all about biology, biochemistry, because this is what helped me understand everything about human health.
Yeah, you say that, but you are an actual fucking retard. So I don't know how this guy can understand anything about biology and biochemistry when this dude is a high school dropout and he's literally a retard. And he was deemed mentally disabled by the German government and had been living on government assistance for years. So I'm not going to take your word on that.
That's also what Agnes Wonderplanets was all about.
And the vibration identifies it. So it's what is happening with the cell is happening with a tissue, with the organ, with the body as such. Overall, it's like an orchestra. You can have a single instrument, you can have a few instruments together, creating a tissue. You can have a bunch of same instruments creating organ, and different groups of instruments creating orchestra.
Also, as you can hear, a lot of the talk is just gibberish. People don't even understand what he's talking about most of the time, seeing as it's just a lot of spiritual vibration ideas, again, very similar to the raw vegans and fruitarians.
Yeah, tell us about how you put rotten meat in a jar and you eat disgusting melted
He's a
rotten
biochemist
flesh.
researcher, didn't you know? He may find the cure for cancer soon.
They're very close to actually having a cure for cancer using mRNA vaccine technology. I can guarantee you, once they do in fact find a cure for cancer, this idiot is going to make a video telling you not to take the, anti-cancer vaccine. There's probably going to be fans of his in his audience that are going to ask him about that. And rather than literally just getting a single injection curing them of cancer, he's going to say, the vaccine for cancer isn't actually a vaccine and it is poison. The only reason you got cancer in the first place is because you're eating an unnatural diet, and also you have an unnatural lifestyle. So how would an unnatural man-made chemical cure you of cancer when that is what caused your cancer in the first place? So what you want to do is eat rotten meat from a jar, and then your cancer will go away. And then these people are going to die like a few months or like a couple years later after being stupid and not getting the treatment that they need because they listened to this fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Because once you starve yourself, or in this case more so damage the organs...
Jalen, donate $2. If you were forced to work a job, would you work 5 8-hour shifts per week with weekends off, or would you do 12-hour shifts where you work 3 days 1 week, then 4 the next, 2 days working, then 2 days off, sometimes 3 days off? I think I would probably prefer to do, like, I think I'd probably prefer to have, like, 3 days on, 3 days off type of thing. I'd rather have more days off, just with longer hours on the days I do work, in all likelihood. It kind of depends on what I'm doing, but in all likelihood. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Especially the brain. Not a lot of stuff that makes sense is going to come out of your mouth.
The body is orchestra. It's a robotic orchestra. Runs on
robotic orchestra, yeah. And nobody knows what he's talking about most of the time in most of the videos.
Electricity through vibration. Now, as it is designed a certain way, it is designed with certain vibration. When the vibration is maintained, we are healthy, we are happy, everything is fine. The problem is when the vibration shifts, because again, we are running on programs. And everything that we experience in our reality is nothing else than interpretation of the vibration through our sensory program.
Okay, yeah, I think you get what's going on here. Really, I wouldn't even need to comment on any of this. It's self-explanatory.
Well, we can think of, let's say, coffee. Try to recall first time you tried coffee.
I've never tried it in my life. Thankfully, I've only smelled it. It smells poisonous, so I never tried it.
It's disgusting. Disgusting. You cannot even drink it. Now, bitter, awful taste.
Yeah, that's why you add sugar and cream. Anonymous donate $2. Also, go drink water from the river downstream from a metropolis because we are in Sv3rige accent, and it Sv3rige accent dies 24 hours later from cholera and dysentery. I think he has like a weird idea that viruses and bacteria are generally good for you. That's why he eats like rotten meat from a jar. He doesn't really he doesn't really believe in germ theory. I don't know exactly what his view is, but I remember him talking about this, and there's like natural and unnatural viruses and bacteria, and like natural viruses and bacteria don't harm you. So if you find like cholera or something in nature, it's not going to harm you, but for some reason if you get it in an unnatural setting, it's bad. He's never really explained any of this well, and it's just nonsense to begin with. But yeah, he's just a retard. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
What's up, Richard? How much do you know about fasting and autophagy? Are benefits from fasting overblown? Can you point me to any human research? I'm finding trouble finding good research.
There's not too many human studies on fasting. It's mostly animal research that does it. There's ethics issues with prolonged fasting studies in humans, because if you don't allow somebody to eat for prolonged periods of time, they risk, like, dying. There's been a few prolonged fasting studies where people have died. So, for that reason, there's not much human research, because it's hard for any of this research to get approved because it can't pass ethics boards. There's zero evidence that prolonged fasting has any benefits whatsoever in humans. The only benefit that's being found is reduction in blood pressure. So, prolonged water fasting for several days or more at a time rapidly reduces blood pressure. That was discovered like in the 1800s. So people with very elevated blood pressure who could literally die at any moment because they're so severely hypertensive, that's the only one known benefit to doing prolonged fasting. Otherwise, all these other claims people are making, they're complete bullshit. Oh, it increases autophagy. Your body is constantly undergoing autophagy, and you only accelerate autophagy from fasting transiently, so it'll go up for the first 12 hours, but then it'll just go back to normal later on. So there's no reason to do any kind of prolonged fast, because you're only accelerating autophagy for about 12 hours once you first start a fast. After that, it's just normal. So that's a whole myth. I don't think there's really any other purported benefits to fasting. At least fasting specifically. I've seen some people say, oh, there's like food allergies that people have, and if you do a fast, you get rid of some of those allergic reactions, then you can slowly reintroduce food. But again, that's not really a benefit from fasting itself. So I wouldn't recommend doing prolonged fasts. They're just stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Sv3rige.
I bet he doesn't wash his hands after taking a shit because he wants germs.
Sv3rige seems like the kind of person who wouldn't wash his hands after going to the bathroom, so it wouldn't surprise me. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Then why do so many Christian nut jobs fast if it kills them?
Fasting isn't really big in Christianity. There's like the Daniel fast, but the Daniel fast isn't really a true fast. You just cut out meat and alcohol, but you eat normally. Even Islam doesn't really do fasting. It's just intermittent fasting. You know, you eat in the morning and you eat at night, and you just don't eat during the day. It's not really fasting. But yeah, I've never heard of like prolonged fasting being a popular thing in Christianity. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Tells you that your body does not like it. Yeah, but we want to imitate others. Oh, everybody grown-ups drink coffee, so I'm getting grown up, I can do it now.
He's right about that.
And then you go, sugar.
Yeah, that's what I always say, sugar and milk, yeah.
Okay? Same is with beer, same is with wine, same is with alcohol of any kind. And what happens? Since you keep providing this stuff, your body starts genetically adjusting to this.
He is partly right about this. However, it's really close to hypocritical almost for him to talk about this. It for sure doesn't make any sense because he promotes drinking water with salt, or actual sea water, which is more disgusting than any coffee, any alcohol on Earth.
Salt water from the ocean is horrific. It is so bad. I don't really like swimming in the ocean that much because the salt water is just so fucking nasty.
Imagine the worst, black coffee or whatever, nothing tastes as horrible as salt water. So he's saying basically your senses tell you not to drink that garbage, which I always also talk about, but then he promotes something which your senses completely reject. Actually, let's go to some videos, I'll show you what I mean. I'm gonna blur this for YouTube because I don't want to show it. Maybe I will link it in the description, you can check it out yourself, but basically it's just people drinking salt with water, which is what he promotes. So he has to spit it out right away because it's so disgusting. Okay, so you get it. Let's check out more.
Right, this line, yeah. You can't spit it out as well. You can't spit it out. You can't spit it out.
He had to learn.
Willikirk Tully, it is https:/.
What is this? Mozambique pastor dies tempting 40-day Jesus fast. Okay, well, I don't really know too many Christians who do this sort of shit. I don't know if this is more common in like Africa or something. But yeah. So for one thing, it only takes about a week or two for you to become deficient in vitamin B1. And once that happens, you can very easily die from refeeding syndrome. So if you don't refeed properly and replenish B1 before you take in a bunch of calories, you can get refeeding syndrome and die. But if you're not taking shit like electrolyte supplements and supplementing with vitamin B1, yeah, your heart can just stop. After 25 days without food or water, there's no way he lasted 25 days without water. So he was drinking. Yeah, I think the most you can really survive without water is about 5 days. I don't even know if you could last a week. It's generally accepted that after 3 days without drinking, you're dead, but I've heard of stories where people have lived to about 5 days. So he was drinking water. There's no way he wasn't. He would have died. Diagnosed with acute anemia and failure of his digestive organs, dehydrated with serums, and an attempt was made to introduce liquid foods, but it was too late. Died on Wednesday. Yeah. Oh, sorry, rehydrated with serums. Yeah. Yeah, stupid. Only an idiot would do something like this. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Anonymous donators, hey, kind of sounds like they are burping. Richard, careful, I'm getting riled up. I may have to start spamming you with burps. Please don't. Just, please don't. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Yeah, if I had to learn one foreign language, it'd probably be Japanese.
And that was just a little bit of salt and water.
Quick gulp. How many? That's gonna be one. Did you drink? You drink it? Yeah. Oh, screw you.
Alright, there's lots of videos.
Retard donator, Supreme Court upholds Alien Enemies Act and allows Trump to continue deporting as long as they give reasonable notice to people prior to removal. Well, that's the Supreme Court for you. Supreme Court has vacated Judge Boasberg's orders barring Trump's removals under the Alien Enemies Act, largely over venue, but emphasizes the administration must give reasonable notice for targets to challenge their deportations in court. Like, I do not understand. I guess that's more reasonable than just like telling him, yeah, you can just deport anybody you want. But I mean, these people have green cards. I don't even understand why they would side with Trump when he clearly illegally deported people and violated a court order. And then when he had to go to court for it again, because he violated a court order, he lied to the judge saying that it was like someone else's idea. It's insane. The Supreme Court is just so fucking corrupt. Why do they even exist? So fucking stupid. Yeah, that's like at least they can. Like, at least they're telling them they have to be able to challenge it in court, but like, my god, that is insane. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Hiccup, oops, sorry, hope I don't burp, oh noop, up.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Videos like that. Point being, he talks people into doing something that they hate, which completely goes against their senses. And then he talks about not drinking coffee and alcohol, which is better for you than salt water because of how insanely toxic it is. Also, in reference to what I was saying before, there's a lot of comments on his videos saying that he looks unhealthy. You should only listen to somebody who looks healthy when it comes to health. It's just how it is, because it means that what they are doing is good. And if somebody looks unhealthy, then it's bad for them. And what they promote is also bad for you. Then automatically, yeah, at least a lot of people notice it. That's good.
So it can tolerate it because it's a poison. And once when it's adjusted, it stops bothering you. And now since you're adjusted in this way, you kind of feel bad when it's not coming because you have programmed yourself for this particular frequency.
Yeah, but again, it's not a frequency. You're addicted to the adrenaline, for example. It's purely biochemistry. But again, he's not into biochemistry at all. He's into spirituality, essentially, vibrations. So you're addicted to the vibration, basically, even though there's a very easy scientific explanation behind it.
And the body is going to try to eliminate these frequencies out. It eliminates them from the blood through blood cleansing organs. And when we are low on blood plasma, what is urine? Blood plasma. With less minerals. Because
urine
body
is
trying to
not
hold minerals, it needs
plasma.
them, but it cannot hold all of them. So when you try urine, it's holding. You are losing plasma all the time.
Why does Sundus look like a Chinese opera singer now?
I don't know. I guess she changed her profile pic. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Pan fry, chickpeas, diced string carrots, spinach, quinoa, brown rice and with hemp seeds sprinkled oh so lightly. Wrap it all up with your choice of foot-long wheat bread sub, tortillas or naan bread and hummus. Beverage, cold Monster. Dinner is served.
That sounds pretty nice. Sounds like a good meal. I had tofu with Korean barbecue sauce tonight. Thanks for the donation, Chef Boy MI Vegan. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. It's I don't know why every time you send links, it doesn't. Yeah, it's not working even when I copy it. Try copying the second one. Does not work. Third, still doesn't work. Yeah, this is old. I've seen that one. We've already reacted to it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I don't know why when you give Twitter links doesn't work.
This is what Sundus look like. //live.staticflick.com/.
Yeah, I mean, does look sort of similar. It's got less red, but a little similar. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Urinating, defecating, sweating, crying, you have to replenish it. And we are being incorrectly guided because, again, remember that our knowledge comes through through they want population.
So this is very interesting. He says that our knowledge, information, the whole educational system comes from the all of these families. But then at the same time...
Is he bleeping out the word Jews or Illuminati or something? I think he said the Rothschilds at one point.
Salt is in pretty much every food you can buy at the supermarket, over 90%. And if you go and eat at a restaurant, really you can't even find a meal without
You
salt.
will never get another relationship. You're too awkward and weird, and your last girlfriend was the same thing. Every girl is gonna think you're a weird vegan psychopath that's awkward as shit. Fuck you.
I don't really care. Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige.
Don't lie, makeup is identical. And that's not AI Sundus. I literally googled Chinese opera singer, also no hate, pretty.
It's not identical, but it's kind of similar. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Except if it's some kind of sweet ice cream. But any sauce you will buy, any fast food, really just most of the stuff you will buy, it will always have salt inside. Oftentimes also because it's used as a preservative. Salt is so toxic that it kills every living organism, every cell of every animal, and it's considered to be anti-bacterial, as in it's an antibiotic. That's why you destroy your gut microbiome when you eat salt also. And that's why it used to be...
Your body needs salt. When it gets too much salt, yes, it's harmful, but your body needs salt. If you didn't consume any sodium, you'd end up having brain swelling and die.
Be put around meat, because then you could preserve the meat for winter, for example, because nothing that's alive can get through it, because it kills off everything on the outside. So when you ingest salt, obviously it just kills off what's inside of your body. The microbes and your own human cells, animal cells, it's the same thing. It should be clearly understood why salt is used as a preservative. It's because it kills. It's because it's an antibiotic. Otherwise, I don't think the people understand what it actually does to the body when you ingest it. He would probably argue that they only had the so-called table.
Well, salt is an effective preservative for a couple reasons. So, yes, it can contribute to, like, apoptosis of certain bacteria. But it also dehydrates. It sucks out water. So if it dehydrates something, then that can help prevent, again, bacteria from flourishing in something. Dodo, donate $2. Is this a good argument? Let me see.
For the American manufacturing worker, we're very excited about this new leveling of the playing field. Right now, when we export, for example, this basket to Germany, right here, it's a precision medical basket, a medical device basket. When we ship that to Germany, the German government taxes our clients $128.95 per basket. If a German competitor ships it to America, it's $1.25 per basket. It is so unfair.
So, first of all, that's not true. Second of all, there's retaliatory tariffs. So the idea that people working in the manufacturing sector are going to make more money, or there's going to be more manufacturing jobs opening up, No. It's just causing economic slowdown, and everything's going to be more costly, and rather than opening up more manufacturing jobs, just basically everybody is going to end up getting less work because everything's going to be more expensive and people are going to buy less, and as a result, you're in all likelihood just going to see less manufacturing. I know TSMC is investing in a big plant in the United States, but that's due to the Joe Biden CHIPS Act. That's not due to the fucking tariffs. So this is all just stupid nonsense.
What's happening to the American worker? They can't compete when you have that kind of unlevel playing field. We're talking about an opportunity finally to create a lot of millions of American jobs, middle-class jobs, if we could get it fair. We're not looking for something over the...
There's already plenty of fucking American middle-class jobs. Go into any trade. There is a massive disparity with the amount of trade workers that the U.S. needs to have and the amount of trade workers that actually exist. Anybody can get a fucking job as a plumber, electrician, carpenter, you fucking name it. And those are all good paying jobs, and you don't need a high level of education to do any of those jobs. So that's just idiotic.
The German factory workers or the British factory workers, the Chinese factory workers, we just want to be fair. If we're fair, the American technology, creativity, work ethic is going to just do extraordinary things. And we're going to create millions of American jobs with this new paradigm. It's wonderful news.
Where's the evidence?
It would be great to have the American manufacturing base back in the United States. I wonder how you counter the arguments of people such as Vice President J.D. Vance a few years ago. He feels differently now. But a few years ago, he was saying it's less about tariffs and more about automation and education when it comes to manufacturing jobs in the United States. What do you say to that?
Yeah, like, automation has killed more factory jobs than fucking anything, so why would you assume more people are going to get work when American manufacturing is so heavily automated?
Well, absolutely. You have to have automation, and you have to have clever manufacturing techniques. You know, we have 7-degreed engineers. We make everything in Baltimore, everything in Indiana.
Well, that's not a middle-class, blue-collar manufacturing job. That's somebody with a fucking engineering degree.
Everything in Michigan. We import nothing. But we're using wonderful innovations, novel ideas coming up.
Okay, this guy's just fucking cracked. Trump's tariffs. Fucking Hillary. They're trying to make Trump look bad. Deep state's fake. Thanks, Brandon. The economy, yeah. None of these people can think for themselves, and they just worship Donald Trump. This actually gives me some hope that Trump will reconsider his tariff plans. Low oil prices hurt Russia, and he never seems to do anything contrary to Russia's interests. Yeah. Yeah, there's a good chance he's gonna repeal these tariffs because he's a Russian spy. Trump did more to eliminate billionaires and millionaires this week than the left has done in decades. Thought you were pro-billionaires. I'm confused. You live in a one-dimensional world. Wow, Tim, what happens when billionaires stop growing their companies? Billionaires don't have billions in cash. Elon and Bezos, for instance, have wealth. He spelt this wrong. Inequity. If you want them to be worth less than you're asking. What is, like... I just want to know the point behind this post. Does he just say things that he thinks sound smart, but doesn't really think about what he's actually trying to, like, communicate? I know he's dumb. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Sv3rige is retard. No salt, her heart stops pumping /https://n.
Well, yeah. If you don't have any sodium, usually what happens is you die from brain swelling. Because of the sodium-potassium pump, yeah, your heart can randomly stop beating. But usually what happens is you die from brain swelling. This is pretty common in severe alcoholics. They're pretty much the only group of people who ever have this problem where they have a zero sodium diet. So there are people who are so severely addicted to alcohol that they'll literally just live off of beer, and beer has zero sodium in it. So they'll just drink beer for like a month or two straight, intake zero sodium, and usually they die from their brain swelling, not from, their heart just giving out. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous. Son Goku donated $2. I had a woman call me ugly when I responded saying that I don't cope for my ugliness by wearing makeup. Then she responded by saying, I cope for my ugliness by working out and dieting. I agree, lots of women are insane these days. Yeah. I don't know how you're not trying to make up for some sort of deficiency in the way you look by wearing makeup, but you are when you exercise. It's just retarded. Sounds like a dumb bitch, but thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Sv3rige, remember when you said we should not bring back the dinos or any other extinct species? Will https://u2.b/.
The howl of a dire wolf hasn't been heard on planet Earth for more than 10,000 years. That's because the species is extinct. Or was. Colossal Biosciences is a Dallas-based company that's using genetic engineering to de-extinct long-gone species. And this is the first time Colossal's dire wolf pups, who are now 6 months old, have been seen by the public.
Is there any particular reason you do this? Like, why don't they just bring back a herbivorous species, like a giant sloth or something? Like, why wolves?
Hey Ben, it's Jeff Kluger from Time Magazine.
To these different potential ecosystems.
To try and do that, Colossal needed to understand dire wolves at a genetic level. The company...
Yes, let's have more vicious killing machines in the wild for no particular reason.
Other animals.
I don't know how these companies make money. Thanks for the donation, though. Anonymous. Ben Boy donated $2. Do you like the Canadian band Metric? I've never heard of them, so I have no opinion. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Table salt, sodium, chloride to these foods, and that there's a difference between them. There is a difference. There's more toxic heavy metals in some more than others, but they all have them. They are toxic also for that reason. That's a different story. I'm not going to talk about that. In Himalayan salt, for example, there's crazy amounts of toxic heavy metals because you got to understand that there is no salt in nature. These crystallized rocks, and supposedly Himalayan salt comes from these rocks mixing with lava. That's why it has that color. Whatever the case, it's toxic anyway. If you understand the origin, maybe some people may not consume it. That's a good thing to learn about it. But my point is simply that in nature as such, there is no salt anywhere. And then if some places dry up, it can create these crystallized rocks. And that's what we consume today. And for sure, some of it is worse than other rocks, but it's all just crystallized rocks anyway, which don't exist in nature and which we shouldn't be consuming anyway. If his point is that the educational system is controlled, which I agree with, obviously, then why would they push salt so incredibly much? There is no difference between sea salt, whatever, Celtic, Himalayan, think of anything you want. At the end of the day, it's just these crystallized rocks, and it's mostly sodium and chloride in crazy amounts. And then you can argue that some have some trace amounts of other minerals. Irrelevant. It's really micro amounts of what you need. Totally irrelevant.
So again, what do you think they teach us doctors to do when sick people that vibrate incorrectly, come seeking help? Well, we are guided to them further, not to heal them, because no doctor knows how the body really works. No doctor knows origin of any chronic disease.
Is it okay to do the keto diet temporarily for rapid weight loss? You can do whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit what diet you follow to lose weight. I don't know what you mean by okay, as long as you're not killing and eating animals. I don't care. If you're going to go on a keto diet to lose weight rapidly, I don't know why you'd choose the keto diet specifically. You're going to have worse body composition and have a harder time losing weight if you're on a keto diet versus doing like a protein sparing fast.
Because we have been misguided through biochemistry.
You see what I mean? We are misguided through biochemistry. Yeah, that's really his mindset. As I said, I learned everything through biochemistry. It was very important. Of course, not naturally, it didn't explain the meaning of my life or anything, but...
I wonder how Christine nut jobs will explain a species being revived that's older there, how they predict the earth to be in their Bible, and what the people for the ethical treatment of animals say about this.
I don't think most Christians are young earth creationists. I know there are a lot of people who do take the Bible literally to some extent. So even Christians who aren't young earth creationists and like do believe in evolution, they still for some reason believe in the creation myth to some extent. And they have a very hard time explaining any of that. So, like, were dinosaurs in the Garden of Eden? Like, it's just so strange. I think there's like a few dozen references to unicorns in the Bible, but there's not a single reference to like Tyrannosaurus Rex or anything. So, like, I don't know. These people are just silly and stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
As far as nutrition goes, being able to explain to other people and understanding what happens in the body, it was the key to it all. Same with Algenis Wonder Planets. He worked in a laboratory with experts for over 20 years analyzing what exactly happens in the body. This was all biochemistry, and also when it comes to salt, which I will talk about in a second. But Darko Velchik is all about spirituality and vibrations, unexplainable. That's why if you would present to him what actually happens in the body when you consume toxic salt, all salt is toxic, I'm just trying to point out that's toxic, then he would not respond to it because biochemistry is basically irrelevant to him.
Biochemistry is bunch of baloney.
Exactly. Really messed up.
It's an electronic robot. We need physics. We don't need chemistry. And the new equipment, healing equipment that will be released shortly, are all based on adjusting frequency. Either through...
If your spine hurts from lying down, that's a very good indication that you have a weak back and you need to do very heavy loading on your spine. So if you're not doing any heavy weight training, then yeah, that typically results in back pain, including if you're lying down. I've gone through periods of severe depression where I wasn't weight training enough, and I was laying in bed for very prolonged periods of time, and I would get back pain from that. You need to make sure that you do things like squats and deadlifts that heavily weight your spine to get rid of that pain.
Light, sound, and the most sophisticated is strictly electromagnetic, because these are all electromagnetic frequencies, but they can be transported through the other means like sound and light.
Okay, that's it. I don't even need to comment about it. You get it.
We need way more plasma than we need food. And he was drinking seawater. There's no other option.
This is the last part that I wanted to talk about from this video. It's about plasma. He promotes drinking seawater or water mixed with salt. And he says that it's similar to plasma, even though biochemically, which he doesn't care about, I get it, there's no relation whatsoever, as in zero. I don't mean a little bit. Oh yes, this and that is somewhat similar to plasma. There's no relation whatsoever. But again, he doesn't care about chemistry at all. He only cares about vibrations and frequencies. And to him, because of these religious beliefs, it's somehow similar to plasma. Plasma is made up of animal nutrients, hormones, and there's no relation whatsoever. And the people who listen to him maybe also don't care about biochemistry. I don't know what's up with them. There's very few of them, to be fair, but they also somehow go along with it. There's been people on my videos who comment, oh, but shouldn't we drink seawater, which is similar to plasma? How is it similar? There's no similarities in any way at all, chemically. And they just don't get it. They just religiously listen to him. Oh, the frequency and vibration is similar. Oh, cool. Okay. How can you prove that? Well, I can't, but my religion says so. So that's it. That's what you're dealing with. It's crazy.
And when they rescued him, he was in perfect health. No problem. Skinny, but perfect health.
I don't know what he's talking about. Skinny? Like yourself? What do you mean?
So, again, understanding body correctly is the key. And how to start the protocol all depends on your state in which you are right now. If you are obese, stopping eating and go on fasting.
Oh my god, he also promotes starvation. Wow.
With plasma.
With plasma, but you don't promote drinking plasma. Plasma would be good. Blood itself, of course, would be best. You don't need to...
I'm sure the people for the ethical treatment of animals, the Humane Society, the SPCA, will be thrilled that a species that's supposed to be dead since prehistoric times has been revered. Oh wait, no they won't.
There's no fucking way anybody is seriously considering this sort of thing as, you know, some legitimate form of ecological management. I'm assuming what they're trying to do with this technology is just learn how to, like, manipulate genes and cure diseases or something, and this is kind of like proof of concept. Where, like, I don't know, they can find, like, ancient genes within humans that might have died out, and finding some of these genes might be able to get rid of some modern diseases that humans are more prone to, or something like that. Like, that's the goal with that sort of technology. This sort of horse shit where it's like, oh yeah, the species hasn't been around for like over 10,000 years. Let's reintroduce it to the wild, even though it hasn't existed in any of these ecosystems like for that time frame, and that will somehow make the environment better. It just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. So yeah, I think it's more about what you can do with the technology, you know, in terms of how it will benefit humans, not like how do you make money off of this, right? Like, oh, if we could make Tyrannosaurus Rex walk the earth again, and T-Rex will, you know, kill a bunch of deer and stabilize the ecosystem. Like, okay, and where does the profit come in? Like, yeah, these people are getting hundreds of millions in cash injection. Where is the profit supposed to come from? So, yeah, they're just trying to develop the technology just so that, you know, they can use it to cure human diseases or something, not for ecological reasons. It's just some fucking bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Well, here is their Asian for doing it apparently https://youtube.b/.
If we could do something that could...
Alright, I'll take a look. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
I like this guy. Imagine a page like this but replace the doctor with your ass saying fuck shit motherfucker talking about veganism. That would be motherfucking dope as fucks:.
Let me see. Page is not available. Let me see if I copy it. Nope, still not available. Nope. I don't know what that is. Thanks for the donation, though, Cream Pie. Anonymous donated $2. Fact check question mark.
This is a Whole Foods grocery haul, avoiding poison and only eating single ingredient.
Can't be fucked. Don't care.
This is a Whole Foods.
Okay, and the links are not working properly. That's wonderful. Dude. Wow. Oh my god. That's a big kitty tail. That's nice.
I voted for Donald Trump. I voted for Trump because I thought he'd create a better America for everyone. But after reading 800 or so pages on queer feminist theory, I realize now just how much I've been duped.
I've already reacted to this. This is a very old video, 7 years ago. Yeah. Onion. Wait, there are 3 links in here. Which link did I... I don't know why Stream Elements is so fucktarded. I've seen Talos Principle before. It's not a very good game. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Kid Boo, donated $2. Do you like this, or are you too gay and black? That is just ear rape. That's like getting your ears raped by, like, just tiny needle dicks. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Anonymous donated $2. Skip to 104.
Me and Leo have got some challenges today. We're
gonna have burping, aren't we? Yeah. That's great, thanks.
Bring back the dire wolf, also help wolf conservation and bring people from like sci-fi, fantasy, and kids more into science and into the conversation around conservation. We thought it was a cool idea, but we had no idea if we could pull it off.
Is there dead dire wolves that were trapped in permafrost, or is...
No, most of the dire wolf skulls out there, there's thousands of them in La Brea tar pits. So if you go there, they have this beautiful wall, but because of heat and acidification, there isn't anything that's protected. Like, there's nothing you can get from that. But about 6 years ago, a group, including Beth Shapiro, our chief science officer, sequenced a tooth that was found in a cave, just a single tooth, right? And in that tooth, they actually found they actually got 0.15x, or coverage of the genome, so they got about 15% of the genome. But that's not really enough. You need to get up to about 10x, meaning that you can read the entire genome about 10 different times, so that even if there are gaps, you understand enough of the core kind of coding regions that you could bring back that animal.
Is this done by AI?
Is this done by AI and software, yeah. So we built, part of our business model is building technologies to solve these really complicated problems. They're much harder to solve than just solving them for existing species, open sourcing that for conservation for free, but then also taking those technologies that we can monetize for humans and spinning them out. So our first computational analysis company was called Form Bio, and we actually spun it out of the business.
So you have this tooth, you have 1.5?
Yeah, 0.5, so 15% of the genome.
Okay.
And so I went to Beth, who was only an advisor at the time, and said, could you resample the tooth? And she's like, it's like, half an inch long. She's like, it's destructive sampling, like it's going to ruin it. I was like, well, could we scour the other museums and see see if it's even possible. So we lucked out, and that tooth's 13,000 years old. The skull itself is 73,000 years old, not exactly sure, but it was found in a riverbed, and it wasn't found in a riverbed at the mouth of a cave. So it wasn't found like in the permafrost, but it also wasn't found in like heat and acidification. So there's a bone in all of us called the petrous bone, which is insanely dense, and it doesn't change a lot from after you're born. It's a great DNA storage, better than teeth, better than anything. It's like in the inner ear kind of head area. And so we got permission from the museum to very carefully drill into the underside of the skull and remove the petrous bone to see if we could get DNA. And we got really lucky. Between resampling the first and the skull, we ended up getting about 13 to 14x coverage. So that's more than we needed to potentially bring back the direwolves.
And then what'd you do?
Well, and then we got a knock on the door and no. So we took that DNA.
Can I ask you before we even start with this?
Yeah.
The aggressive reporters, is it you're playing God? How do you have the right to do this?
So it's been a journey. Okay, so the journey that we've had is...
Anonymous donated $2.
Hello, I'm Toycat, and Trump's tariffs came into effect over the weekend, and this has led to an economic shockwave.
I was worried this was going to be more burps.
Which has come all around the world, and now as markets open today, the big headline is that the UK's stock exchange is at a one-year low, Asian markets are suffering their worst day in decades, and as European share prices plunge, you might think that the US is therefore gaining at the cost of all of these other countries, but actually no, the US is also going down, US futures are sharply down, and indeed there are many companies which are actively losing from this.
Skip to 10:20, watch for 1 minute. Don't skip around please.
Hey guys.
https://www.
It's just more burps.
Them up.
We both.
Oh, at 10:20.
Damn.
Damn it.
Oh, dude. I'm gonna walk out of here with a wet foot, just so you know. Just because you lost.
Milk stinks as well after about a week.
They're going in the wash.
You gotta be quick, 'cause it's gonna go everywhere.
We both lose. We both lose.
You're right for making a mess on the floor. You're gonna need them up.
We both kind of lose here because I have to leave with a sunk foot, but... Disgusting! Don't lie. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Oh, yeah?
That is a fresh foot.
Went for a run this morning.
That is a fresh foot. That is a fresh trainer.
Oh, it's holding it well as well.
I've never been so proud of Eddie in my entire life. Job well done.
There's one thing about me, I'll always man up when we do a bet. I'll always hold my bets. Man of my word.
That you are, sir. You okay?
That's great. Thanks, dude.
And so, given that every economist has said from the beginning that no one loses in a tariff war, especially when it's reciprocated, it raises the question of what exactly is the, what exactly is the end game here, and also who is it that is gaining right now? Because for every winner, there is usually a loser, and so for every loser, is there a winner? In this case, it's a little bit tricky to see, but let's start with the losers because they're very easy to point out. If you have UK or French or German or Hong Kong stocks, they're probably down by about 10 to 15% this morning, and it's not just stocks in those markets, it's also stocks inside of the United States. Interestingly enough, you can see that it's not just the Hang Seng and all the other Asian stock markets. US markets are expected to go down at least 3 to 4%, and this is lower than those other drops, but still quite low in that case. Also, you can see that it's not just like traditional investments. Cryptocurrency is down quite a bit. Bitcoin is down 7%. Ethereum is down 18%. And in other words, basically every major asset is down because the world is looking like a less stable place. This also has the interesting knock-on effect of meaning that oil is down, and so another loser from this is actually therefore Russia. Russia and any other OPEC country, but basically any country in the world that has a decent amount of petroleum as its primary export. All of these countries are going to be suffering because their biggest export, their money
Hello,
maker,
this is Joseph Reynolds. I am Dodo's father. I am sad to inform you that Dodo has passed away due to medical circumstances. I would like to invite you to his funeral. Is there anywhere I can send you a message to give you the address and place?
No, I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
How much money they make is not their economy size or how prosperous their population is, it's how much oil they get out of the ground and how much people pay them for that stuff, and right now that number is going down. This means that there are theoretically some gains for anyone who uses oil. The famous example is petrol and diesel, because petrol is likely to go down from about £1.36 to about £1.30, and therefore theoretically the knock-on effect of that is that anything that involves transport should also get about 4 to 5% cheaper. So there's gains for oil users, and as Trump is quick to point out, also anyone who has put tariffs on, whether that is the US or whether that is Canada's tariffs, is going to start bringing in billions of dollars a week. Also, inflation does seem to be down, which that seems very handy to her.
This guy's video's boring.
When we started the business, we didn't have any scientists. We just didn't, right? They're like, this is tech bros wanting to see cool animals, and they've only got $16 million of funding, and they don't have any scientists, haha. So that was phase one.
Right.
And then we're like, oh, well, as an entrepreneur, my job is to hire much smarter people than me.
You smoke cigars?
I do not. Gary's got me on quite a kick. So
health kick?
Yeah.
Whatever.
And believe it or not, once you get really gnarly in a lot of gear, if you go back down to TRT, you can maintain almost all of your size and even still slowly gain.
I don't think so.
Is Larry Wheels only on TRT and a little bit of Anavar?
No. Larry Wheels has admitted this. He went on TRT, lost a bunch of muscle and strength.
1. HTTPS.
Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Larry Wheels went on TRT, lost a bunch of size and strength. Then he started getting stronger and bigger all of a sudden and competed in a bodybuilding show, and then he later made a video admitting he went back blasting gear. So Mike Israetel's a fucking idiot. Like, he could have just gone on Larry Wheels' channel where he talked about this. Larry started blasting again. First link you gave me does not work. Wait, I might have to copy it. I don't know if that's... So the period at the end. First link you gave me doesn't work. Second link you gave me doesn't work. Yeah, the links you gave me don't work. Thanks for the donation, dude. I guess I could try the others, but the next one doesn't work. I'm not gonna bother. That doesn't work. Oh wait, I don't think I filled out the... I'm not watching these. And there's more burping, right? Yeah, I'm not watching these. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Or is he a turking liar? Mike Israetel, he chimes in. Mike Israetel believes that it's possible...
Yeah, Mike Israetel is dumber than Greg Doucette at this point.
...that Larry Wheels is only on TRT and 20 milligrams of Anavar. That is what Larry Wheels has stated.
How do you get to be like whatever the hell he is, like 280 with abs and veins with like hardly any gear? But the reality is that Larry has actually been significantly more jacked than this. Not taking anything away from him. He looks unbelievable.
But here's the thing. Larry Wheels previously, that's in his past, since he was around 15 years of age, he's been on abusive doses of performance-enhancing drugs. Larry Wheels isn't lying. He's open, honest, and transparent. He stated he's abused testosterone, Tren, D-ball, Anavar, you name it. And so what you need to realize is Larry didn't build his physique from TRT and Anavar. That's what he's taking right now. But remember, Larry Wheels is the same guy that not too long ago said he's done blasting gear. His days of doing so are over. He looked at his blood work, realized, hey, I want to be here for the long haul. I want to live longer than last time.
Last year, I made a video saying I stopped steroids.
He stopped and lowers doses to TRT. Now remember, there's a big difference between replacement TRT and let's call it athletic TRP, or testosterone optimization therapy. I'm on TRT, and what do I mean by that? If you're on testosterone replacement doses, you're replacing the testosterone that your body should be making. Last I checked, if your testosterone levels are way over 1,000, it's not TRT, it's actually a small cycle. And so, for example, a guy like Alex Eubank, he said he took 200 milligrams of test a week. He took his blood work and his testosterone levels were at 1,500, but yet it's TRT. But I'm going to argue it's not. It's not even testosterone optimization therapy when your doses are super physiological. Anything past the top of the reference range, that to me, it's not TRT anymore. That is a small cycle. The last two tests I had, my testosterone levels were at 550 and 765. And so depending on the time of the test, it could be a little bit up or a little bit down. I'm on 140 milligrams of test a week. Larry Wheels, I do believe he was on 250. And so depending on his blood work, let's say it's 1,500. Well, that is not actually TRT. It's perhaps prescribed by a doctor, but it's not replacing his doses. And so even though he's on TRT, it's kind of like taking a mini cycle. Just because he's not on 500 milligrams a week, or perhaps 1,000 even, doesn't mean it's not giving him significant benefits. And if he were actually on replacement doses, perhaps he only needs 100 milligrams, perhaps 150, his testosterone levels would be lower and his muscle mass would be significantly diminished. And so after blasting steroids for approximately 10 or more years, he decided to stop and go on TRT. I'm going to argue that it was at 250 milligrams a week. I don't know for sure. Perhaps it was at 100, 150. I don't know. That's irrelevant. Because what happened after that? You've seen his video.
Skip to 10 o'clock please. https://.
Let me take a look. Pretty sure that person was joking about Dodo dying because he donated earlier today.
So रुको जरा, सबर करो.
I'm assuming this is...
Welcome back to my channel.
I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
He relapsed. He was trying to go for the all-time record in the deadlift. And so clearly, he wasn't only on testosterone and a little bit of Anavar. He was on a lot more. And so what did he do next? He literally crash dieted down to attempt to earn an IFBB Pro card. And he came very, very close. And remember, to do so, he had to...
Hello sir, this is Yusuf Al Reynald, father of Muhammad Akbar Reynald, Bouticum. My son has passed away and we are inviting you to the funeral in London. You will be staying at the hotel and room of my choice. It's paid for. Where can I send you the info?
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Drastically downsized to make the weight cap, and he narrowly lost his pro card. I personally thought he should have had it, especially the V-taper, the back, the wide shoulders, an exquisite looking physique. But since that time, perhaps he decided, you know what? I don't want to blast the way I did so in the past. It's too much. And so is it now possible that he maintains his current physique while only doing TRT and 20 milligrams of Anavar? Well, what does Mike Israetel say to this?
But he's been even gnarlier than this before when he was on more gear. And believe it or not, once you get really gnarly on a lot of gear, if you go back down to TRT, you can maintain almost all of your size and even still slowly gain if you do things right.
And so Mike is saying a great point. He says, wasn't he even more impressive in the past? If you compare his physique right now to when he was blasting test, trend, and so on, despite the fact he's impressive right now, of course he is. Look at the guy. He was even more impressive in the past. And so by going on testosterone, TRT, and Anavar, he's able to maintain a lot of the muscles that he formerly had. Now, Mike Israetel is going to make the argument that it's possible to maintain almost all of it and in fact gain muscle while only on TRT in comparison to blasting in the past. I'm here.
Yeah, no. Absolute retarded horseshit nonsense. If you're as big as Larry, if Larry got that big and maintained that size, like on the kitchen sink, you're gonna have to stay on the kitchen sink.
Here to tell you that it's not. Larry Wheels cannot grow and build more muscles than he had in the past. If you're, for example, an IFBB pro, an elite level powerlifter, a strongman competitor, for example, Eddie Hall, you know, the man with no tan, the man who thinks he's below 20% body fat despite having titties bouncing all over the place when he walks. Oh, the same guy who claims he can run a 7-minute mile and swim a mile in under 22 minutes. You know that guy.
I run a mile in under 7 minutes. I can swim a mile in 22 minutes.
The same guy that refuses to answer the question, are you in fact natural? Oh, instead of answering that question, I'm going to point at Coach Greg and say he's a snake oil salesman who sells performance-enhancing drugs and only the fake ones. That guy, right? Eddie Hall?
https://
Who made that mess? You did, kid. I made the mess.
As y'all know, yesterday we started a business for the people that missed it and had a bedtime. We're gonna be finding.
What's our business called?
Treasures or Gold to Treasure. Is that a good name?
You're putting online?
Actually, huh?
Oh, yes. Fuck.
Whoa! I met your uncle.
Not yet.
Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. I don't know why you think I'd have any interest in watching that brain rot trash.
Well, if it was possible, then perhaps Eddie Hall is only on TRT and 20 milligrams of Anavar, and he's almost as strong as he ever was. The only thing is, Eddie Hall's trying to make it look like he's on nothing. If Eddie Hall said, look, I'm on TRT, high doses, perhaps 250 milligrams, and I'm also on peptides, IGF-1, and so on, then perhaps we could believe him. We'd say, well, he used to weigh over 400 pounds, now he's 350, he's still a beast, but because he's still on TRT, he's able to maintain a lot of the muscles that he used to have. But there's no way you're going to grow from that. Mike is saying it's possible to even grow and get bigger and better than you were. It's not. Let's take Coach Greg as an example. I'm on TRT, and not with 20 milligrams of Anavar, 140 milligrams a week. Does anyone think that it's possible for me to get bigger than I was at my former best self when I was blasting test, trend, and so on? I don't think so.
Larry really is on TRT and a little bit of Anavar. I 100% can believe it.
On, yes, TRT and 20 by mg Anavar.
TRT and Anavar, I love that little addition. Can't just be on TRT. Who the hell does that?
And so here's the thing. If you're on TRT and 20 milligrams of Anavar, it's actually a lot. You're now balancing out not one, but 2 drugs. It's not TRT. I don't care if your doctor prescribed it. I don't care if it's legal. I don't care. Don't give a shit.
https://
Yeah, we're trying to sell some stuff.
This
Twitter.
is the same link.
Up. Okay, so TV. There you go. Like.
Thanks for the donation, dude.
It's a small.
Oh wait, was there a second link here? This better not be a fucking burp.
Hello.
Yeah, it was a burp. I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Cycle Why don't we call it what it is? We need to be open, honest, and transparent. TRT in 2025 is being the new fake natty. Because what do people do? I'm on TRT. I'm just on replacement doses. Look at Noel Diesel, 260 pounds. Check out his biceps. And what does he say? Oh, I used to abuse steroids, but now I'm just on TRT, despite the fact he's still a monster. And when they asked him, what about that physique you had? You built that with steroids. No, it's just TRT. Listen, he built that physique from perhaps 10 plus years of abusing his body by abusing performance-enhancing drugs. And don't you forget it. Anyone that minimizes that doesn't speak out against it, that just says, no, I'm on TRT, I'm all healthy. You have to acknowledge the fact that you formerly made a mistake. You abused your body. If you're going to say, I'm only on TRT, you have to tell the world, but I used to abuse steroids. When I say I'm on TRT, I acknowledge the fact that I was on 10 plus years at abusive doses. I'm not trying to minimize the risk that I took in the past. Do I, in fact, have an amazing physique right now? I do believe that for 49 years of age, 79, that my physique is way above average. And yes, I'm on TRT, and of course, I'm on testosterone and GO2 max. But a lot of the muscles that I built, it was from formerly abusing steroids. And so had I not have ever have done that, I doubt I would have the physique I have right now. But it comes at a price. Remember, you don't know the years that you may have taken off of your life. You won't know it. And you might be thinking, oh, I'll know. I'll get my blood work done. Your blood work is not going to show the damage that you may or may not have done to your heart. You just don't know it. And so if you combine 20 going on TRT, if you could do that, I don't recommend it, and so don't do it.
And it's really interesting because if you just are totally unaccustomed to this and you don't know who Larry Wheels is, you would look at his body and realize like, oh, he's a fucking liar. He's absolutely not just on TRT and a little bit of Anavar. How do you get to be like, whatever the hell he is, like 280 with abs and veins with like hardly any gear?
And so remember with Larry, he flip-flops all over the place. One day he's on heavy doses of steroids, the next day he's on TRT, the next day he's prepping for a bodybuilding competition, obviously on performance-enhancing drugs, and the next day he's on TRT and Anavar. But for how long? And so if somebody says, hey Larry, what are you on? I'm on TRT and Anavar. You're thinking, oh, well, wow, how the hell did you build that physique, TRT and Anavar? But how long has it been since he's been off the heavy doses? When you go from using abusive doses to reducing your doses to, for example, TRT and Anavar, you're not immediately going to lose all of your gain in a week. Please understand that if Larry continues to only do TRT and 20 milligrams of Anavar, or he decides to cut out the Anavar, his physique is going to slowly continue to diminish. He's not suddenly get stronger. It's not going to happen. And so if Larry Wheels continues to only do TRT, which is what I would strongly suggest that he does, remember, he made a video not too long ago saying he wanted to live a long and healthy life. He was from now on only...
Yeah, Mike Israetel is just a fucking idiot. Massive leaks in Johnny Smalley case. We'll watch that in a bit.
Separated. You promote drinking toxic salt water, which causes vomiting and diarrhea.
You drink water with low salt, and you don't eat, so you're not poisoning yourself.
But you literally are. Salt is a toxin.
The body will go very quickly into ketogenic state, which doctors say, no, this is bad, bad, bad.
Ketosis is fine now and then. A lot of doctors also say that babies are in ketosis.
Well, this is our original state. If you stop poisoning your body, it switches in ketogenic. And then if you eat correctly, it remains in ketogenic state.
Pretty much most of the time, depending on the season, most of the time, in most climates, you would be in ketosis most likely. Can be argued about tropical places.
Like every...
No, that is not true.
They're all in ketogenic state.
Oh yeah, I don't know about all of them. Cows are. Has it been studied? Maybe most of them are. Maybe all of them are, yeah. It's possible. A lot of them do eat a lot of carbs. This hasn't been studied yet. They for sure aren't always. You could at most argue that they are most of the time.
Salt is one of the worst things a cancer patient, anybody can do, next to cooking. Why is that? Because sodium is an explosive. It is more volatile than nitroglycerin. If you take pure sodium...
Yes, elemental sodium is highly reactive. You're not eating elemental sodium.
...and put it into one block about the size of a football, it will take out New York City and all of its buildings. Just one block that size.
No, it's not. This guy's a retard. Anonymous, donate $2. Okay, she's flexing. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
My father worked on, he was an inventor, he invented his first bearing computer. He worked on jet engines for the military and General Electric, and they were given $2 billion to make sodium into a weapon. But it was so volatile that just 1.5 degree temperature change would set it off. They couldn't control it anywhere like nitroglycerin. And they still don't use nitroglycerin as a weapon because they can't control it.
For one thing, yes, they do. Secondly, sodium is... You cannot make a bomb that can really do anything out of fucking sodium. Like, 1 football amount of elemental sodium is not going to blow up New York. It's just, like, this guy's a retard. there, like, not enough energy is produced.
Sodium is worse. So what happens when salt, it has other minerals bound with it, of course, unless it's sodium chloride or sodium iodide, which is manufactured. So that neutralizes it while it's in your mouth, but you can hear it popping, you can hear it cutting into the mucus. Then you gargle with it and it breaks down mucus. It's an explosive. So what happens when it gets into the blood, your body separates the sodium and all of a sudden it starts exploding. Now when a cell eats, it eats 93 to 117 nutrients. That's every nutrient on this planet in a smorgasbord. And a cell opens by ionization and it absorbs that smorgasbord in and eats a balanced diet. When you use salt, even just 2 little bitty grains at a meal, you will kill 2 million red blood cells and make every cell in your blood deficient. It will break that molecule, start breaking up those clusters of smorgasbord, and the cell may get anywhere from 23 to 70 nutrients instead of 93 to 117. So your body goes under constant deficiency.
Now let's get to the most important.
Yeah, that's not true.
Important part. Salt will always be toxic for the human.
Teaspoon of salt to get husband. Yeah, so that's a lot of salt.
Cells.
Especially for an infant.
Ginger is toxic for the human body at any age. It's simply deadly for a baby. Take anything you want, any toxic vegetables, root vegetables specifically, all of these detox juices, it's all the same. But a lot of these people believe that you detox from something that's inside of you when you consume seawater or water.
So, says more than a tablespoon of salt in the article. It says a teaspoon of salt here, so he got his information wrong.
Because you want to get rid of it. There's no food on this earth that makes you detox on the spot. That doesn't exist. Liver is going to help you to detox, but slowly. And you will most likely never even notice anything, because detoxing is a slow process that happens over days, weeks, months. And it feels good, essentially. But when you ingest something and you right away want to throw up or have diarrhea, you feel super horrible, you poison yourself. And everybody who consumes salt water says that they feel this because you poison yourself. That should be clearly understood. There's nothing on this earth that helps you to detox right away. You ingest something and it helps you to detox whatever toxins there are in your cell. That doesn't exist. It's simply in your stomach. You feel nauseous and then you throw up and have diarrhea. Go on. 0.5 to 1 gram of salt per kilogram of body weight is toxic for the human body, meaning that if you have a baby and he or she is 2 to 3 kilograms, then very little salt will be lethal for this baby. Whereas if you have a child and he or she is 30 kilograms, then...
Yeah, by the way, that is a ridiculous amount of salt. You're talking about... So 1 gram of salt per kilogram. So if you weigh... if you weigh like 80 kilograms, that's 80 grams of salt. That's a massive amount of salt.
Baby, and he or she is 2 to 3 kilograms, and risk it to these reports. There was a systematic review of fatalities from ingesting salt to assess if relatively moderate doses of salt could be fatal. In 27 reports, there were 35 fatalities documented, 19 in adults, 16 in children. The lethal dose was estimated to be less than 10 grams of salt.
Yeah, so this is in children. Again, if you account for body weight, this is a ridiculous amount of salt.
Sodium. There's, of course, a difference between salt and sodium. Sodium is a mineral. Salt is this crystallized rock. But I've already explained that in the past. It doesn't really matter in this case. That was in 2 children, less than 25 grams of sodium in 4 adults. The frequency of fatal ingestion of salt is not able to be discerned from our review. The hospital records indicate that salt overdoses are relatively common. Consideration could be given to placing warning labels on salt containers and shakers. I don't think they do that. Such warning labels can have the added advantage of reducing dietary salt consumption, but you see it everywhere in so-called health.
I know in China... consuming salt was a fairly common method of suicide. I don't know why you'd want to commit suicide by ingesting salt. It's really weird. I don't know why they wouldn't just hang themselves or fall on their sword or something normal, but I know that has been used as a suicide method, but you're talking about ridiculously high intakes of salt. Nobody would ever normally consume that. I've seen case reports of people doing, what is it called? Soy sauce enemas, where they literally get a tube and shove an entire bottle of soy sauce up their ass. And they've killed themselves that way. Again, that is not normal at all. So these sorts of things are very unusual. Somebody's doing something strange when this sort of thing happens.
Health food stores, organic stores, along with the green juices. Way too little people are aware of this. Oh, smaller.
Okay.
Today, we have massive leaks in the Johnny Somali case. This is a summarized version of my stream. It's going to be without any video. So if you want to see the supporting video, you can check out my full stream, which should come out about the same time or a little bit close. We have information leaked accidentally by Johnny Somali himself. He was streaming from his lawyer's office, and he revealed a lot of information.
Potentially they're not really dire wolves but are a mix between a dire wolf and grey wolves, so they have basically created a new species.
I don't know why they'd like why does it matter? Why do they need to genetically modify gray wolves? No one can really answer that question. So they're just doing stupid shit for the sake of doing stupid shit. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Information in that, both in things that he said, that's what I actually discount a little bit less, put a lot less weight in that. But things were said in Korean, which were audibly heard. You could clearly hear them in Korean. And because Johnny did not understand Korean, he did not understand that important things were being said, which were clearly picked up on and translated by those over in the Somali conviction team. That is a team working with me to put Johnny Somali, Ramzi Khalid, Ismail behind bars. And also, Johnny has, over the course of this case, revealed several papers that he has shown that have information from the police, from investigators, from prosecutors. And while he can't read Korean, once again, we have people on our team that can do that. So therefore, we took that information, extrapolated it, investigated it, deep dived on it, and got some answers behind what went on here today. A lot of this was a March 28th legal meeting with his quote-unquote paid lawyer in the Eastern District, which we'll get into in a second. We also have leaks by sources close to Hank. Hank is breaking down. You'll hear why. And he is leaking like a sieve. Information is coming out from him and people close to him, which has been corroborated by other anonymous inside sources, people that are, whether they're inside Johnny's community, whether they're people that are in the know regarding the process, that are in the know in the back of the house. There's a lot of folks that are helping on this. Some are very high up, very influential people in Korea that he is pissed off, and they are aiding in this effort to put him behind bars. Lastly, we have official court records, which I give the greatest weight because when I see something in the court, we know it is done. And today we're going to talk about a lot of things that we know are done because they are official. They're in the record. As a quick update, this is something that just came out. Johnny Somali's trial date has been moved. It was supposed to happen on
The
April 9th,
same
2024.
company also has plans to revive the Wally month as well.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Again, they're just going to sell these animals to a zoo or something. Like, where the fuck are you going to put a woolly mammoth? Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
That was going to be a plea hearing. That is going to be moved, likely because his defense attorney, his public defender in the Western District, has moved for a delay, has moved to push that back, likely due to the new deepfake charges. So expect that date to be moved. We will announce it on this channel. I will also announce it on my X account once we know the official date to which is moved. I highly predict that the judge will grant that. And even if they didn't grant that, if they showed up to court on the 9th, they could just say, hey, we want to delay. The lawyer could show up and say, hey, we want to delay, and the judge will likely grant that delay. Korea is fine to let the process drag out. In fact, many of these cases last for years, even up to 2 years in time, which once again is time that Johnny cannot work. He's going without money. He's having to pay for himself, or have Hank sugar daddy him, which may be running dry. And that is absolutely, I think, a good thing that the system of Korea is not paying for Johnny. So let's first start talking about his lawyer. So we have some information on this quote-unquote paid lawyer. He has 2 real lawyers. We're not counting Hank. First is a public defender in the Western District. That is a free attorney that's provided in the Western District where he has an active case. He also has a paid attorney in the Eastern District. Now, the Eastern District charges, as we're going to see, are largely being merged into the Western District. So this paid lawyer is unregistered in the West. So this paid lawyer is unaware of the exact proceedings and what's going on in the Western District. So he really has no idea about what's going on unless he contacts certain people or does extra effort. And it appears that he is kind of being lazy with his proceedings. Also, people that were in the know and some legal professionals and others that analyzed this, as well as people that looked at this lawyer, it appears he's kind of what you might call in the U.S. a strip mall lawyer. He's got a very heavy Korean, heavy specific regional accent, which is very hard to understand. He also seems to be very inexperienced with criminal procedure because he doesn't understand the concept of merging cases. Now, to be fair, merging cases is very rare. In fact, in the case of Johnny Somali, we don't just have one merge case, we have several. We now have 3 merged cases that are coming in from the Eastern District to the West. Even one is extraordinarily rare, but now we have multiple coming in and may have even more, as you're going to see quickly. We also have Hank Yu. Hank Yu is his unofficial lawyer. His real name is Han Jong Yu. He has been touting himself as his legal rep. In fact, we have audio, if you watch my full stream, that has Hank saying, I'm his legal representative. He makes that statement. First of all, he's a non-attorney, he's a non-lawyer. He thinks he is a lawyer because his granddaddy was a prosecutor way back in the day. But
the fuck is this guy?
indeed he is not, and indeed many of his poor translations and failed understanding of the law, or rather contempt for the law, saying that the law is unfair or the law is unjust, complaining about it and thinking that's going to get them off the hook. Well, that's not how things work in Korea, according to pretty much every legal expert or person with experience in the Korean criminal system has reported to me. So about Hank considers himself a legal rep. Up to date, Hank has been paying for Ramsey for everything, up to and including his one paid lawyer. In fact, it's speculated that that paid lawyer may be a family friend or doing a favor, but he indeed did pay for at least the consultation for that paid lawyer that happened on March the 28th. Now, sources report Hank is at least partially, if not fully, cut off. Now, I don't expect that his family is trying to starve him out. I don't expect that they're trying to get him to not eat or anything else like that. But I do expect that they're seeing this, and we do have reports that they know about what's going on with Ramsey, and they are not happy about it, and they are cutting him off.
Sell them to a zoo. Oh my God, Jurassic Park will finally be real life today. Dire wolves tomorrow. The dinosaurs because let's be housed. If they can clone dire wolves, they can clone dinos too.
I don't know if they could do dinosaurs. That might be more difficult, but yeah, that's a stupid idea anyway. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
From further, deep support of Ramsey. They found out that he is deep in the finances, paying for everything with Ramsey, and they are not happy about that. Perhaps that's because this last week we've been exposing this. We've been putting out information on how Ramsey is being pretty much financed by Hank, and Hank is begging online for money for Ramsey, and is even considering streaming himself just to provide funds for Ramsey. Next, we're going to talk about the police and the prosecution. These are huge leaks and information that we didn't have before. We know that Ramsey's case is being handled at the highest level of the police. The Songpa police, which are in the Eastern District, they put the superintendent of women's and juvenile crimes division on the case. Cases are typically not handled by superintendents. That's like a police chief almost handling a case. Typically, they're handled in Korea by sergeants. Sergeants are gyongsa in Korean. That's a mid-level non-commissioned officer. A gyeonggam is the police superintendent. That is a senior level commissioned officer. So this means that this is being handled very seriously by the Koreans. This is not something that they are treating like a joke, as you'll see them say repeatedly in very many clips. They laugh it off. They take it as a joke. This is something that's being handled at the very highest level and is indeed quite serious, just based on how the police have treated it. We also have found out that the police department hates Ramsey, especially the Songpa police, but the Mapo police as well. They don't like him. The police don't like him because he doesn't cooperate. He doesn't help out. He doesn't give information, and he's always trying to plead the fifth. Now, while you can't exercise your rights, if you're an innocent person and it's minor, you typically cooperate because that's taken into account for your sentencing and punishment, and also for the charges they bring against you. Typically, if you are fully cooperative, they might not bring as many charges against you. But why we see all these charges being added is because Ramsey has been completely uncooperative. So the police have gone forward with pretty much most of what we've been talking about on this channel, which we're going to get to with some of these charges in the Eastern District, because we've now got more charges revealed in the Eastern District and what they are and the facts of them, which we're going to get to in a second. They've concluded investigations on most charges and referred them to the prosecutor. There is one charge, a huge charge, that is coming down the pike potentially, and we're going to talk about that. We also have a very specific term here in Korean law for referring things to the prosecution, and you see this term in many of the documents. This is something that is revealed when he flips over the paper, which actually shows the police have forwarded these investigations and they're taking them extraordinarily seriously. Beyond that, guys, this is a little chart here. I've shown this chart before, but it's very important to understand this process. Once you have a complaint filed, the police investigate and refer to the prosecutors. Once you refer to the prosecutors, it is very rare for things to be dropped. And once they go to the court and there's an official indictment.
What are your overall thoughts on the return of the dire wolf and the return all the prehistoric mammals and dinosaurs soon to come?
It's not a good idea. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
You're done. You're sunk. That's when you get that 98 plus conviction rate, which is absolutely doomed. And this is where most of the things we have today are. So we're already on step 4 for most of these charges. Let's get into the prosecutor. The Eastern District prosecutor has been revealed. It is Jung Ar-yang. She is a woman. She is one of the top 10 prosecutors in Korea. She is repeatedly commended as an excellent prosecutor. She has an outstanding record and for multiple years has received awards. So they've given this to one of their most capable prosecutors. Of course, Ramsey is not concerned about her capability or her merit. He's concerned because she's a woman. In fact, that's the first thing that he said when he found out her name. Oh, she's a woman. That's bad, right? He is scared of the fact that she is a woman because many of these crimes are directed towards women. And as we're going to find out, children as well. Ramsey's lawyer tried to meet with her. Tried to meet this prosecutor to beg her to drop with the deepfake case, to beg her to drop it. And as we're going to see with the deepfake case, the hilarious thing is by the time he met with her, it was already too late. The charge had already been indicted. They'd already moved on. They've already processed this. So it was too late to even do that meeting. But they were trying to beg her to drop it because they thought she could drop it, but she'd already indicted and it had already been moved over to the Western District. Now, Ramsey's lawyer said it's difficult to deal with them because the law enforcement has a bad feeling about Johnny. So the prosecutors and the police both do not like Johnny due to his belligerence and non-cooperation. And also they mentioned that both the police and the prosecutor are aware of his other actions, such as the actions with the statue. Now, this is important clarification. He's actually not charged with any crimes related to the statue. None of the crimes are related to him in his disgusting actions regarding the Comfort Woman statue, which once again represents the sexual victims during World War II, the Korean women that were often underage children that were forced into sexual bondage, during the Japanese occupation and during the course of World War II. It's actually not any charges related to that. We don't have any charges related to that. These are all other actions. But because they know about that and is belligerent and he's not cooperating, obviously they're not happy. So let's talk about the first of the charges coming from the Eastern District. That is the deep fake case. And I say deep fakes because we now have confirmed there's more than one, which actually means this is going to come under the harshest statute available for deep fakes, which allows for up to 10.5 years maximum sentence for prison. Once again, there's no minimum sentence, but the maximum here is 10.5, which is the most extreme, which is good. And I'm going to go through the timeline here. The timeline is the Songpa police on February 18th referred the deep fake case to the prosecutor, which means at that point, it's looking pretty solid. And we had that based on the information that Ramsey flashed across the screen. He flashed across a paper which revealed that this was already sent to the prosecutor. And I called it out at the time. And I said, he's
Anonymous donators, can we watch for 1 minute? Yeah, these are all prostitutes. They're also not very attractive prostitutes. Okay, thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Screwed on this because this is going to go on to court. If something is sent to the prosecutor, it is highly likely you're going to get an indictment. Well, on March 7th, he leaked that, right? And then on the 25th, the Eastern prosecutor indicted Ramsey. On the 27th, that indictment moved from the East to the West. The West is where his current case is. They are trying to consolidate everything in that Western district because it's already going, it's already pending, and they want to bring everything over to there so they handle it all in one trial rather than breaking it up into multiple trials. So on that day, I knew immediately, and I informed everybody on the 27th. Because of that, Ramsey and Hank were panicking, and they were talking about that with their lawyer. And that lawyer had no idea. I actually predicted that on my stream. I said, this lawyer might not even know because the lawyer is not registered in the West. He's only registered in the East. So he actually wasn't accessing the right court records that were.
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Ben Shapiro went full retard.
Yesterday, Israel announced 0 tariffs on any American goods. The Trump administration hit them with a 17% tariff anyway, claiming that they had a 33% tariff rate on American goods, which clearly is not true. Why? Because it turns out that we buy more stuff from the Israelis than the Israelis buy from us. Shocker. They're a smaller country. We're a giant market. Not a giant shock, as it turns out. So this is pretty crazy. I have friends, for example, who import product to the United States and then sell them. Why? Because they can't get the product in the United States. So, for example, I have a friend who's in the jewelry business. And this friend in the jewelry business imports products that are not capable of being manufactured or found in the United States from abroad. So it's not like there's import substitution you can just buy from an American. That's not how it works. This, by the way, this company is an American company. The tariff that is now being applied to all of his imports is like 35, 40%. Those prices will get passed directly on to the consumers if consumption goes down, if investment goes down, because investors are freaked out because they're getting whipsawed like nobody's business. Again, I was talking with investors pretty much all day yesterday, given what was going on. And the number one thing that I was hearing from major investors is, I don't know what the hell is going on. That was the number one thing, before and after. The amount of confusion, chaos in the markets, a feeling of complete dyspeptic ulcer-ridden kind of churn, that is very real, and that is not.
So, is he gonna admit Trump was a bad idea now? Ben Shapiro is such a fucking idiot, dude. Jagmeet Singh is a retard. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
were in the Western District. So at that meeting, he actually said, oh, you're not indicted for this. Oh, you're not indicted yet. He was. And the hilarious thing was the lawyer wanted to meet with the Eastern District prosecutor, the outstanding prosecutor Aryang, once again, one of the best prosecutors in all of Korea, literally in the top 10 prosecutors in Korea. And when he met with her, he found out. It is no coincidence that Ramsey went silent shortly after this. He no longer was streaming on Party. He was going dark on Discord, really going quiet because he found out, oh shit, I'm actually indicted on this. And he got complete confirmation of this on April 3rd when an indictment in English was mailed to Hank. Once again, he is staying at Hank's apartment. Hank Hong Jong-yu has been his complete benefactor in Korea, and he was informed of that on April 3rd, so that was confirmed. Once again, Ramsey goes silent around the same time. That's no coincidence at all whatsoever. On the deepfakes, Ramsey asked if he can go to jail for this. The lawyer said it's unlikely since you're American, which actually revealed the inexperience and ignorance of this lawyer. Because as you can see on my main stream, I won't take the time here, but I show an example on the stream. I'm going to show a clear example. There was an American that went to jail, that was sentenced to 1 year in jail, prison time, for a single crime. And this was actually predating deepfakes. This was just one cybercrime and an obstruction of business. So remember, Ramsey has at least 2 obstruction of business charges already on the docket, 2 Minor Crimes Act, and a deepfake. So Ramsey has over double the amount of charges, and that person, that defendant, was completely cooperative with the judge in the court. There's also several other examples of Americans being sentenced to time. I don't have enough time to go over all of those in the stream. I'm trying to keep it brief, but there are multiple instances of Americans being sentenced to hard prison time in Korea. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years has absolutely happened. Americans are not exempt from that at all, right? Once again, this lawyer is only looking at the limited information in that Eastern District, and frankly doesn't seem to have much experience with these types of crimes at all whatsoever. Beyond that, the prosecutors and the police were cooperated with the other defendants that ended up going to jail, the other Americans. So we were talking about Ramsey, who's been disrespectful in court. He hasn't helped the police. He's been disrespectful to the prosecutors. He hasn't given them information. They're not going to look very kindly on that when it comes to sentencing. Now, the deepfake charges appear to have multiple victims. So at first we thought there might only be a female victim, one of the streamers in Korea, but actually there's at least one male victim, if not more, likely more. That one victim we're very clear about. He's named specifically in video, which we have, and I play on my stream, which is Youngman. And there's a clear deepfake of him, and that's they talk about that. That's registered. We've got that fully disclosed. But also there's deepfakes of the other Korean streamers, Dalgoon, other streamers as well. They're making out, kissing Ramsey, and that is considered sexual in Korea. That is a sexual deepfake, which carries a higher penalty. There was a long discussion had, and this was leaked out information on the deepfake law. Hank went off on a rant along with the paid lawyer on how they don't like the law and how they had problems with it. And they were complaining that the law is very broad because it considers audience embarrassment. That is, it considers people seeing that being embarrassed to see that, which certainly when you see that, yeah, you would be embarrassed, particularly since Ramsey said that the female victim was his girlfriend. And certainly it would be very embarrassing for somebody to have information out there that they are the girlfriend of a convicted international criminal. He's convicted in Japan, and somebody's been arrested on multiple other charges. That would be deeply embarrassing to somebody for this criminal to call you his girlfriend when she clearly wasn't, and it was
I think some of these deepfake laws are just fucking stupid. If you make a deepfake and you make it clear that it's a deepfake, exactly what harm is being done? So I could see if you were to pass a deepfake off as real and it puts somebody in a compromising position, like with porn. That's one thing, but you're actually committing a crime there. Like, if it's a deepfake and you make it clear that it's a deepfake, and especially when it's not convincing at all, like it's very clearly a deepfake, what is the point of prosecuting somebody for it?
A complete deepfake. So that is absolutely a factor there. Now, they complain about it, but complaining about it is not a defense. A disagreement of the law is not a defense. And while you can try to challenge things up to the Korean Supreme Court, good luck with that. It is almost impossible to happen to get anything overturned. And it is highly unlikely that Johnny Somali would be the one to overturn the deepfake law in Korea. So not looking good for them on that. In the deepfake, when discussing the deepfake in this legal meeting, Ramsey refers to the female victim as the B word. It's on the slide. I don't want to say it. You guys can read it, but we've got clear video. I'm going to play that on my stream. Once again, you want to see that, go turn over there. And that is not good. Referring to a victim as a slur is never okay. There's also no settlement with the female victim. They tried to pretend they settled with her. It was all taken care of. It was not. And even if there was a settlement, it is not a defense. Ramsey has revealed that his strategy, his entire legal strategy, was to blame and put pressure on the female victim in order to protect himself. This is highly offensive to the prosecution. Now, I'm not going to read all of this, but this just goes into a detail on how settlements are not a manner and mechanism to reduce or eliminate punishment. So even if they did settle with that female victim, it wouldn't happen, right? It would not be something that would be taken care of and considered, especially since he is using it, as is said on the bottom, to falsely reflect on their actions. So it is an aggravating factor. So in fact, the fact that he's trying to force Bong Bong into a settlement is actually an aggravating factor. That means it makes it worse, not better, under Korean law. So we have the next charge. It's one we've all waited for. If you know what this is, you know what this is. Lotte World. Now, Lotte World, we have an obstruction of business. We talked about this back in 2024 on this channel. I was actually, I think, the first person to call out this specific charge and say, this is clear obstruction of business because he was not only disruptive, yelling, etc. He stopped a ride. Stopping a ride is per se. That means automatic obstruction of business. That is clear obstruction of business. The ride was operating and they had to stop it because of Ramsey. Clear obstruction, case closed. That case is likely already merged into the Western District case. Likely it was merged in March. Now, it could be possible that we have another obstruction as well, and there could be a third there, but I'm guessing the best guess, the educated guess, is that second obstruction is actually Lotte World, which is great. We've been waiting for that. We called that on this channel. And one thing I want to give a thanks to all of you viewers out there is many of you called in, you wrote Lotte World, and it appears this worked. So thank you. I deeply appreciate that. Also, I would appreciate if you hit the like button at this point because we're at a good midpoint right now. And if you like this coverage, hit the like. All right. Next, we have a bombshell. Child sexual harassment. This is no joke. Ramzi Khalid Ismail has been under investigation for child sexual harassment. He played several vile text-to-speech messages aloud while he was in Lotte World. I'm going to read this statement here. On September 30th, 2024, Johnny created a huge public nuisance at Lotte World, eventually leading to him being kicked out and questioned by security. He's been charged and likely indicted in the Western District for this crime. However, what he did in line for the go-karts brings his crimes into an even darker and more severe territory. While approaching the line with his text-to-speech ready on full blast, Johnny knowingly said, "For kids, what's this? Oh yeah, let's do it. It's a bunch of little kids, bro." He knowingly, we have this on video. And once again, I'm not going to play on the stream. You can see it on my full stream, not this video on the full stream. He knew there was going to be kids around and he blasted the text to speech that he knew was going to be nasty. Even if he didn't understand it all in Korean, he knew he was willfully negligent at the very least, which is sufficient under Korean law, going in and hanging out around little kids, repeatedly blasting messages that are vile, too disgusting to even play in this video.
Yeah, dude, I hope this guy, like, gets put away. I'd love to see this dipshit get, like, a 20-year sentence.
And frankly, they were criminal. And this enraged many people, and many people called up about this, and we're glad to see this is taken. This is something they were taking seriously. Now, this falls under the Child Welfare Act. The purpose of the Child Welfare Act is to guarantee the welfare and safety of children so they can be born healthy and grow up happy and safely. I mean, this is common decency. This is common humanity. The basic idea is to protect children. Now, what's prohibited is to engage in a lewd act or committing sexual harassment or sexual abuse against a child that will make him feel sexually ashamed. Playing text-to-speech, talking about having sex, and I can't even say it's having sex with underage people around children and talking about sexual acts around children would absolutely and 100% make them feel sexually ashamed. So this would clearly be something he is guilty of. What is the penalty? Imprisonment with labor. Let's catch that out, guys. We got the cabbages there, the cabbage picking. Imprisonment with labor for not more than 10 years or a fine of not exceeding 50 million won. Oof, big oof. Up to 10 years with labor for this if they go forward.
Please give him 10 years slavery. I'd love to see that fucking jackass pick cotton in Korea. So that's at least 2 charges then that carry a maximum 10-year sentence. Yeah, make this fucker pick cotton. Anonymous donated $2. He also did all this crap in Japan. Goes from country to country. Korea's base enough to do something about it, yeah. Yeah, these fuckers just need to be put away. Like, by the way, what is the political interest to allow Johnny Somali freedom? The guy's just a jackass. Like, yeah, lock him up. He's a fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
I don't know anything about Somali. Does he have some sort of sexual frustration with Asian women or something?
No, he's just a attention-seeking dipshit. It's not that deep. He'll just do anything for views and money and attention. So, yeah, the solution to this is to just lock him up. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
So let's give a summary of what we have here in the Eastern District. We've got deepfakes with at least 2 victims, possibly more. That one's been merged into the ongoing Seoul Western Court on March 27th. We have obstruction of business in Lotte World. That was probably merged on March 4th. There's a chance it hasn't been merged yet, but we're the best guess, and we'll find out at the next hearing that we have, whenever that is. We will find out exactly. But that one has likely been merged in, and that's obstruction of business for messing things up at Lotte World. And then child sexual harassment at Lotte World. Now, that is either pending. It's possible they could have dropped it, but it's unlikely it's fully dropped and fully not been considered. It's also possible that it's already merged into the case in the Seoul Western District and is a included crime within the obstruction of business. Because when they merged that in, they could have kind of lumped those two together, and we're going to need to hear the prosecutor explain the procedure there, because that...
No, he just wants to bother people for views. He's like Vitaly. Vitaly actually just got arrested in the Philippines. Did you see that, Richard?
I did not. I don't know why the fuck he'd go to the Philippines to start shit. I've seen Filipino jails. For one thing, they don't really tolerate unemployed behavior in countries like that. And of all places, like, why would you go to a shitty third world country to risk imprisonment? Like, these people are just so fucking stupid, and they're just asking for it. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Dodo donate $2, or better yet, feed him to our newly revived dire wolf population. I'd be 100% in favor of that. Yeah, feed him to some dire wolves. Or if they, revive like dinosaurs, feed him to a T-Rex. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That may actually be part of the charges that were brought over in addition to the deepfake. So we're going to find out a little bit more of that definitely at the next hearing about the child sexual harassment. But that's something that we know. We have 100% confirmed that the police were investigating, the prosecutors were on child sexual harassment by Ramzi Khalid Ismail. Next, let's talk the truth about the watch. The watch we've revealed was given only because of a restraining order against Korean streamer Jungman. Now, this is a moot point right now as Jungman is in jail. He participated in a political protest. He got, kind of did some property damage, and he's in jail right now. So that is a moot point. But Ramzi loves the watch, and he should have given it back. In fact, he should have given it back long ago, but he has failed.
Here's $10. Please watch this uninterrupted for me. You'll like it anyways. https://
Alright, well, I appreciate that. I will watch that for you. Thanks for the donation, dude.
IRL streamer was just arrested in the Philippines after spending a day harassing, threatening, and stealing while documenting all of this on his live stream. It's always fascinating that these IRL streamers...
Bro, that is so stupid. Like, this must be just, like, ignorant, dipshit kind of crap. Like, they're dumb, I know that. Like, they're really stupid. They don't read, they don't know anything about other countries and cultures, and I guess they figure they can just do this, the stupid shit they do in America in any other country. Like, wow.
Believe they won't receive any consequences for their actions, when in reality, they're documenting everything they do for attention on the internet. The absolute morons are their own star witnesses in their cases against them. And Vitaly, the guy we're talking about today, is no different, as he's now facing some serious charges in the Philippines. Because remember my last video on him, we covered him stealing a mall security motorcycle, stealing mall security guards' hats, stealing a mask from a stand, stealing an industrial fan from a restaurant, and then threatening to rob an elderly lady, then harassing countless people. And in that video, I said I wouldn't be surprised if he was arrested by the time this video was out. Well, it took a few extra days, but it happened. But after that original stream of his running around harassing people in the mall, someone who saw my video actually went out and confronted him.
There's been videos about you that have come out and they've been showcasing like the bad things that you do, but what about the good? Like,
have you seen the good what I've been doing?
They don't show it as much. And so I'm wondering, what's it like for a streamer when people don't show the good?
That's a good question because it frustrates me, but I just started streaming. I don't have a team. My team left me, so I'm getting clippers and I'm getting everybody. Yeah. What'd you see? Have you seen what I've done the last 5 days?
Do you know there's a content creator named Atosi?
No, I don't know who that is.
He just did a video on you 5 hours ago.
Saying what?
Saying that you were harassing people here in the Philippines.
Yeah, and what about me donating over $20,000 in the last 2 days?
Dude, 20 grand is
That doesn't matter. If you committed a crime, you committed a crime.
Relevant if you're out here harassing strangers in public for content. Like, that's awesome and very kind of him to donate $20,000, but it doesn't excuse his terrible behavior. And also, shout out to this man for actually trying to have a real conversation with him and question his scumbag behavior. And the spelling of my name in the captions there, that's just diabolical. But unfortunately, this interaction gets so much worse for Vitaly.
Right, and as a content creator, that stuff kind of goes under...
No, it doesn't, because my editors are working on it, and I'm editing the truth.
I'm saying when it happens, people don't broadcast that as much.
Yeah, but I don't get... For me, when you know what I mean, then I'm back on top. For me, when people talk, that's how I know I'm doing the right thing, because people want to bring me down when you're up. When you're down, nobody cares about you. When you're up on top, everyone wants to bring you down.
No, we're just sick and tired of streamers harassing strangers in public for their content. Like, I believe in the simple right of you should be able to enjoy your day in public without some scumbag IRL streamer harassing you for profit, no matter what country you're in.
So who's the creator, Chad? Not you. Who's the creator that talks about me?
Atosi, but he's
like 1,000 subscribers?
No. He's got like 1 million or something. He's not.
Wow.
I mean, the amount of followers I have, that's irrelevant. I was simply showing his scumbag behavior. And honestly, I was just kind of shocked that this is what Vitaly was doing for content now. Bro went from being like one of the largest YouTubers on the platform to being a Johnny Somali knockoff. Sometimes the mighty really do fall.
The thing for me is like, so
it's frustrating. It's frustrating that they show good. That's your answer.
You show up in a country like this and you have your team start around, they fuck you over, right?
No, what do you mean? So, have you watched all the VODs or not?
I haven't.
Exactly. So you don't know what's going on. So why are we still talking?
Buddy, your streams are like 5 to 9 hours a piece. And the stream that I covered in my last video, you spent like 2 hours harassing people to gain an audience. Then you proceeded to gamble on stream so you can monetize the amount of live viewers you had. Like, I don't doubt that you had moments on your stream where you were nice, but when you act like that, being nice won't help you too much.
You asked me a question. How do you feel? I said, I feel it's frustrating.
I'm sure it is frustrating.
Okay.
What are you planning to do?
I just told you my editors are editing and I don't need to prove anybody.
Jesus. You needed to prove anything to anybody.
I know.
My editors are editing. Brother, your editors wouldn't have to edit anything if you didn't act like a scumbag for attention on the internet.
Like, what happens behind the scenes when you're interacting with people here and you're messing around with them? I know it's a joke to you, but for the people here, they work hard, bro.
And guess what? And I tip them. What do you do? Exactly.
I run a software company and I provide housing for the.
So you can't just talk, right?
I'm not talking shit.
So why
I'm
you
asking you why even make that content? Genuinely.
Because
like I'm speaking up for a large majority of people.
Shut the fuck, because I do whatever the fuck I want. What are you gonna follow me?
Yeah, he does whatever he wants until the
Yeah, you can do whatever the hell you want in jail.
consequences catch up to his actions, which they seemingly have by now.
Hey, what are you gonna do?
What am I going to do? I'm going to tell your viewers that you guys are better than this. You don't have to watch people with others and putting them down. You need to lift people up for a living.
And what do I do? You haven't watched my vlog.
Watch your streams. You're a piece of. And I came here to say that to everybody. You're a literal piece of.
Perfect, amazing. Jesus loves you too. Let's go. Don't touch me before I knock you out.
You're not going to knock me out.
Oh yeah? What are you gonna do?
I guarantee you're not going to.
Yo, back off.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? You came with security? If I didn't have this camera right now,
I don't have security either. I'm literally just as big as you.
Okay,
You
cool.
don't need to solve it with violence, bro. Words are.
I'm trying to walk away from you, and you're trying to follow me. So you're harassing me.
I'm calling you out for being a piece of shit.
Okay, I'm a piece of shit.
Wow, we're currently watching the harasser get harassed with common sense and human decency.
I'm genuinely.
Why are you following me?
Conversation.
I'm not trying to get 404 right now. I'm not gonna lose my steak deal over you, bro. Why are you following me, bro?
Why you gotta come here and mess with the locals, though?
Don't talk
There's
to
a
me.
lot of people in your stream that don't like you.
Okay, good. And guess what, bro? I swear to God, if I.
You swear to God, there's no God here. It's just me and you.
So you're gonna do something, right? You're gonna attack me, right? You're gonna attack me, right? Chat, what should I do?
Bro, I speak for a lot of people when I say
Okay, okay, cool. I'm leaving.
It's pathetic when you come here and you put the local
Okay.
reviews.
Okay, I'm not.
People here, they work hard and they deserve actual recognition, not you coming here fucking.
I know I'm tipping people, brother.
It's interesting that he's so worried about his kick deal, but not worried about going to prison in a foreign country. It's amazing how stupid some streamers can be. There is no kick deal for you if you're in prison in a foreign country. And now it looks like that's exactly where he's headed, as he was just booked and read his Miranda rights.
I can guarantee you, you do not want to end up in a Filipino jail.
Roniel Dumag one starts here. In one of
Yeah, you do not want to end up in here.
being newbie, Roniel is
Yeah, they're not nice places. You don't want to be in a Filipino jail, dude.
This is a performance being. This jail is so crowded that the guards tell me every.
Yeah, brilliant. Of all places to go to risk imprisonment. Just so stupid.
Yeah, good evening. Okay, please yung Miranda rights. Okay, sir.
Dude, why is he even in the Philippines to begin with? Like, can't he just do this in the United States where he can, for the most part, get away with this stupid nonsense?
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in any court of law or in case. Okay? You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to cancel your own choice. Okay? If you cannot afford a counsel, the government will be provided for you at any government expense. You have such right. Yes. My question is.
Why is this dude smirking and smiling at the camera when your freedom is on the line? Why don't you just lock in and act serious? Why would anyone want to increase...
Ben Boyd, any tellers, what are your thoughts on Micro? He's kind of a boomer retard. I think he was a Trump supporter. I don't think he's a particularly interesting person. Like, he doesn't have any real, political insights. I mean, the only point he really makes is, like, if you're willing to work in the United States and you don't make financially stupid decisions, you can very easily avoid poverty. But we already know that. But yeah, as far as his, actual political views, he's a fucking idiot. He's a Trump supporter, conservative, dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
their chance of being in a Filipino prison. Vitaly has literally branded himself as a knockoff Johnny Somali, as they both act the exact same way now. I mean, he was doing the same smirking stuff that Johnny was doing at his trial. This is just wild to see unfold, and this is what they broadcasted on Filipino news over there.
Philippine authorities have arrested Russian-American vlogger Vitaly Zdorowetsky, who went viral on social media for harassing Filipinos in Bonifacio Global City in Taguig. According to the Immigration Bureau, Sv3rige, who has 10 million subscribers on YouTube, is facing multiple complaints related to videos showing him harassing security guards and stealing an industrial fan from a restaurant while live streaming.
I have to admit, the Philippines were really quick to arrest him, and I'm worried he's in so much more trouble than what he realizes.
The BI also notes the vlogger showed no remorse after his arrest.
Talagang gawain niya to sa iba't ibang bansa, and hindi itong first time na nahuli siya, nakulong siya dahil sa mga disruptive na mga activities niya. Walang remorse. Very smug pa yung itsura niya doon sa mugshot niya. Yung video niya po habang binabasahan siya ng Miranda rights.
Like, Vitaly's committed some pretty heinous crimes too. He did magic mushrooms and they might have been laced with something. He went fucking nuts. Beat the shit out of this woman who was a jogger, and he got locked up for assault, drug possession and shit. So Filipino authorities are gonna look at this and just be like, okay, this guy's a fucking troublemaker, put him away. Like, you don't have the same kind of rights in the Philippines as you do in the United States either. Like, if they don't like you, they're just gonna put you away.
Right? Nagkikiss pa siya, nagpa-flying kiss pa siya doon sa camera na nakatutok sa kanya. So parang na-enjoy niya po yung limelight na dulot ng kanyang kaguluhan. Kung meron po siyang local case dito sa Pilipinas, aandar din po yun kasabay ng deportation case. Kung sakali po na magkaroon siya ng local case at siya po ay hatulan ng pagkakabilanggo dito po sa Pilipinas.
Okay, so honestly, very similar situation to Johnny, where he now has to go through a court procedure, serve his time, pay his fines, then he can finally get deported. The big difference, though, is Vitaly, unlike Johnny, actually has money.
I think there's a good chance that the mushrooms he took were laced, because I've done my fair share of mushrooms. They are very debilitating. Like, if you're on mushrooms, you don't really want to move, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's something in it. Vitaly, mushroom, salt or whatever. I don't know if they drug tested him and found anything else. Like, that's just such a strange reaction to mushrooms. Because they tend to, like, they can make you feel very paranoid and anxious, but they also just make you not want to exert yourself. And, like, it just kind of gets rid of that. Assuming they're psilocybin mushrooms, they get rid of, like, that sort of violent urge that you have.
Podcast isn't even doing it.
Apparently took 60 grams of mushrooms.
So he can afford a good legal team. So
I don't know how the fuck you could take mushrooms in that sort of quantity and even, like, stand.
Definitely be interesting to see what happens. But they aren't just leaving it with Vitaly. They're also going after his cameraman.
Meanwhile, investigators are working to identify and file charges against the Filipino cameraman who accompanied Sv3rige during the filming of those videos.
Isahabol namin ngayon yung pangalan niya at pag-coordinate kami doon sa hotel kung saan sila nakatira. At yun nga ang ihahabol namin ngayon. Ihahabol yung Filipino kasama nito ni Vitaly.
I mean, that's a pretty good sign they're taking this seriously and they won't just deport Vitaly. I also saw a comment on one of these videos saying that on the Filipino news, they said he's been charged by the police with 2 counts of unjust vexation and 2 counts of theft and 1 count of attempted theft. And then on top of that, police are also calling on civilian locals who are harassed by him as seen on his stream to come forward and file complaints for unjust vexation. And this is so the police can continue to build a case against him. Apparently, the police anti-cybercrime unit is also looking into a case to see what cybercrime charges can be filed against him as well. For those that don't know, Philippine cybercrime is unjust vexation laws are very broad in reach, so pranks and jokes can easily be turned into a solid case by the police. It's one of the reasons I'm always on my best behavior when I'm in this country. That makes sense, and in my head, the Philippines would be close to the top of the list of countries that I would not want to mess around in. But it's safe to say it'll be interesting to see how things pan out. I missed my upload yesterday because I was in bed with a fever. Still have a fever, but we're pushing through. So hey, excuse the lower energy than normal and the more nasally voice, but hey, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video, and hopefully I'm feeling a lot better. I'll see you soon. Peace.
Well, Vitaly is stupid. You know he's a dumb guy if he put himself in that situation.
Failed to do so. Even his lawyer told him, you need to give it back immediately. His strategy is now to maliciously pursue a new restraining order against Dalgun, right, who we saw recently at a protest. So because Johnny decided to show up at the protest, he wants to get a restraining order against Dalgun. Once again, Dalgun is the UDT member who gave Johnny the punch in order to get the watch back because he loves that watch so much. He's just in love with it. Now, if the song, I would I would kind of doubt the Songpa police want to give him that watch back, because after doing all those prank calls, they probably want to keep it. But we'll see what happens with that watch. We've also got some free speech news. Well, first of all, Ramsey and Hank want to sue every streamer involved in covering his case, either for assault or defamation. In fact, they want a warrant issued against Legal Mindset. That's me. But the funny thing is, and we have this in the leaked audio, is that he failed to provide any actionable evidence to his lawyer. So Hank's lawyer has no proof that at all there's anything actionable or anything they could do. And by the way, procedurally, they could do nothing to me, because I was not even, most of my coverage has been from the Kingdom of Thailand, which is far outside the purviews of the law of the Republic of South Korea. Ramsey is actively trying to brigade YouTube accounts maliciously. We have proof of that, for example, here in the Somali Discord, where they are trying to brigade Johnny So Somali on X. This is literally Johnny Somali as Thompson saying we got to take this ninja down off X, and then Trell also saying we need to mass report this ninja. That is no good. That is actually a violation of the TOS of pretty much every platform you're on. So, I mean, you should be booted off pretty much every platform you're on for trying to engage in brigading and false mass reporting. And of course, these are from people that consider themselves the champions of free speech. Now, we have an update on the travel ban. After the travel ban, Ramsey was begging to know from his lawyer when he could go home. And we actually got the full text. We leaked pretty much everything from the suspension of departure order. Now, that travel ban was leaked, which says that Ramsey is under investigation for deepfakes, violating the Child Welfare Act, once again, child sexual harassment, and threatening and insulting, defamation, as well as the National Security Act. We actually talked about that way back in the day, all the North Korean propaganda. That was part of the travel ban. So all of these things together form the basis. And until he defends himself from all of this, he can't go home. In fact, Ramsey was told he can only go home when the prosecution is cooperative. Now, understand how crazy that is. It's not the prosecution's job to be cooperative at all. It's Ramsey's job. So what this means is, while Ramsey's being a belligerent a-hole, he is going to stay in there essentially indefinitely, or at least until he gets sentenced and all these cases get processed out. So there's no way he's going home anytime soon, and definitely no way until he serves the time that he's issued at the end of this. We also have a brand new update today on YouTube ban evasion. Now, this video will be available in my full video on YouTube. I'll also put it up on my X account so you guys can see it as well. But Ramsey has admitted to his method of ban evasion on YouTube. He's actually created a new account, and he has said that he is evading this ban by having Hank Yu, Han Jong Yu, register as the owner of his channel. Specifically, he went out and said that I made Hank the owner, so...
This is what Keemstar did to get his account back.
I can go around the ban. That's not how it works. The person of Ramsey Khalid Ismail is banned from streaming on YouTube. Therefore, that is a form of ban evasion, and it is really a violation of the platform's terms of service, which is absolutely nuts. So that's what we have today for the updates. Big bombshells. Hope you guys like the summary. Trying to keep...
What a bunch of fucktards. Debate. Did Jesus claim to be God? David Wood versus Alex O'Connor. Oh, that looks interesting. We'll react to that next. I just gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Ugh.
Oh.
This is boring. Watch something else. Why don't you go watch something else? Congratulations, you earned yourself a timeout. If you're gonna complain about something being boring on stream, then you can send me a fucking link for something to watch. Otherwise, we're gonna watch things that I think are interesting. If you want to fucking complain, then go fuck off.
So, how the debate is going to go. The title of the debate is Did Jesus Claim to be God? We're going to have opening statements. We're going to have rebuttals. We're going to have counter rebuttals. There will be clocks for the speakers to see. You guys won't see them. And then after all of that, we're going to move the table to the middle, and we're going to do open dialogue. And then after that...
Oh, you started. Okay. Well, good evening. What a beautiful audience. You're all breathtaking. This is how you charm a crowd in America, son. I'd like to thank Ruslan for arranging this conference and this debate, one of many awesome debates taking place in 2025, pitting heroes against villains. I won't say who the villain is in this debate. I'll let all you lovely Christians judge that for yourselves. Based entirely on our accents. And speaking of British accents, I'd like to thank Alex for finally showing up. But you got to give me some wiggle room on time, Ruslan. Or you can all quit cheering for Alex. All right. No, I'd like to thank Alex for finally showing up. He's a month and a half late, but he finally showed up. I'm teasing, by the way. People have no clue how dangerous DebateCon is actually with the lineup they had and the number and the volume of death threats against multiple speakers. So, plus he lives in what is rapidly becoming the Sharia-compliant hellhole of the universe, so...
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Watch. Revised National Parks webpage describes Harriet Tubman as human trafficker. MAGA lies to you and they know it. Here's proof.
Losing money costs you nothing. This is just the...
Wait, so you'll watch whatever I donate? Yes. Watch all. https://www.
Dude, Look, I appreciate the fucking donations, but nobody wants to fucking watch this, and every single fucking time you send me these fucking burp videos, people leave. They find it gross. So, not only do I find it annoying that you give me 20 fucking links of people burping, but everyone fucking leaves the stream. So, I'm not watching it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The reality of life. You're gonna, like, were you young and dumb? How much money did you lose? Everyone loses money. Everyone loses money. It costs you nothing. In fact, it builds quite a bit of character. In fact, you learn a lot of lessons, actually, by losing money.
It's bloody Black Monday. Holy moly. The Kamala crash is here.
Kamala needs to get in front of a camera today. People are losing their homes today. People are losing their fortunes today. People are losing their futures today. People are losing their 401ks today. This is shaping up to be one of the worst market days in...
Wow. Oh, Democrats are so bad with economic planning. They're gonna make you go broke. Trump makes everyone go broke. Oh, it's not a big deal. Everyone loses money. Whatever, it happens. People are just disgusting fucking scumbags, dude. They're not a real political class or party anymore. They're just fucking sycophants. Also, let me see.
Hey, Beluga.
These links better work. I hate Stream Elements. Can you go back to Streamlabs when they fix it, please? Well, they ain't fixing it. So, it'd be nice to be able to use Streamlabs, but they ain't fixing it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Good to take precautions. We don't want to lose Alex. By the way, are you guys starting to miss Jesus over there in the UK? Seems like you should be missing Jesus by now. Speaking of Jesus, did Jesus claim to be God? Yes, he did. And I'm sure many of you have some verses going through your heads right now. However, I am convinced that the primary way Jesus claimed to be God, and that his followers claimed he's God, gets overlooked by most Christians and non-Christians because we've lost touch with first century Jewish culture, and we just tend to not notice things. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Here's a quote from Daniel Boyarin in his book, The Jewish Gospels, The Story of Jesus Christ, the story of the Jewish Christ. He says, most, if not all, of the ideas and practices of the Jesus movement of the first century and the beginning of the second century, and even later, can be safely understood as part of the ideas and practices that we understand to be the Judaism of the period. The ideas of Trinity and incarnation, or certainly the germs of those ideas, were already...
There were many generations of Christians that had no concept of the Trinity. When was the idea of the Trinity even invented? Like, wasn't it a very long time? Like, you're talking about at least hundreds of years after Jesus that the idea of the Trinity even came into being. And it was like this weird... It was based on this motive that you had to harmonize the Old and New Testament and create some sort of harmony between the Gospels. And the only way to do that was for Jesus to both be God and not be God at the same time.
Present among Jewish believers well before Jesus came on the scene to incarnate in himself, as it were, those theological notions and take up his messianic calling. So the ideas were there, paving the way for Jesus, who embodied them. Now, who's Daniel Boyarin to say that Christian ideas like the Trinity and the Incarnation...
380 at the earliest. Yeah, there's... What a bizarre statement.
Were already present in some form in first century Judaism.
Yeah, dude, he's gonna get fucking wrecked in this debate. There's really nothing in the Bible that ever suggests Jesus was God. He never even claimed to be God.
Is he a Christian apologist? No, he's a scholar of rabbinic Judaism.
Like, by the way, you can just see in the Gospels, like, I think the most defining moment that just proves he didn't see himself as God was when he was on the cross. He was getting crucified, and he said, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" Like, why would he say that if he's God? So he's talking to himself, asking himself why he forsaken himself. It's just, what? There was, he clearly had the idea that he was like some sort of prophet of God, and he was gonna like lead this new kingdom or something, or be the new ruler of Israel. And then, yeah, after he was hung on the cross, he thought God like abandoned him or something. Like he wouldn't have that idea if he himself was God.
He's a Talmud scholar. He points out that a lot of the beliefs we now think of as distinctively Christian actually weren't. The earliest Christian church was embedded in first century Jewish culture, but as Christianity spread, it became dominated by Gentile Christians who tended to lose touch with the Jewish framework. And something was happening within Judaism as well. As Jewish orthodoxy was forming in the 2nd century, the rabbis tended to weed out certain ideas that had once been familiar in Judaism, but which had been adopted by Christians. The rabbis wanted to clearly distinguish Judaism from Christianity, and some of the ideas that were present in first century Judaism were soon deemed heretical. So Christians lost touch with the Jewish framework of early Christianity, and Jews abandoned some of the Jewish ideas that became part of Christianity. And the result is that today it's easy for us to miss a few things when we're reading the Bible. Claims that would have been understood by listeners at the time might not be understood by us. Here in my opening statement, I'm going to briefly discuss the forgotten Jewish idea that's most relevant for understanding how Jesus claimed to be God, and then I'll show how this...
He's gonna absolutely fail. So he basically has to argue for the Trinity, And that is impossible to, like, honestly argue for.
This forgotten Jewish idea illuminates various passages in the New Testament. Some of you are familiar with the early Jewish belief in the two powers in heaven. Alan Siegel, a Jewish scholar, drew attention to this in his 1977 book,
Okay, so none of this has anything to do.
The one verse that says the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is one was added much later.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He's making a huge mistake here, too, by the way. The proposition for the debate is, did Jesus claim to be God? And in his opening statement, he's just referencing a bunch of different authors that are just talking about, like, just entirely different topics. All he has to do is point to some sort of clear evidence in the Bible where Jesus claimed to be God. So he's not even arguing in favor of the debate proposition. He's just being an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
two powers in heaven. And lots of people, especially Christians, have been interested in the topic ever since. Here's the idea in a nutshell. The Old Testament is very clear that there's one true God. But there are numerous passages in the Old Testament where we see two divine figures. I'll give a few quick examples. There are tons of these. Sometimes God seems to be in two different places doing two different things. A common example is the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. The Lord appears to Abraham and tells him that he's going down to Sodom and Gomorrah to see firsthand how bad the people are. So he goes down to Sodom and Gomorrah. And what happens? Genesis 19:24. Then the Lord...
Why would God have to go anywhere? Isn't he omnipresent? So, I don't know. So, does David Wood, like, actually believe God is not omnipresent? And is he, like, strictly adhering to ancient Jewish sort of doctrine on what God is? Just some, like, dude, basically?
rained on Sodom and Gomorrah sulfur and fire from the Lord out of heaven. The Lord on earth rained down fire from the Lord out of heaven. This thing reboot every couple minutes. It sounds like there are two lords here. Watch what happens in Zechariah 2. Pay attention or you'll miss it. Come, Zion, escape, you who live in daughter Babylon. For this is what the Lord Almighty says. Who's speaking? The Lord Almighty. And he says, after the glorious one has sent me, the Lord was sent by the glorious one, against the nations that have plundered you, for whoever touches you touches the apple of his eye, I will surely raise my hand against them, so that their slaves will plunder them.
This is probably some kind of alliteration from a bad translation.
Then you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me. The Lord Almighty was sent by the Lord Almighty.
Dodo, donate $2 just when you thought chiropractors couldn't get any more shameful. Yeah, animals. Retarded.
I can't believe what I see. This is just incredible.
Chiropractors are actual scumbags. Yeah, I'm not going to bother watching any more
A
of these.
chiropractor in Oklahoma has gone
Oh yes, giraffes really need a fucking chiropractor.
viral after making a few helpful adjustments for one very tall patient.
Yeah, Jerry the giraffe was having some pain in his jaw and upper neck earlier this week. His owner noticed he was struggling to chew his food, so they called in a specially licensed chiropractor. Well, the doctor...
What fucking zoo gets a dumbass chiropractor? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't think most people like know what a chiropractor is. It's literally a religious cult. I made a whole video about it when I did the Dr. Berg, takedown. The guy who invented chiropractic, it wasn't even called chiropractic medicine back then, it was called chiropractic. He had a religious experience where he hallucinated, and God told him that if you adjust somebody's spine, it opens up healing pathways through somebody's nerves. He didn't want it to be considered a type of medicine. He likened it to faith healing. It's insane. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Sadie, N-word donating $2 makes sense. Let me see. Stephen Hawking the moment before he had to use a wheelchair for the rest of his life. I think he had ALS. Pretty sure he didn't just have sex with a fat chick. Okay. Sutton Man 61 who chanted, "Who the fuck is Allah?" is jailed for 18 months. Well, that's the UK. Not raping kids, not raping animals, not smoking meth, not using fentanyl, not watching child porn. Accountability. Dude, the UK isn't a country. That's just crazy. There's no place of Islamophobia in the United Kingdom. We stand with British Muslims. This is a catfish account from Pakistan, disguised as British account. Yeah. Yeah, the UK is fucked. It's literally not a country anymore. It's just some stupid place where a bunch of stupid people live. And the government is there just to enrich oligarchs. It's not a real country. But thanks, Sadie N-word.
Next paragraph. Shout and be glad, daughter Zion, for I am coming, and I will live among you, declares the Lord, Yahweh. Many nations will be joined with the Lord in that day and will become my people. I will live among you, and you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me to you. The Lord, Yahweh, will live among them, and they will know that the Lord was sent by the Lord Almighty. So Yahweh rains down fire from Yahweh. Yahweh is sent by Yahweh. Plenty of passages like these. Then we got a mysterious figure called the angel of the Lord. Whatever you think of when you think about angels, just get rid of that. The angel of the Lord is no ordinary angel because this angel is somehow the Lord. Angel just means messenger. In Hebrew, it can refer to a human messenger, a spirit messenger, or in this case, the Lord himself. Look at Judges 6. The angel of the Lord came and sat down to talk to Gideon. The angel of the Lord appeared to Gideon. Then it switches to, the Lord turned to him. The Lord answered. Then it goes back to the angel of the Lord. Then, when Gideon realized that it was the angel of the Lord, he exclaimed, "Alas, sovereign Lord, I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But the Lord said to him, "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die. If you see the Lord in all his glory, you're dead. But if you see the angel of the Lord, who is somehow the Lord, you might survive." One more example of this. Here's Jacob blessing Joseph in Genesis 48. Then he blessed Joseph and said, "May the God before whom my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, walked faithfully, the God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day, the angel who has delivered me from all harm, may he bless these boys." He, singular. So the God, and the angel are all referring to the same being. The angel is God, but the angel is the messenger of God. This is all over the place in the Old Testament, from Genesis all the way to the prophets. We just don't pay attention to it when we're reading. But there were ancient Jews who paid very close attention to passages like these, and they realized that something very, very strange is going on. There's one God, but there were two powers, two authorities in heaven. If you put all of the passages together, it seems like there's God you can't be around because his presence would destroy you, and God you can be around somehow. There's God you can't be around and God you can be around. The God you can't be around is distinct from the God you can be around. They interact with each other. One sends the other, and yet they're both God. This was all very, very confusing to first century Jews. If there's one God, why are there two powers in heaven? Why are there two powers who both act like God? They tried to deal with this problem in a number of ways, but mainly they were confused. And then Jesus came along. And he says, in effect, you know those two powers that you've been reading about in the scriptures? You know those two powers that you're so confused by? I can tell you about those two powers because I'm one of them. That's the primary way Jesus claims to be God. It's the primary way his followers claim that he's God. It's the primary way, it's the primary issue that enrages his opponents. But did Jesus really claim to be one of the two powers in heaven? Since Jesus is a highly controversial figure, and since there's a skeptic in our midst, I would suggest that if we want to know what someone like Jesus is claiming about himself, we can look at 6 things. We can look at what Jesus says and what Jesus does, what he says and does as they relate to our topic. We can look at what his friends say and what his friends do. Here I mean what they say and do in reaction to him. And we can look at what his enemies say and what his enemies do, again, in reaction to him. So what Jesus says, what Jesus does.
Dodo donated $2. More chiropractors are men, but more chiro patients are women. Let me see. Total of 107 leaders were identified across institutions and organizations. Under 1/3 of leaders were identified as females. Males were more likely to be in principal leadership roles and more likely to be in a secondary leadership position. Okay. And that surprised me. Also, this is dumb, but at least relatively harmless. I don't find that to be surprising.
I'm going to do some shortcuts for the sake of the video, but we're going to go on to a couple of other reflexes that I want to make sure are appropriate to proceed with the testing. So I can proceed testing her, and now I'm going to go ahead.
I don't see this as harmless because they're going to like inform themselves on like their dog's nutritional needs based on just stupid nonsense.
And I'm going to push on the body parts just like I did on Jen, but I'm going to do what we call a body scan. We're going to go over the head, the pituitary, the hypothalamus, the frontal sinus.
Yeah, women really like this stupid retarded horseshit.
The eyes, her teeth, above and below, her lymph nodes, and ironically, her thyroid dropped. So this is an area we're going to want to come.
A lot of stupid people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What his friends say, what his friends do, what his enemies say, what his enemies do. I would put all of that together and say that's our evidence that we need to account for, and that will give us the best indication of what Jesus was claiming about himself. I don't have a ton of time left, so we'll consider a few things Jesus says and does, and a few things his friends say and do. Along the way, we'll see the reactions of some of his enemies, and maybe I'll add a few more examples in the rebuttals. What does Jesus say? Jesus claims to be one of the two powers in heaven in multiple ways. I'll give you three. The most familiar is the Father-Son language he uses. Jesus claims to be the Son of God. Now, someone can be a son of God in various ways in the Bible. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. But Jesus claims to be the Son of God in a unique divine sense. One example, Matthew 11:27, all things have been handed over to me by my Father. And no one knows the Son except the Father. And no one knows the Father except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. All things were handed over to the Son by the Father. No one knows the Son except the Father. Obviously, the people around Jesus knew him in some sense, but they didn't really know him. Only the Father really knows him. And no one knows the Father except the Son and anyone to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. No one can know the Father unless the Son chooses to reveal him. This should sound somewhat similar to the Old Testament idea that there's God you can't be around and God you can be around. Two powers, Father and Son. Jesus is the Son. Mark 12. While Jesus was teaching in the temple courts, he asked, why do the teachers of the law say that the Messiah is the son of David? David himself, speaking by the Holy Spirit, declared, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. David himself calls him Lord. How then can he be his son? Whose son is the Messiah? He's the son of David, but David calls the Messiah his Lord. How many
Dodo donated $2. Women either don't have any hobbies or their hobbies are shit like that, eh? Yeah, pretty much. I think the reason why women are so interested in that stupid nonsense is because they really like anything that relies on their stupid, dumb feelings. So things that require like actual critical thinking skills, the scientific method, none of that relies on your feelings. It's just purely descriptive, knowledge-based stuff. And obviously women hate that because why would you ever want to learn anything? So, yeah, that dumb crap like, oh, yeah, I'm feeling your chakras, and, oh, I'm getting this emotion from it. Like, it's all feelings, right? So, women are kind of, like, interested in that because it makes intuitive sense. Like, oh, yeah, feelings. Feelings are real. They mean something, and it has to be, you know, a big part of the reason why so many women are into that stupid nonsense. Women think their feelings mean shit when they don't. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
lords do we have here? The Lord said to my Lord. According to Jesus, the second Lord here, the Lord of King David, is the Messiah. So we've got two powers in heaven, and Jesus is one of them.
On a side note, if you're a Christian and you're wondering why we're talking about 2 powers instead of 3, where's the Holy Spirit? He's there, but we're focusing on how Jesus claimed to be God, and that's connected to the 2 powers in heaven. Mark 14. Again, the high priest asked him, "Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed?" And Jesus said, "I am, and you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power, and coming with the clouds of heaven." And the high priest tore his garments and said, "What further witnesses do we need? You have heard his blasphemy. What is your
VG Gig feels your chakras and can detect that you have low emotional intelligence. Are you sure you're not just a faggot?
decision?" And they all condemned him as deserving death. What do the enemies say? This is blasphemy. What do they do? Tear their garments, that's what they do when they're outraged about blasphemy, and condemn him as deserving death. Why do they react like that? The Son of Man, that's Jesus' favorite title for himself, will be seated at the right hand of power. So there's the power, which sounds like God, and there's the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. How many powers in heaven? I see 2 here, and Jesus claims to be one of them. So who is Jesus claiming to be at his Jewish trial?
He's not claiming to be God because he didn't say that, did he?
He's claiming to be the Son of Man, prophesied in Daniel 7:13-14. Daniel says, "In my vision at night I looked, and there before me was one like a son of man, coming with the clouds of heaven. He approached the Ancient of Days and was led into his presence. He was given authority, glory, and sovereign power. All nations and peoples of every language worshipped him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that will not pass away, and his kingdom is one that will never be destroyed." So there's the Ancient of Days, God, but there's also the Son of Man, who will be worshipped by...
Why does it say the Ancient of Days rather than God if they meant God?
all nations, whose dominion is everlasting, and who comes with the clouds. In the Old Testament, Yahweh is the one who rides the clouds. Humans don't, angels don't. Isaiah 19, see, the Lord rides on a swift cloud. Psalm 104, the Lord wraps himself in light as with a garment. He stretches out the heavens like a tent and lays the beams of his upper chambers on the waters. He makes the clouds his chariot and rides on the wings of the wind. So God comes with the clouds. So we've got the Ancient of Days, who sounds like God, and we've got the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven, who sounds like God. 2 powers in heaven, and Jesus claims to be one of them. Jesus claims to be one of the 2 powers in heaven multiple times, multiple ways, in multiple sources. Jesus says a lot more than that, but what does Jesus do? Jesus judges the world. In the Old Testament, David says, "The Lord abides forever. He has established his throne for judgment, and he will judge the world in righteousness." Who's the judge here? Yahweh. But in Matthew 25, Jesus declares, "But when the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the angels with him, then he will sit on his glorious throne. All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate them from one another as the shepherd separates the sheep from the goats." Jesus goes on to say that he will admit certain people into heaven and cast others into hell. Why is Jesus the final judge? He tells us in John 5.
Acupuncture, crystal healing, nutrition response testing are real. I'm basing this on my experiences with it.
No, those are all just bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Cassie.
"For the Father judges no one, but has given all judgment to the Son."
Oh, it didn't read out the whole dono for some reason. I'm basing this on my experience with it and thousands of years of ancient Chinese medicine. We don't know everything about how the universe works. Everything is vibrating. Try it once. Your vibrator might be vibrating, but, yeah, that's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Cassie.
"That all may honor the Son just as they honor the Father. Whoever does not honor the Son does not honor the Father who sent him." If you don't honor God you can be around, you don't honor God you can't be around. Jesus also raises the dead at the resurrection. According to the Old Testament, Yahweh is the one who raises the dead. For Samuel 2:6, "The Lord kills and makes alive. He brings down to Sheol and raises up." But Jesus says he's the one who raises the dead at the resurrection. John 5, "Truly, truly, I say to you, an hour is coming and now is, when the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will live. For just as the Father has life in himself, even so he gave to the Son also to have life in himself, and he gave him authority to execute judgment because he is the Son of Man. Do not marvel at this, for an hour is coming in which all who are in the tombs will hear his voice and will come forth, those who did the good deeds to a resurrection of life, those who committed the evil deeds to a resurrection of judgment." So Jesus claims by what he says and what he does that he's one of these 2 powers in heaven, and that means he's claiming to be God. And his friends got the message. How do his friends react? What do the early Christians say? In Philippians 2, Paul quotes an early Christian song or poem or creed about Jesus. It goes like this: "In your relationships with one another, have the same mindset as Christ Jesus, who, being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant, being made in human likeness. And being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, even death on a cross. Therefore, God exalted him to the highest place and gave him the name that is above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue acknowledge that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. What's the name that is above every name? Yahweh. And at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow and every tongue acknowledge that Jesus Christ is Lord. This is a reference to Isaiah 45. In verse 18, Yahweh says, I am the Lord, and there is no other. Then in verse 23, he says, before me every knee will bow, by me every tongue will swear. The early Christians said, that's Jesus. So Jesus was in very nature God, then he humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, then God
You stand atop a fiery mountain of carnists' skulls, sword raised and vegan flag planted. Natasha Haorgi grasps at your tree trunk leg. French maids Sunder Ashley Johansson clean up all you whale dodo come. This, my vegan war prophecy off of Ritalin and 5 monsters.
That would be nice if that came to pass. Thanks for the donation, I poop emojis.
Exalted him. How many powers do you see here? 2, and Jesus is one of them. Paul quotes that and obviously agrees with it, but look at how Paul describes the 2 powers. For us, there is one God, the Father, from whom are all things and for whom we exist, and one Lord, Jesus Christ, through whom are all things and through whom we exist. There is one God, the Father. You see, Jesus can't be God. It's only one God. Well, keep reading. And one Lord, Jesus Christ. Does that mean that Jesus is Lord, but the Father isn't? All Paul does here is take 2 titles for God and says, I'll call the Father God and Jesus Lord. 2 powers, and Jesus is one of them. What about John 1? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made. There's God, and there's the Word, but the Word was God. How many powers? 2, and Jesus is one of them. If you really want a fun verse later in the same chapter, try John 1:18. No one has ever seen God. The only God who is at the Father's side, he has made him known. Sounds like 2 powers. That's what the early Christians say, among other things. What do? Wrapping up, they worship him, they pray to him, they sing hymns to and about him, they baptize in his name, they compose liturgy and doxologies to honor and praise him. In other words, they give Jesus the full array of religious honors. What could convince a bunch of first-century Jews that a carpenter from Nazareth was one of the 2 powers in heaven? Probably the same thing that convinced his enemies that he was guilty of blasphemy. Would have to be something big, either really big claims of Jesus or a really big misunderstanding. We'll see which option Alex goes with.
All right. That is David Wood's opening statement, and Alex is going to take the podium.
Yeah, so Jesus was a 5.5 foot tall beta male. The guy was a little bitch, probably couldn't even do more than 10 push-ups. And you're telling me this is God. Yeah, get fucked. You're worshiping a fucking beta male Jew.
For his 20-minute opening statement, David went over 1 minute and 14 seconds. So we'll give Alex a grace period of 1 minute and 14 seconds.
Can everybody hear me through here? Yes, David didn't factor in the clapping. I always factor in clapping into the timing of my speeches. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Or as we say in England, assalamu alaikum. I must apologize for the previous debate fiasco. David's right that most people don't know what happened.
Dude, the UK is so fucked. Like, I love how he's like, yeah, he's right about that.
A lot of accusations thrown my way, but I suppose that is the essence of our debate this evening. People thinking they know a thing or two about a person without hearing it from their own mouth. To which effect, I was thinking about how to approach this, given that I didn't know which approach David was going to take. I woke up this morning in this fine resort, opposite Legoland, which means that there's a roller coaster just outside of my room, and being a bit jet-lagged, I woke up quite late to the most peaceful of noises, that is the sound of children screaming for their lives. Hearing the sound of innocent children screaming for their lives, of course, reminded me to read the Old Testament, and I wanted to begin with a verse. That was too easy. I factored that into my time as well. I want to begin with a verse from the Old Testament which might become relevant momentarily, and that is, well, a psalm, not in its entirety, but Psalm 82. Psalm 82 is a curious psalm because it opens by saying that God presides in the great assembly. He renders judgment among the gods. Elohim. That is definitely the word for gods. This seems to be an indication that God is talking about, or the psalmist is talking about, the so-called divine council, which also shows up in Job, for example. Later in the psalm, he says, I said, you are gods, you are all sons of the Most High. The psalmist is referring to beings here who are definitively not Yahweh, but calling them gods, which is kind of interesting. I'm not trying to make a point out of that. Jesus is going to do that for me as we turn to what I think is the most important Christological gospel of the 4, which is, of course, John's gospel. Many people think that I just dismiss John's gospel because it's written too late or something. It is, of course, the least historically reliable of the gospels, but I'm willing to just treat it as if it's historically reliable for the purposes of this debate and see what Jesus actually says about himself. The question we're interested in here is the relationship that Jesus has to his Father. David has been speaking about the two powers in heaven heresy and saying that Jesus' relationship to the Father is the kind of relationship that people who believe in these two powers were talking about. Well, let's investigate that in Jesus' own words. There's one place in the Gospels where Jesus is directly accused of claiming to be God. Do you know where it is? It's in John chapter 10. In John chapter 10, his Jewish opponents come to him and say, if you're the Messiah, tell us plainly. And Jesus responds by saying, I and the Father are one. I'm told by Christians this is a direct Christological claim. Who can claim to be identical to the Father except for someone who is God? And there was no confusion about this. The Jewish opponents picked up stones to stone him to death for making this claim. Now, how does Jesus respond? Does he agree with them? Or does he correct them? He says, in response to the Jews, is it not written in your law, I have said you are gods? Quoting, as you'll probably realize, the psalm that I just quoted and explained briefly a moment ago. So, directly asked about his Christological status, Jesus decides to quote a psalm which is explicitly talking about beings who are not in fact Yahweh and yet are called gods. Why would he pick that psalm if the message he wanted to convey was that he is in fact in some sense God, that is, identical to Yahweh? Jesus continues, if he called them gods, why wouldn't he call me God, the one who the Father has sent and set aside? So why then do you accuse me of blasphemy because I said I am God's son? Like in the divine council, you shall be called gods, that is, sons of the Most High. So it's a misunderstanding. Jesus immediately afterwards clarifies further and says, believe the works, that is the work of my Father through me, that you may know and understand that the Father is in me and I am in the Father. Another pretty intense Christological claim. What does it mean? Let's turn to the most important Christological chapter in John's Gospel, which is, of course, chapter 17. Jesus is praying, first for his disciples, then for all of his believers. Remember, in John chapter 10 so far, Jesus has made two claims. I and the Father are one, and I am in the Father, and the Father is in me, addressing the relationship that he has to his Father, which David thinks is the two powers in heaven. What does Jesus say in his own words? John chapter 17, verses 20 onwards. My prayer is not for them alone, the disciples. I pray also for those who believe in me through their message, that is, all of you, that all of them may be one. Hen, H-E-N, the same Greek word used in John 10. Father, just as you are in me and I am in you, may they also be in us. This is crucial, this is pivotal. When Jesus is asked to clarify his Christological status, what is his relationship to the Father? He says, I'm in the Father and the Father's in me. He then later prays that all of us will one day be in God in the same way, just as, kathos in the Greek, which doesn't just mean as, it means in the same way as, just as. If this is supposed to indicate that Jesus is claiming to be identical to Yahweh, what does that make the rest of us? And how, I'm interested in knowing, is David going to interpret these verses where Jesus is specifically asked to clarify his relationship to the Father and tells us that he is only in relationship with him in such a way that everybody else can be in relationship with them too. The same thing is true of another important quote from John's Gospel.
Well, debate over. Alex won. What a surprise. Like, yeah, I knew he'd say this. What the fuck is David Wood gonna say to any of this? Like, there's no defense.
Which is when Philip asks Jesus to show him the Father. What does Jesus say? Anyone who has seen me has seen the Father. Another intense Christological claim. He then follows up by saying, how can you say, show us the Father? Don't you believe that I am in the Father and the Father is in me? The words I say to you, I do not speak on my own authority. Rather, it is the Father living in me who is doing his work. So again, Jesus clarifies his relationship to the Father, this time saying that he doesn't speak on his own authority. But there's more. In the same chapter this time, chapter 14, just a few verses later, he says to those same disciples who he's just told, that if you've seen me, you've seen the Father, because the Father is in me, and I'm in the Father. He speaks of a future day, past his crucifixion, and says, on that day, verse 20, on that day you will realize that I am in my Father, and you are in me, and I am in you. So to recap, Jesus is directly asked to clarify his relationship and his Christology to the Father. And he says that I'm in the Father, and the Father's in me, and guess what? You'll all be one with us too, one day. If this is a claim to be Yahweh, then, well, lucky us, I suppose. Now, it's difficult to know where to take this because, of course, there is a third really important Christological claim in John's Gospel, which is in chapter 8. I think it might be relevant to talking about the understanding of ancient Jews, and we'll see where this goes. Of course, famously, in chapter 8, Jesus is talking about eternal life, and his Jewish opponents say to him, they challenge him and say, well, our father Abraham, he died. Are you saying you're greater than him? And Jesus replies, if I glorify myself, my glory means nothing. Your father Abraham rejoiced at the thought of seeing my day, and he was glad. And they say, well, you're not even 50 years old, and Abraham has seen you? And he says, truly I tell you, before Abraham was, I am. Why is that important? Two reasons. Firstly, he seems to claim pre-existence to Abraham, which is pretty significant, but also this invocation of the word I am, in Greek, ego eimi, which many people think is a callback to the divine name of God given to Moses in Exodus chapter 3:14. In Exodus chapter 3, Moses asks God, who shall I tell them has sent me? And God says, Eesha, Asher, Eesha, which means I am that I am who I am. So go and tell them that I am has sent you. It's interesting. But of course, the New Testament is not written in Hebrew, it's written in Greek. And it's well known that the authors of the New Testament were using a Greek translation of the Old Testament called the Septuagint. This is something that was pointed out by J.R. Daniel Kirk, so I'm indebted to him for this, but if you read the Septuagint that the New Testament writers were using, and we have very good evidence to suggest that John as well is using the Septuagint, how is this verse rendered? Exodus chapter 3. God says to Moses, ego eimi ho on, which means something like, I am the one who is. So go and tell them, ho on has sent you. In other words, in the Greek version, ego eimi is just as it is typically used in Greek, a way of saying, I am. And it's used commonly like this. In John chapter 9, the blind man is healed by Jesus. He runs into town. They say, is this not the man who was born blind? And he says, ego eimi, it's me. When Jesus is asked by the woman at the well, or the woman at the well says, I'm expecting the Messiah to come, Jesus says, I am he. Ego eimi, once again. That is how it is often used. So in the Greek Septuagint, we have I am, ho'on. I am the one who is. Go and tell them that ho'on has sent you. In the Greek Septuagint, in other words, the abbreviation of the divine name is not ego eimi, it's ho'on. And it's ego eimi that Jesus says. And in fact, Jesus says the words ego eimi 6 times in chapter 8 of John's Gospel. And yet this is the only time it seems to annoy anybody. Why is that? Well, maybe because it's got more to do with the fact that Jesus seems to be claiming eternality. But supposing for a moment that this really were an invocation of the divine name, I'm just willing to grant it. Let's say, okay, he was meaning to evoke this imagery of Exodus 3 by saying, I am. Here we have to understand, as David is quite right to point out, the cultural context of early Judaism. And there is a tradition in early Jewish texts, or at least texts of around the contemporary time to the Gospels, of endowing beings who are not Yahweh with Yahweh's name, and thereby enabling them to exert his authority as his representative on earth. David's already talked about the angel of Yahweh. And there is the suggestion that the angel of Yahweh is Jesus. That doesn't seem to make much sense to me. For a start, if you turn to Hebrews chapter 1, the very first verse says, in the past, God spoke to our ancestors through the prophets at many times and in various ways. But in these last days, he has spoken to us by his Son. In these last days. If Jesus is the angel of the Lord, way back in Exodus, the story of the Exodus, why is it that Hebrews says he's only spoken to us through the Son in the last few days? Likewise, in Acts
Stupid because they're one and not at once, so it makes it easy to do mental gymnastics for David Wood. Bro, the whole Trinity thing is just nonsense. I understand the argument fundamentally, but it's like fucking retarded. So yeah, oh, he's God, but he's not God, but they're the same, but not at the same time, and like whatever. I don't care. It's just a dumb idea. It's not supported by the actual text. And again, it's a made-up philosophical doctrine that was conceived hundreds of years later to unify the Old and New Testament and the Gospels as one cohesive narrative, you know, for reasons. So it's just fucking stupid.
Chapter 6, Stephen is recounting a history of the Jews. And in it he says that an angel spoke to Moses through the burning bush. Not Jesus, but a messenger of Yahweh. It's a little bit strange, but suppose we just accept that the angel of Yahweh is a bit difficult to unpack. Augustine himself, by the way, said that the angel is correctly termed an angel if we consider him himself, but equally correct, he is termed the Lord because God dwells in him. What does that mean? I think it's an invocation of the divine name. This is most elucidated for me when we turn to non-scriptural Jewish writings of around the same period. For example, in 3rd Enoch, Metatron is called the little Yahweh, invoking the divine name, and in fact to the extent that the Talmud warns Jews not to confuse Metatron with Yahweh, because that seems to be the implication of what he's saying. But he is in fact just invoking the name. The most important example of this for me is the Apocalypse of Abraham, written around the same time as the Gospels. A Jewish text which tells the story of Abraham, who hears the voice of God, and he's terrified, and he hits the ground. And he hears the voice of God speaking to an angel. And he speaks to an angel saying, go Yahuel, that's the name of the angel, of the same name, through the mediation of my ineffable name, consecrate this man for me and strengthen him against his trembling. Through the mediation of my divine name, which he's given to the angel Yahuel. Yahuel, by the way, Yah and El. It is a substitute for the ineffable name of Yahweh, the writing of which is forbidden. And that's why he's called Yahuel. And in fact, at one point, God is himself addressed as Yahuel in this text. Abraham is told by this angel Yahuel, stand up, Abraham, go without fear. Be right glad and rejoice, for I am with you. For eternal honor has been prepared for you by the Eternal One. I have appointed to be with you, and the generation prepared for you. So the angel, invoking the divine name, by the way, says to Abraham, rejoice, for I'm preparing for you, essentially, redemption, and it will come from your generation. And by the way, when Abraham finally stands up, one of the descriptions of Yahuel's appearance is that his hair is white like snow. Where have we heard that before? But interesting, isn't it? Let's think about the context of John 8:58. A lot of people forget that we're talking about Abraham. Why are we talking about Abraham? Why is it here that Jesus says, before Abraham was I am? Well, if I'm right that he is just identifying himself, and the thing that's important is the Abraham claim, could this stem from a similar tradition? This is what Andrew Perryman has suggested recently, that when he says, this whole thing gets kicked off because Jesus says, Abraham rejoiced to see my day. Well, hold on a second. In the Apocalypse of Abraham, the angel Yahuel says to Abraham, rejoice, for from your generation will come one who will redeem you. So is it possible that a common tradition has Jesus referring to the fact that Abraham rejoiced to see his day because he was promised this redemption from the beginning of time? It's possible. It's a suggestion. I think it's quite an interesting one. But it is a little strange that Jesus claims to be pre-existent. He uses the present tense, I am. It's worth bearing in mind that the Bible sometimes does this when it is talking about plans that are preordained from the beginning of time. For example, in Revelation chapter 13, we hear about the Lamb who was slain from the creation of the world. It's talking about Jesus there. Jesus wasn't crucified at the beginning of the world, but it talks about it almost in the present tense, or at least as if it happened there and then. Why? Because the plan for this redemption through the Lamb was set in stone from the beginning of time. So it talks about it as if it's in the present tense. Similarly, famously in the book of Jeremiah, God says to the prophet Jeremiah, before I formed you in your mother's womb, I knew you. He also says, before you were born, I consecrated you as a prophet. How can you consecrate someone as a prophet who doesn't exist yet? That means that Jeremiah must be pre-existent, right? He must be, no, not necessarily. It just means that God had this plan. It's a poetic way of saying that God already knew what was going to happen and had planned this from the beginning of time. So putting all of this together, there is an interesting interpretation of Jesus saying that Abraham rejoices in my day, and the Jews not understanding him, not getting it. He says, like, before Abraham was, I am. I am the fulfillment that was promised to Abraham and was from the beginning of time, and here I am. Now, of course, this is all exegesis, and it's a little sort of spotty. But the most important question is probably about blasphemy. David mentioned blasphemy in a different context earlier. Why is it that they pick up stones to stone him to death? Because, of course, if I'm looking for a sound exegesis of correctly interpreting the words of Jesus, I turn to his Jewish opponents, who consistently throughout the Gospels are always understanding him correctly. No, the theme of the Gospels, especially John's Gospel, is how comprehensively the Jews misunderstand what Jesus is saying. When he says, I and the Father are one, they say, you're claiming to be God. And he said, no, you're not getting me. When he says that he forgives sins, and they say, who can forgive sins but God alone? He says, you're not understanding me. And hopefully we can get into that, actually. And here, of course, when they say, we're going to stone you, we're not told exactly what blasphemy they think he's committed. Do we now just think that they got it right, that they correctly understood what he was saying? I'm not so sure. Especially considering that, if you look in Acts again, I've already mentioned Acts 6, this is Stephen. Stephen is telling the story of the Jews to the Jewish authorities who he's been brought before on charges of blasphemy. He's eventually stoned to death. Why? Because he has a vision. In Acts 7, filled with the Holy Spirit, he gazed into heaven and saw the glory of God and Jesus standing at the right hand of God. Notice God, not the Father. Look, he said, I see the heavens opened and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. At this, the Jews cover their ears, run up to him and stone him to death. Notice the similarity, by the way, between this depiction, looking up and seeing the Son of Man sat at the right hand of God, or stood at the right hand of God in this case, and the claim that Jesus makes in his trial. It's quite interesting. Stephen is stoned to death for this. Did Stephen claim that Jesus was God here? Did Stephen claim that he was God here? Sometimes Christians act as if the only way to commit blasphemy is to claim to be God. That is simply not the case. In fact, in Acts chapter 6, we're told that Stephen has been fraudulently accused of blasphemy. They're making up charges against him. Here are the charges that they throw at him to bring him before the court for blasphemy. This man never stopped saying things against this holy place and the law. For we've heard him say that Jesus of Nazareth will destroy this place and change the customs Moses has handed on to us. Ladies and gentlemen, if changing the customs that Moses has handed on to us is enough to get somebody convicted of blasphemy, I'm not sure we should read too deeply into the accusations of blasphemy against Jesus. There's so much to say. I've got everything I want to respond to. We have rebuttal periods, so if I haven't responded to everything David has said, hopefully I'll get the opportunity then. But this idea of the divine name being invested into people and them having the authority of God without being Yahweh themselves is, I think, the important ticket here. One slightly less biblical example is a story recorded by Josephus, which came to mind when David was speaking. When Alexander the Great approaches Jerusalem in an attempt to conquer it, the crisis is averted. When a priest whose mitre bears the tetragrammaton, Yahweh, bears the name of God, comes out, and what does Alexander do? He bows down before the priest. Was Alexander bowing down before the priest? Or was he bowing down to the divine name that was in him? When every knee will bow to Jesus, what is the context? Jesus has been given the name that is above all other names. Given it. This is a common theme. And so David's right that we need to understand how the early Jews were interpreting the various verses that we were reading, but I don't think it lends too nicely to his interpretation. Jesus is constantly talking as if he's not speaking with his own authority. He's doing this all the time. The most instructive example for me is in John 12:44, when Jesus cries out, whoever believes in me, believes not in me, but in the one who sent me. That's if you read the NRSV. The NIV adds in the word only. Whoever believes in me, believes not in me only, but in the one who sent me. That word simply isn't in the Greek. It's a little bit strange. I want to talk more about that. I want to talk about authority and where it comes from. I want to talk about the forgiving of sins. I want to talk about worship for sure. And whichever one of those roads we go down is essentially up to David Wood. But I'm ready for any of them, so we'll see what comes up. Thank you for listening.
He won the debate. Debate is over. Literally nothing in the Bible ever suggests that Jesus is God.
All right. So that is Alex O'Connor's 20-minute opening. So David is going to go back up to the podium. He is going to do a 12-minute rebuttal round.
All right, thank you, Alex. In my opening statement, I showed that in the first century, there was an interesting discussion within Judaism about the two powers in heaven. They had various ways of dealing with this. And we can see why when we read passages like Genesis 22, the story of Abraham and Isaac. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, Abraham, Abraham. Here I am, he replied. Then God said, take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah, sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you. So this is God saying to Abraham, take your son. Verse 11, but the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, Abraham, Abraham, is when he starts to do it. Here I am, he replied. Do not lay a hand on the boy, he said. Do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son. So this is the angel of the Lord saying, you haven't withheld from me your only son. And it was God who ordered Abraham to do this. So we have situations like this, and I argue that Jesus enters the discussion when they're confused about the two powers in heaven and claims to be one of them. And so there we looked at what Jesus says, what Jesus does, what his friends say, what his friends do, what his enemies say, and what his enemies do. Alex seems to suggest that there could be some sort of angel or something like this, or even a person who's endowed with this kind of divine authority. I got problems with this even here in Genesis. So look at what they said. Then the Lord, Genesis 33, then the Lord said to Moses, leave this place, you and the people you brought up out of Egypt, and go up to the land I promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to your descendants. I will send an angel before you and drive out the Canaanites, Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, Jebusites. Go up to the land flowing with milk and honey, but I will not go with you because you are stiff-necked people and I might destroy you on the way. Who is accompanying them and guiding them? Well, the angel of the Lord. But here he says, I'm not going with you this time. So this is the Lord speaking. It's not the angel of the Lord. And you say, oh, this is the Lord. This is the Lord speaking. This is the Lord speaking and says, I'm not going up with you now. When it was the angel of the Lord who was accompanying them. So these are the sorts of things you have. And people tried to figure out how to deal with this. And they came up, again, with all sorts of ways. And Jesus entered the picture and claimed to be one of the two powers in heaven. So what Jesus says, we went through 3 examples of Jesus claiming to be one of the two powers. He's the divine son of the Father.
None of this resolves the issue.
He's the Lord of King David, and he's the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. And we saw how people reacted to him claiming to be the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. In response, Alex was quoting, he quoted Psalm 82, and then Jesus using this passage. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. So they accused Jesus of claiming to be God. And Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law, I have said you are gods? If he called them gods to whom the word of God came, and scripture cannot be set aside, what about the one whom the Father set apart as his very own and sent into the world? So Jesus is sent into the world, according to this passage. Why then do you accuse me of blasphemy because I said, I am God's son? This is not, and I have no idea how you would ever read the Gospel of John like this, let alone anything else Jesus said. This is not Jesus saying, what, you're misunderstanding. I'm just a regular dude. Again, if this were the only verse in there, maybe, because given the rest of what we read in the Gospel of John and the rest of the Gospels, Jesus is not claiming to be a regular guy. He's using a legal technicality here that they should be aware of. They're saying, hey, here's what you're claiming. You're claiming to be the Son of God. This means you're claiming to be equal to God and so on, and therefore, this is blasphemy. And Jesus' response is, well, really? Well, in the Psalms, God calls people Elohim. Therefore, you can't just say calling someone some divine title is blasphemous and deserves a death sentence. You have to show that that the title is not from God, that it's not true, that it's false. Have you done that? No. Okay, you can't kill me. You can't just say there's a claim and therefore we will kill you over it. So it's a legal technicality. Again, if you're somehow reading this and see Jesus is just claiming to be a regular guy, wow. All right. So we have John 17:5. And now, Father, glorify me in your presence with the glory I had with you before the world began. Why? Alex quoted John 17 to show that Jesus is just claiming some regular relationship that we can all have with God or something along those lines. What does Jesus say in the same chapter that Alex is quoting? And now, Father, glorify me in your presence with the glory I had with you before the world began. That sounds like Jesus is claiming to have glory with the Father before the world began. Doesn't sound like he's claiming to be a regular guy. Doesn't sound like he's saying, oh, you guys are just misunderstanding everything I said. It's just one big misunderstanding. So what Jesus does, we've looked at it. I think he said he's going to respond to it. So what does Jesus do? He's the judge. He's the final judge of all people, according to him. Again, the Old Testament says that Yahweh is the one who's going to sit on his throne in judgment. Jesus said, yeah, that's me. The Old Testament says that Yahweh is the one who raises the dead. Jesus says that he's the one who raises the dead at the resurrection. The people in their graves are going to hear the voice of the Son of God. Now that is very strange if that's how we all are. We're all going to be raised from the dead by the Son of God. If that's him saying, oh, we're all just the same and we can all, you'll be in me and I'll be in you. Very strange way of putting things. What his friends say. Now, this is interesting. Alex quotes Stephen in Acts 7. Now, this is an awesome passage because this kind of proves everything I was saying in my opening statement. Look at this. So, Stephen rebukes the Jewish leaders in the harshest terms you can possibly rebuke someone. Watch what he says. You stiff-necked people, your hearts and ears are still uncircumcised. You are just like your ancestors. You always resist the Holy Spirit. Was there ever a prophet your ancestors did not persecute? They even killed those who predicted the coming of the righteous one, and now you have betrayed and murdered him. You who have received the law that was given through angels but have not obeyed it. That is absolutely brutal. And guess what? They get mad, they don't get violent. That's what happens. When the members of the Sanhedrin heard this, they were furious and gnashed their teeth at him. But Stephen, full of the Holy Spirit, looked up to heaven. Have they gotten violent yet? Looked up to heaven and saw the glory of God and Jesus standing at the right hand of God. Look, he said, I see heaven open and the Son of Man, remember that? The Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. Oh, you got God and then just someone else. How many powers in heaven? When do they get upset? Watch when they get upset. I see heaven open and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. 2 powers in heaven, and Jesus is one of them. Now watch how they react. At this, they covered their ears, and yelling at the top of their voices, they all rushed at him, dragged him out of the city, and began to stone him. Meanwhile, the witnesses laid their coats at the feet of a young man named Saul. When do they get violent? When he says Jesus is one of the 2 powers in heaven. That is the precise moment when they get violent. Jesus is one of the 2 powers in heaven. So keep in mind, this actually supports me, right? I mean, this is one of the early Christians who gets stoned to death for saying that Jesus is one of the 2 powers in heaven. And if you're thinking
this does not resolve the issue in any way. He's ignoring everything Alex just said, and he's using Trinity doctrine to say, oh, well, Jesus is one of the powers in heaven, and the only way you can be a power in heaven is to also be God, therefore Jesus is God.
he's just a just a regular guy hanging out in heaven, first of all, you might want to check about someone being in the presence of God and what sort of person you'd have.
Sam Cedar went on PBD podcast 4 days ago. Probably watch that next stream. I didn't know he went on again. He wrecked them the last time he went on.
To be, but look what I mean, oops, do I have it? Oh, I don't have it. Right after this is when Stephen, I don't have it on slide. Right after this is when Stephen looks up and says what? Lord Jesus, receive my spirit. Is that just a regular guy in the presence of God up there? No, that's someone who receives the spirits of people. Is that a regular guy? So Alex thinks this is just God endowing someone with authority. Does not look like that. Jesus seems to be the authority here. And this not only gets Stephen killed, this sets Paul on a rampage. Paul says, I have to wipe this stuff out. Why? We're told in the book of Acts what really sets Paul off. When Ananias is told that Paul is coming, well, Saul back then, he says that he's been told to apprehend everyone who calls on this name. Why is that an issue, calling on the name? That's how you describe prayer in the Old Testament, calling on the name of Yahweh. And Paul sees the Christians calling on the name of Jesus the way they're supposed to call on the name of Yahweh. Why is this relevant? Paul converts to Christianity about 2 years after the crucifixion. When is this taking place? This is not something that happens 50 or 60 years after the time of Jesus. We have Christians calling on the name of Jesus as they call on the name of Yahweh, and we can trace it to within 2 years of Jesus' crucifixion. So if this is a misunderstanding, that's a pretty big misunderstanding, and Jesus must be the worst communicator of all time. Alex brings up the Septuagint, responding to John. I didn't rely on the passages he's responding to, but if you want to go to the Septuagint in terms of interpreting the claims of the New Testament, let's go to Luke 6:46. Jesus says, why do you call me Lord, Lord, and do not do what I say? You want to talk about the Septuagint? There's only one other place outside the Gospels where they use this Lord, Lord. That's the Septuagint, and it's a translation of Adonai Yahweh, God. Adonai Yahweh. So it's the Lord Yahweh. But in Greek, they would translate Adonai and Yahweh as Kurios. So it's Kurios, Kurios in the Septuagint. And here Jesus says, why do you call me Lord, Lord, and not do what I say? And so if you want to interpret Jesus based on the Septuagint, claiming to be Yahweh, there you go. There it is. And it's in the Gospel of Luke. So at the end of the day, the claim is that everything is just some sort of big misunderstanding. This is very, very, very strange to me, because he's basically saying Jesus was not a good communicator. You know, you think about the Beatitudes and the Sermon on the Mount and the parable of the prodigal son and the parable of the Good Samaritan and the golden rule and so on and so on and so on. Jesus seems like the best communicator of all time. He's careful about what he's saying, and sometimes he unveils things in different ways, but when he makes a point, it seems people get this point.
He is the best communicator of all time. That's why nobody can resolve the issues with the Holy Trinity. Everyone gets confused by what he's saying. Right, yeah. If he's such a good communicator, why didn't he ever write any of these Gospels? Like, why didn't Jesus make any literature? And he just relied on random dipshits who knew of him to write about him? Like, this is fucking stupid.
If all of his followers just seem to misunderstand him and start worshiping him and praying to him, making doxologies for him and so on, putting their liturgy around him, then you're saying Jesus was just a terrible, terrible communicator. And that, I have to say, is the one option I cannot accept here.
All right.
Here comes the
so now
pain.
Alex is going to go up to do his 12-minute rebuttal.
It gets a bit messy, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, because, of course, we're responding to each other at cross purposes. I respond to an opening, he responds to my opening. I sort of have to take it back a few paces, but I'll try to make it interesting. We heard about the angel of Yahweh and the suggestion that this might indeed just be Jesus. It might be. Look, I don't claim to be the sort of final authority on exegesis here. I'm simply asking you to consider what you think is a more appropriate explanation. I suggested the divine name-bearing model as opposed to the two powers in heaven. And when I look at passages such as Exodus 23, verses 20 to 21, see, I am sending an angel ahead of you to guard you along the way. Pay attention to him and listen to what he says. Do not rebel against him. He will not forgive your rebellion, since my name is in him. I just ask which interpretation lends itself more nicely to the passages. David's rebuttal there seems to suggest that I was under the impression that Jesus is just some dude. That is far, far from the case, especially in John's Gospel, where Jesus seems to posit himself as something of a model of faith for his disciples. And for what it's worth, this is kind of the image that I get of Jesus reading through the Gospels. What is he supposed to be? Something like an idyllic, faithful servant of God, and certainly in a special position. If you include the epistles in particular, then Jesus is, of course, exalted. But I want to get into that, but I suppose I should turn to Philippians chapter 2, which David mentions. Of course, we're not talking Jesus' own words anymore, but it's still quite interesting what people came to believe. The mindset of Jesus Christ, who being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God as something to be used to his own advantage, but rather made himself nothing, as I'm sure you all know. That word grasped there, harpagmon, or something like that. I'm not very good at pronouncing the Greek, but it means something like to steal, to seize. isn't it a bit strange that if Jesus is God, he didn't consider equality with God as something to be seized, to be stolen? That's how that word is used in the Greek language. How can he steal something that's already rightfully his? And indeed, because he then died on the cross and humbled himself even to death, therefore, he was given the name that was above all other names. Therefore. So whatever exalted position Jesus is given here in Philippians 2, and by the way, he is given it, he's given it because of his crucifixion. Therefore, he's given the name above other names. Again, which interpretation lends itself more nicely to these passages? For what it's worth, my favorite interpretation, I was discussing this the other night at dinner with, well, not with David, actually, that would be giving too much away, but it's this so-called Adamic. James Dunn has written about this, the sort of Adam Christology as applies to Philippians 2, who being in the very nature of God, this word meaning like the form of God, if we consider that Jesus is supposed to be the answer to Adam's sin and Jesus redeems, Adam is made in the image of God and considers equality with God as something to be grasped, to be seized when he takes of the fruit and eats it. And that is how man falls. So how is man redeemed? Well, Jesus Christ, though also being made in the form of a God, in the image of God, did not consider equality with God something to be seized. Not him, but humbled himself. Therefore, Jesus is exalted. We're told in Hebrews chapter 2 that for a time Jesus is made lower than the angels, presumably while he's here on earth. Again, it just reads to me as if at least while on earth, Jesus is certainly not approximating Yahweh, but he's also not just some dude. David mentioned the glory that's given to Jesus in John chapter
I can confirm to all of you, he is just some dude.
17 verse 5, the same chapter that I was using. Yeah. Verse 5, Father, glorify me in the presence that I had with you before the world was created. Just keep reading John chapter 17 and see what Jesus wants to do with that glory. In fact, the very passage that I quoted, my prayer is not for them alone, I pray that all may be one, Father, just as you're in me and I'm in you. May they also be in us, blah, blah, blah. Immediately afterwards, so they may be brought into complete unity. Then they will know, I've copied the wrong passage actually, Jesus says that the glory you've given me, I will give to them. In John chapter 17. He says, the glory you've given me, I will give to them, the disciples. We're told in Isaiah, in the book of Isaiah, that God shares his glory with nobody. And this is sometimes, a suggestion that's made is sometimes that because Jesus says, glorify me, God, in John chapter 17, he must be God because God shares his glory with nobody. But people just seem to forget that in the same chapter, Jesus says that he will give the glory that he has been given by the Father to the disciples too. Again, all I'm asking you to consider is however you interpret these verses where Jesus is given glory, Jesus is given the judgment, and bear in mind that Jesus is given all of these things, what he then does with those things. And whether he delegates them to other people. Because if he does, then it's clearly not just something that can be delegated to God himself. Only God judges. Only God can judge. But Jesus says that he will judge. Jesus also promises judgment over the 12 tribes of Israel to the disciples. So are the disciples God. Jesus forgives sins, and only God can forgive sins. In John chapter 20, verse 21, he says, as the Father has sent me, again, kathos, just as the Father has sent me, I'm sending you. If you forgive people's sins, their sins will be forgiven. If you do not, their sins will be retained. I'm told that only God forgives sins, but then Jesus gives that ability to his disciples. In other words, all of these things which are supposed to indicate that Jesus has a special relationship with God, of course he does, but it's a relationship that he hopes and literally prays that will be shared with everybody. Also, this Luke chapter 6, verse 46 thing that David put up, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. As far as I understand, in Luke chapter 6, verse 46, when it quotes Lord, Lord, and as far as I understand, David was saying that in the Hebrew, this is presumably Yahweh Adonai, right? Is that right, David? Yahweh Adonai in the Hebrew. Perhaps I'll address it in this second rebuttal. And then said, but in the Greek Septuagint, this is translated as Kyrios, Kyrios, because it's Lord twice. Which translation of the Old Testament are the New Testament writers using? The Septuagint. So the passage that they read will have said Kyrios, Kyrios, Lord twice. It wouldn't have said Yahweh and then Adonai, or rather the other way around, I think it is. It would have said Kyrios, Kyrios. So, of course, they're willing to use this in Luke's Gospel, because it says the same word twice, which to them just means Lord, because that's the translation that they're reading. Also, this idea that Jesus is a perfect communicator, sort of David is like mocking this idea, saying, am I supposed to understand Jesus as just being a terrible communicator? Well, if you look at the way that the Jews were interpreting him, like, kind of. At the very least, people were deeply confused. Everybody was confused, not just his Jewish opponents because they were hardened of heart. His disciples regularly struggled with his teachings too, asking him to expand and explain what on earth he meant. It even says at one point that Jesus was speaking in parables, so that, quoting a psalm again, they will be ever seeing, ever looking but not seeing, ever hearing but not understanding. The Gospels tell us that Jesus was speaking intentionally in such a way that people would misunderstand him. And then it says that when he was alone with his disciples, he explained everything. So no, I don't actually think that Jesus' public ministry was entirely clear to everybody who was listening. In fact, that's part of the point. We're told that Jesus is constantly trying to hide his
The
identity.
cope is hard with this one, my ninja /.
Let me take a look. Oh, fucking Aiden Ross. How it started. Yep.
Guys, you want to be honest? With you? I don't know how many of you guys are invested in crypto or stocks. What the fuck is going on with our country? Guys, why am I poor? Like, what is going on in the world right now? Why the fuck is this going on? Can somebody please explain what's going on? Why are we all losing? Why are we all negative right now? Like, does anybody know why?
I wonder if it has anything to do with voting for a fucking retard to become president. Like, these people are insane. They're not rational thinkers. I don't know if they're ever going to come to a point where they admit Trump was a bad idea. I don't know if Trump could really do anything for them to admit Trump was a bad idea. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous. Average VG viewer donated $2. Literally, meh.
Dakota gang, you gotta put it on the shirt, bro.
Wait, I slept at Cali? Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
Dakota. Gang.
The fuck?
Oh, my dad. I have Kitty-In's mod menu.
Oh, he's hiding in there.
Dumbass nigga.
Got it.
Give me for farting on a 3-year-old.
What the fuck?
Hit a 360? You think so?
Hit a 360.
This guy just said, Jesus forgive me for farting on a 3-year-old.
What the fuck?
Alright, the nigga's close. He's this way. We got to cut him off, gang. Man, to cut him off. Why he running, gang? You know we getting close, gang. He got someone else with him, too. They think they safe. Let's hop out. Big Bird. Oh shit, it's 2 of them niggas. Blow they shit up right on camera. Niggas is smart as hell, gang. God damn it. Gang. This syrup drinking nigga. I gotta sell him some meth. I gotta sell him some coke. I gotta sell him a fuck ton of weed. Ah! These right here.
Alright, thanks for the donation, average VG viewer.
He has to be careful about how he expresses himself, which, by the way, seems to raise a contradiction. When you consider the fact that we're told that in at least John's Gospel, Jesus is going around willy-nilly calling himself God. In the full view of his disciples and also his opponents, he invokes the divine name, and anybody listening would have completely understood what he was saying. And yet throughout the Synoptic Gospels, there is a motif, the Messianic secret, so it's called, that every time he reveals his identity, he tells them not to tell anybody. Don't tell them I'm the Messiah. But it's fine for them to know that I'm God. I don't know about that. I think the best way of understanding who Jesus is, like I say, a sort of idyllic human being. Take when Jesus walks on the water, for example. Another example that's often given is a high Christological moment, because, of course, in Job 9 it says that only God treads upon the waves of the ocean. Sure, but people then also forget that Peter also walks on the water just afterwards. But Peter starts sinking, and Jesus says, you don't have enough faith. What does that imply? That if Peter had enough faith, he could have kept walking on the water. What are we to take from this? If Jesus is supposed to be God because he walks on the water, but then Peter walks on the water too, I don't think that's a very good interpretation. In other words, we're told that God forgives sins, but then the disciples are given the authority to forgive sins in John chapter 20. We're told only God walks on the water, but then Peter does this immediately afterwards. We're told that only God can have the authority to judge, as David says, but the disciples are promised judgment over the 12 tribes of Israel. That's not the only time the judgment is delegated, by the way. We're told that Jesus explicitly claims identity with God by saying he and the Father are one. But then Jesus prays that his disciples will be one in the same way. We're told that God will share his glory with nobody else, but Jesus claims to have had glory with the Father before he was born. But Jesus then says he wants to share that glory with the disciples. We're told that Jesus only rightly accepts worship. This is interesting, by the way. David flashed on a few passages of Jesus accepting worship in the Gospels. The word most commonly translated as worship in the New Testament is proskuneo, which means to bow down or prostrate before a higher authority. And of course, Jesus received this proskuneo worship, therefore he must be God. If that is the case, then we have to consider the fact that David, in the Septuagint, for example, bows down proskuneo before Esau, that Joseph's brothers proskuneo before him when he's governor of Egypt, that the entire nation of Israel offers proskuneo worship to King David as well, that Lot proskuneo before 2 angels. Proskuneo is littered throughout the Old and also the New Testament, by the way. In the parable of the unmerciful servant, when one of the servants returns, he offers proskuneo to his master. And this is a story that Jesus is saying. Also, let's not forget that in Revelation, Jesus promises that his true followers, their enemies, will proskuneo worship before them. Jesus himself in Revelation is saying that human beings will receive proskuneo worship. If proskuneo worship is something that only God can receive, then all of these people sinned. All of them. The entire assembly of Israel sinned when they bowed down before David. I don't think that's a good interpretation. There is another word that's sometimes translated as worship, which is latruo. This is religious cultic worship that is only offered to God. Nowhere in the Gospels is this offered to Jesus. How many times is proskuneo worship? How many times is any kind of worship accepted by Jesus in Luke's Gospel? Does anybody know? 0. The word comes up 3 times. Twice in the temptation of the desert where it's discussed, and once at the end after Jesus has ascended so he can say nothing about it, and in a verse that's contested in our manuscript traditions. How many times in Mark does Jesus accept worship? This time the answer is 2, but one of those is the demon legion. It's usually translated as throws himself at his feet before Jesus. And the other is when the Roman soldiers mockingly worship Jesus. They offer proskuneo. Why? Because he's the king of the Jews. Because proskuneo worship is something offered to kings, higher authorities. I'll keep going perhaps in my further...
Adonis donated $2 send us with my nuts right now. Well, that's a very nice chipmunk. I like chipmunks. Oh my god. Oh, that's a beautiful squirrel. Wow. Oh my god, these are good squirrels. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Oh. Squirrels are so beautiful. Thanks for the donation, Adonis.
The rebuttal that if worship is something that is only due to God, then there are a lot more sinners in the Bible than we think. Okay, thanks.
All right, so now David Wood is going to do his second 6-minute rebuttal, and then that'll be followed up by Alex's 6-minute rebuttal.
All right, Alex says we're looking for the best explanation. I would submit that the best explanation for Jesus claiming to be one of the 2 powers in heaven, and for claiming to do things like judge the world and raise the dead at the resurrection, and for why his followers are praying to him and worshiping him and calling him God and the Son of God and doing the same thing, doing the exact same thing that Jesus does, namely claiming to be one of the 2 powers in heaven, and for his enemies to repeatedly accuse him of blasphemy, ultimately sentence him to death, and then people who say the same thing, like Stephen, also find themselves being executed. I would say that the best explanation of that is Jesus was claiming to be God. That's just me. It's like if I met like 5, suppose I never heard a word from Alex, but I meet like 5 of his biggest fans, and they say, yeah, we love Alex, he's a
If he was claiming to be God, then why didn't he say that? Like, it's just so stupid.
Messiah. And then I run into 5 of his harshest critics, and they say, man, we can't stand that dude Alex, he thinks he's a Messiah. Even if I never heard a word from Alex, I'd be thinking he was claiming to be something like that, and that's what's giving his friends and enemies that indication. Likewise with Jesus, even if I didn't have any words with Jesus, if I just knew these guys people were being put to death for making these kinds of claims, and that his followers are going around worshiping him and praying to him, I would think he's saying something. Now, Alex apparently thinks that the best explanation is this divine name-bearing scenario. If so, Jesus did a really terrible job of getting that message across, and it doesn't seem like anyone really got the point unless we do some creative interpretations of some passages. Alex again quotes Exodus to say that the angel of the Lord is just some representative who bears the name. Again, I quoted the exact same book he quoted where Yahweh says that I'm not going along with you anymore, which is Yahweh saying that he was the angel of the Lord who was guiding them. He says that his view is that Jesus is presented as the ideal servant of God. The ideal servant of God convinces people to bow down and worship him and pray to him and so on. This is what the ideal servant of God would do. That's a very strange ideal servant of God, since that's kind of precisely what you shouldn't do if you're not God. He says that proskuneo can mean bow down. Yes, the word proskuneo depends on the context. If it's a religious context, it refers to worship. Someone can just bow down to you out of respect, and that would be, you can bow down to a normal human. But guess what? We have clearly religious context in some of these passages. For instance, Matthew 14:33, they are freaked out. Those who are in the boat worshiped him, saying, truly you are the Son of God. That's a different sort of context than I want to ask you for a favor and I want to bow down out of respect. As for Philippians 2, it sounded like he was saying, Dunn's theory, that this is just saying that when it says who was in very nature God, it's actually the form of God, but this is just saying that he was a human being, and since he found himself as a human being, like we're all the image of God, he humbled himself, and therefore he was eventually exalted and so on. It just doesn't work. Let me just read it. Who being in very nature God, or you can just make up a translation, say image of God for fun. Who being in very nature God did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Yes, that can mean seize. It can also mean used to his advantage. You look at what makes sense in context. Did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant, being made in human likeness. The decision to humble himself is what led to him being made in human likeness. This isn't a human being who's sitting around going, hey, I'm in the image of God. I could strive to be like God, like Adam did, but I'm going to humble myself instead. This is a divine being humbling himself by becoming a human being. And then, being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, even death on a cross. Therefore, God exalted him in the highest place and gave him the name that is above every name, that at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue acknowledge that Jesus Christ is Lord to the glory of God the Father. Alex seems to think that if you're a human being and you humble yourself in this way, that God can just exalt you to the status of Yahweh and apply these passages that are just Yahweh, when Yahweh says there's no one else but me. That's what's being quoted there.
from Isaiah. As for kurios, kurios, Alex says, well, what would they be using? They would be using the Septuagint, the Greek translation. Yeah, and they went to a passage, they used the formulation kurios, kurios, which is specifically referring to Yahweh. That's what Jesus uses. He's quoting kurios, kurios. He's calling himself kurios, kurios. The only other use of that is the Septuagint, where it refers to Adonai Yahweh. So why is Jesus using it? And again, I only brought up that point because he brought up the point about the Septuagint and using it to interpret the claims of Christ. So I said, fine, let's go with it. We got in Luke, and therefore that's him claiming to be Yahweh. Was Jesus a bad communicator? He says, but Jesus wasn't clear, and he veiled his statements. So yes, I grant all of that. Jesus was a careful communicator. He was careful about how he communicated certain things. He tried to unveil certain things over time when people were ready for it. That's not what I consider a bad communicator. I consider all of that part of being a very good communicator. If you're saying that the people who all heard Jesus all got it wrong somehow, or that we don't really have the records of the people who somehow got it right, that his friends got it wrong because they continue and they build their church around him, and his enemies are sentencing him to death, I would say that's a really, really, really bad communicator, and that just does not line up. If everyone is concluding the same thing about this guy, that he's claiming to be God, that he's claiming to be one of the two powers in heaven, the best explanation is not some idea that no one got. The best explanation is very simple. He was making those claims. That's why we have all this evidence.
All right. Check. Okay, so now Alex is going to do his second 6-minute rebuttal.
Okay, I suppose I really want to nail down on this worship point, since I was kind of getting at that at the end. And David says, yeah, proskuneo can mean just simply bowing down, but in a religious context, it means something else. Like, what do you mean? How do you know that without begging the question? Like I say, let's actually evaluate. That's what I was sort of going through, how many times proskuneo worship is given to Jesus in the New Testament. Or at least that Jesus accepts it in the New Testament. It doesn't happen once in Luke's Gospel. It basically doesn't happen once in Mark, because it happens twice, and one of these is a demon, and one of these, which I suppose is an interesting thing to explore in itself, but one of these is them simply mocking Jesus because he's the king. Why would they consider mocking him with proskuneo worship if he was claiming to be king of the Jews? Because that's what proskuneo means. If proskuneo can mean, actually, worship of the kind that latruo usually gets at, that is worship, cultic worship of a religious figure, as David suggests, here's a riddle for you. Why isn't it given to Jesus after Jesus ascends? Why isn't it that people are offering proskuneo worship after Jesus ascends, except at the moment of his ascension at the end of Luke's Gospel, which, as I say, is contested in our manuscript tradition anyway? Why not? Because it refers to a physical action. Because it's not referring to worship of the kind that David wants it to be in this context. In John's Gospel, which we didn't get to, how many times does Jesus accept worship?
Sadie N-word donate $2. Let me see.
Such a gentleman.
Hey, why'd she get the cut?
Because white people help their own. You.
Like it. That's the way I like it. And that's the way I like
to him constantly using the N-word. That's the N-word. And he's constantly using... I listened to...
Okay, thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word.
The answer again is once. Just once it happens in John chapter 9. This is the man who was born blind, who I mentioned earlier. In verse 38, he says to Jesus, Lord, I believe, and he worshipped him. Except he doesn't say so in Papyrus 75, he doesn't say so in Codex Sinaiticus, he doesn't say so in Codex Washingtonianus. In other words, this verse isn't present in our earliest manuscripts. We're pretty confident that there are elements of the Gospels which are later interpolations, most famously the ending of Mark's Gospel, which is not in our earliest manuscripts, and the story of the adulterous woman, let he who is without sin cast the first stone, which are not in our early manuscripts. I'm interested as to whether David thinks that there are things in the Gospels which didn't actually happen, either because they're recorded incorrectly or because they are later interpolations, but at least in this case of worship, it seems to be a later interpolation. At best, we've got one instance of Jesus accepting worship in John's Gospel, and our manuscript evidence seems to suggest that there's none. If worshipping Jesus is supposed to be some indication of his divinity, then why is it only Matthew's Gospel who seems to mention anything to do with worship, and uses a term when there's another one available to indicate cultic religious worship to someone who's divine, yet he chooses a word which just means physical prostration before someone who has a higher authority, like, I don't know, maybe the Messiah. Like, the disciples bow down and worship Jesus. At what point do you think they began to get the picture that he was God? They knew that he was the Messiah for a long time, but I genuinely don't know when David thinks they began to realize that this person was God. Do you think there might be an instance of them offering proskuneo worship to Jesus before they fully realized that? I think so, because proskuneo worship is a physical action that's given to people who are of a higher authority. Just to belabor this point, in the Septuagint, here are some examples of proskuneo worship. Lot worships two angels in Genesis. Abraham worships the Hittites. Isaac blesses Jacob to have all the nations on earth worship him in Genesis. Jacob worships Esau, Joseph's brothers worship him, Abigail worships David's servants in 1 Samuel. Saul worships the dead Samuel in 1 Samuel. The sons of prophets worship Elijah in 2 Kings. David worships the temple in Psalm 5. All the people of Israel worship King David in 1 Chronicles. This is the same term, proskuneo. If David wants to suggest that sometimes this proskuneo worship can mean cultic religious worship, even though there's another word available that people use to mean that, but it's not being used in this instance for some reason, I want to know what that distinction is, and how we can know which kind of worship is being given, without simply begging the question and saying that, well, when it's given to Jesus, it's...
Kid Beard and Tillers, I didn't know they made this sound. I think you sent that link by accident. That's the same link as before. Yeah. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
It's obviously of the religious kind. Otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, this worship point is essentially bunk. Some of you might be thinking, hold on a second.
Yeah, I've seen Dr. Greger say miso is healthier than using salt. Probably is healthier. The only problem is that it's miso paste, so it's kind of hard to work into a lot of different foods. Like if you're having French fries or something, and you're just baking them in the oven, I don't know how you're supposed to use miso to, you know, get that salty taste, because it's like miso paste. I don't know how you're supposed to spread it over fries. So you're kind of limited in how you can use it, but for soups it's super easy. Other things it's a bit harder. Did you like the Fast and Furious movies? Not really, they're kind of stupid, like especially now, they're just outrageously out of this world stupid.
A second, in the temptation in the desert, Satan asks Jesus to worship him. And what does Satan say? You know? He says...
I did like Tokyo Drift. Like, that was stupid too, but I enjoyed it.
Worship, it is written, worship God and serve him only. So you're only supposed to worship God. And people say that this is an indication that any worship of anybody other than God would be immoral. That interpretation cannot be the case. Firstly, because it would condemn all of the people that I've just listed to be sinners, including the entire assembly of Israel. That can't be it. Let's look again at this passage. Jesus is quoting a passage which, by the way, he's actually changed. In the Old Testament, the passage that he's quoting says, fear God, rather than worship God. But besides the point, the word only here qualifies not the word worship, but the word serve. Worship God and serve him only. Worship here is proskuneo, which we know that Jesus can't be saying only proskuneo towards God, because all of these people, including people that Jesus talks about himself, are offered proskuneo worship. Indeed, proskuneo is worshipped, is promised to all of you in Revelation. So we know that he can't mean only worship God in that sense. But only qualifies the word serve. Worship God and serve him only.
Kid Beard Running Taylor's on my bad. Stole the link from Sadie by accident. Here's the actual link.
Did you know that crabs can make noise? Yeah, I had no idea until I got one, but it kind of sounds like... but yeah, let's see.
I don't think crabs do that. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
What is the word serve? Which Greek word is translated in this passage to serve? Does anybody know? Latruo, cultic religious worship. So this is a reaffirmation of the point that proskuneo worship is fine, but latruo worship is something special that can only be given to God. The key text here is James Dunn's, did the early Christians worship God? And as he rightly points out, there is no talk anywhere once in the entire New Testament of latruo worship being offered to Jesus. Why not?
He is not going to answer the question. He is not going to answer.
Okay, so that concludes Alex's second rebuttal round. We're going to move to open discussion. All right. Well, shall we spark it off, gentlemen?
I've got to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Just have to wee-wee. Oh, man.
Whatever you like.
Let's do it. Open dialogue. Who would like to take the lead?
Well, I have some questions, perhaps, to ask David about his position on Jesus' relationship to the Father, with particular regards to the authority that he derived from the Father. So, one question, for example. Why do you think that Jesus prays before raising Lazarus from the dead?
The Old Testament says that God is the God of all flesh. If a divine being were to become incarnate, as is claimed of Jesus, and that divine being really became a flesh and blood human being like Jesus, then if he's also had an eternal relationship with the Father, then I don't know if I'd expect him to be an atheist when he entered into creation. So in other words, if the Christian picture is correct, you've got Father and Son for all eternity. Son enters into creation.
No, I don't really ever eat rice.
What's he going to be, an atheist? If he's going to, as part of it is, if he's going to be the ideal human or something like that.
Yeah.
And so
the Son of Man, one might say.
As far as what Jesus is going to do, you would continue the eternal relationship that you've had with the Father, and you would do that through prayer. So,
what I mean to say is, could Jesus have risen Lazarus from the dead of his own accord, on his own authority?
I suppose, yeah.
Suppose.
Because all authority has been given to him.
It's been given to him by God, right? Which the way that I read that is that the Father has delegated the authority that is rightfully his to Jesus. And it's often said to me that Jesus raising people from the dead of his own authority is actually an indication of his divinity. Because we have Old Testament passages of people raising people from the dead, like Elijah and Elisha. And the point is always made that, well, they pray before they rise from the dead. Jesus doesn't pray. But before he raises Lazarus in John chapter 11, he looks upward and says, Father, I thank you for having heard me. I know that you always hear me, but I've said this for the sake of the crowd standing here, so they may believe that you have sent me. And when he says this, he cries out with a loud voice, Lazarus, come out. So Jesus is not only praying before raising Lazarus, but also saying that I always do this. It's just I'm doing it right now publicly, so there's no confusion that you're the one who sent me to do this. And so even in instances where Jesus appears to perform miracles of his own accord, such as calming the storm, or indeed raising other people from the dead, like the widow's child, he tells us here in John's Gospel that he always is in communication with God beforehand, but right now he's saying so publicly, so that people will know that he sent him. Why does Jesus need to pray before he raises Lazarus from the dead?
This is the exact same chapter where Jesus declares himself the resurrection and the life.
That's right.
And it's in the same book where Jesus says that he's the one who raises the dead at the resurrection. Everyone who's in their graves will hear the voice of the Son of God.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
So if you're thinking that when we talk about Jesus, we're thinking of him as some rogue deity who does things on his own, that's basically the entire meaning of John chapter 5. John chapter 5 is basically one response to this. Jesus heals on the Sabbath. And this freaks him out because they say, hey, what are you doing? He says, well, the Father's working until now, I'm working too.
Yeah.
And so since the Father's working, I get to work. You all don't get to work, I get to work. And then they accuse him of claiming to be equal to God. And then he explains it. That it's a verse that Muslims use. He says, by my own self, I can do nothing. But if you look at what he's saying, it's I can do nothing separately from the Father. But that's the same chapter where he claims that he's the final judge, where he claims that he's the one who raises the dead at the resurrection. And he explains it and says, for the Father judges no one, but has given all judgment to the Son, that all may honor the Son, just as they honor the Father. Mm-hmm. The only way you honor the Son, the same way you honor the Father, is if they have the same nature and attributes. You wouldn't honor anyone else like you honor God.
Interesting. Do you believe
so Jesus is saying that the reason he's the one who judges everything is so that we honor him the same way we honor the Father. That sounds...
Do you believe that the Father has a distinct loving relationship to the Son compared to the loving relationship he has to all of us, say?
Yep.
Only because I've heard you make this point before, that he says that it's that word "as" is quite important. What you just said, so that he will honor. So that they will honor me just as they honor the Father. That word "just as" is kathos, which I mentioned earlier. That's also used when Jesus says, so they will know that you have loved me just as you have loved them. So if we're going to be consistent in our usage of the term here, if Jesus is saying that they will honor you that they'll honor me just as you honor the Father, then the loving relationship has to be treated in the same way, right?
Well, I think you can say, I'm trying to think, if you say that, I can say I love this person just as I love my wife. And yeah, you'd be right. I could say, well, I just mean I love both of them, but not in, that wouldn't necessarily be saying I love that person exactly as I love my wife.
But that's why there are two words in the Greek. That's why there's like the word for as.
No, I'm fine. I'm talking about, you have to interpret words in context.
Yeah.
And what's the context of this? It's Jesus claims that since the Father's working, he's working also. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting because the discussion among the rabbis was,
does God work on the Sabbath?
Yeah, and so Jesus is working, so God works on the Sabbath because he's upholding and sustaining the universe, therefore I get to work on the Sabbath as well. And then, hey, you're claiming to be, they think he's claiming to be another God. And he clarifies, no, by myself I can do nothing. He points us out, and in this context, he's the final judge. And so you will honor the Son just as you honor the Father. There, in context, it would be very strange to say, well, I just mean honor me in some sense like you honor the Father, but not in that way. The Old Testament, Yahweh's the one who sets up his throne to judge. Jesus is the one who says all judgment is given to him.
Given, yeah.
Yeah. And so if all judgment is given to him, and keep in mind, the Old Testament says Yahweh is the one who's going to judge. And you're saying, yeah, but it's given to Jesus.
Yeah.
And he says it's so that we honor him the same way we honor the Father.
Yeah, okay, so I want to talk about the Sabbath moment because this is quite important. This is in John chapter 5 as well. This whole episode sort of hinges on the idea that Jesus is working on the Sabbath. He says, my Father is working, so am I. So your interpretation of this is to say that, well, my Father in heaven, that is God, is working on the Sabbath, so am I, therefore I'm God. This story of Jesus working on the Sabbath is reported in multiple Gospels. In Mark's Gospel, when he's found working on the Sabbath, and the Pharisees say to him, this is Mark chapter 2, look, why are they doing that? It's that which is not lawful on the Sabbath. What does Jesus say in response? Have you not heard what David did? Have you not read what David did when he and his companions were hungry and in need of food? And they enter the house of God and take the food which is not lawful on the Sabbath. So Jesus justifies his breaking of the Sabbath by referring to another human being who also broke the Sabbath. He then tells us that the Sabbath was made for mankind and not mankind for the Sabbath. A very famous quote. The Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath. Bearing in mind that although...
The Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath.
Yes, bear in mind that although in the Greek, the definite article is given to Jesus when he uses the term Son of Man, it's complicated by the fact that Son of Man without the definite article is just a way of saying human being. So there are some scholars such as Morris Casey who believe that these Son of Man sayings have been corrupted, at least some of them, from originally saying a Son of Man, or the Son of Man in the sense of just meaning a human being. Now why would that interpretation be correct here? Because Jesus says, firstly, when he's accused of breaking the Sabbath, he says, well, David did the same thing. Was David sinning? The implication is no, which means it can't just be God who breaks the Sabbath. He then says that the Sabbath was made for man, humans, not humans or man for the Sabbath. Therefore, he says, the word is therefore, the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath. If the Son of Man in some context just means a human being, that's how early church fathers interpreted it, for example. In fact, some of the early church fathers translated the Son of Man as the Son of Mary, because they thought it was Jesus indicating that he was the Son of a human being and he was only born of Mary. Given that undertone for this phrase, the Son of Man, how else can I read this passage except Jesus saying, yeah, I'm working on the Sabbath, so did David, and that wasn't wrong. The Sabbath was made for mankind, therefore mankind is Lord of the Sabbath. If it's only God who can work on the Sabbath, then why does Jesus appeal to David?
You're talking about two completely different passages. You're talking about this situation, and Jesus, I was talking to a Jewish guy in Israel, and he's not a Christian, but he said, hey, Jesus' way won. Jesus' way actually won. The way of Jesus won.
Oh, sure.
He viewed Jesus as like a religious reformer sent against religious extremism and so on. There, Jesus is talking about like preserving life and so on. The accusation in John 5 is different, but I'm pointing to John because you're going with John. Yep. In John 5, he says the Father's working, and so he gets to work too.
That's right.
And again, if you read this, there's no way to interpret this as Jesus claiming to be some, just another human being or something like that.
Well, I don't think Jesus is claiming to be just another human being. But although we are talking about two different passages here, if the reason that Jesus gives, because bear in mind, there are multiple ways to interpret this. When he says, well, God's working, so why not I? There are multiple ways to interpret this. Either Jesus is, again, quite explicitly claiming to be God, which again is quite mystifying given that this doesn't seem to provoke the same kind of reaction. If it's well recognized that God is the Lord of the Sabbath and Jesus is claiming himself as a title, the Son of Man, to be Lord of the Sabbath, or in this instance, just claiming the authority because God is working, so am I, it's strange that it doesn't cause the same kind of fuss. But the other interpretation is that Jesus is saying, well, if God can work on the Sabbath, why not anybody else? If God can work, why not me? And that just doesn't, your interpretation just doesn't square with me with Mark's gospel. I mean, the question I asked was, why does he refer to David in justifying his working on the Sabbath?
We're talking about John.
Yes.
You can have different reasons for doing things in different situations. I mean, as far as John, so Jesus, because he was doing these things on the Sabbath, the Jewish leaders began to persecute him. In his defense, Jesus said to them, my Father is always at his work to this very day, and I too am working. For this reason, they tried all the more to kill him, not only because he was breaking the Sabbath, but was even calling God his own Father, making himself equal with God.
Yes.
And so that's when Jesus goes, and if he's trying to say something about it's okay to break the Sabbath or you don't have to work on the Sabbath anymore, something like that, it's a strange direction to go in that he makes all these claims. He can do only what the Father sees because whatever the Father does, the Son also does. For just as the Father raises the dead and gives them life, even so the Son gives life to whom he is pleased to give it. The Father judges no one, but has entrusted all judgment to the Son, that all may honor the Son just as they honor the Father. Whoever does not honor the Son does not honor the Father. And that's when he goes on to say that he's the one who raises the dead.
Dude, like, this is so hard to follow. How can you read this and think, oh, wow, that makes sense? It's just gobbledygook. It's fucking just nonsensical horse shit.
Time is coming and has now come when the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will live. For as the Father has life in himself, so he's granted the Son also to have life in himself. And he's given him authority to judge because he is the Son of Man. And then he goes on to say that the dead are going to be raised. My point is zeroing in on one little point and saying, well, maybe this is just, you're missing kind of the big picture. This is...
I'm noticing the words granted and given authority there. This idea that Jesus raises the dead is not exactly clear in John chapter 5. Like if we look at the words that we're actually dealing with here, the Father judges no one but has entrusted all judgment to the Son. Presumably the Father could judge if he wanted to. He's made a decision to entrust this to the Son, meaning that the Son doesn't have this power necessarily. If the Son has this power necessarily, it's not something that needs to be entrusted to him in the way that the Father then would not have it. He then says, very truly, I say to you, whoever hears my word and believes him who has sent me has eternal life. and goes on to say that the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will live.
Hear the voice of the Son of God.
Yeah. Now,
he's the Son of God, right? Jesus?
That's right.
You're agreeing that he's claiming to be the Son of
Yeah,
God.
so they'll hear his voice, and they'll be raised from the dead. But how do we, like, who is doing the raising here?
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Nice chicken. Chicken wants some num-nums too. Kitty won't share the num-nums. Animals are silly.
Oh my God. Oh my life.
Yeah.
Ni hao. How are you? What are you doing?
That chameleons don't change color just to hide? They actually speak a colorful language all their own. When a chameleon changes to this color, it probably means it is ready to rob a convenience store. Did you know?
Alright, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Yeah. And how do you know?
Wait, you're saying we're going to hear, people are going to, so you're saying someone else is raising them?
God.
When they hear the voice of the Son of God. So
That's
they're
right.
dead. They're just bones. They hear the voice of the Son of God, and then someone else raises them.
For as the Father has life in himself, so he has granted the Son to also have life in himself.
Life in himself.
Yes, any power that Jesus has here is given to him by the Father. Why is Jesus, if God, in need of being given this power by the Father?
You had that.
Well, here you go. It's just the Trinity doctrine horseshit. Oh, well, they're the same person, but they just like playing some game where they're playing like pretend. It's like, I'm a person. Look at me. I'm acting like a person. Oh, I need to make sure that my credit card balance is good this month. Hey, myself, could you raise the dead for me? I'm a person. Like, it's just stupid.
This is the exact same issue that you have in Daniel 7, where the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven approaches the Ancient of Days, and he is given authority, glory, and sovereign power. So it's why is he being given authority and glory and sovereign power?
Yeah.
But even before that, it's the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven.
Yeah, Trump could stop the tariffs. Like, it's all stupid. None of these tariffs have any real plan behind them. He's just doing things, before he's halted the tariffs, put them on, delayed them, took them off, put them back on again, reduced them, raised them. He could take away the tariffs. It just depends on what he feels like. There's no rational basis behind any of these tariffs, so yeah, he could remove them.
That's how he approaches. But it's Yahweh who comes with the clouds. So he's Yahweh, and then something happens, and then he's given.
The Son of Man is Yahweh. Do you think that was how Daniel 7 was interpreted by anybody before?
Daniel saw a vision.
That's
but
right.
This is one of the issues as far as this is one of the issues that comes up in the two powers in heaven.
Yeah.
Because it's again, Yahweh is the only one who comes with the clouds in the Old Testament, and here you have the Son of Man who receives worship and so on, and is worshipped by all nations. But notice he approaches, and then he's given authority, glory, and sovereign power. But if you line that up with the Creed in Philippians, if you line that up with John 1 and so on, you get kind of a big picture. And you can take like John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God, and then the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. That's after all things are created through him. And you find the same thing in Philippians 2, early Christian creed. When it's in your relationships with one another, have the same mindset as Christ Jesus, who being in very nature God did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing, taking the very nature of a servant. So these are, you have someone who is in nature God over here, someone who is the Word through whom all things are created, and then enters creation. And then lives as Jesus, dies, and I would interpret it, since you have the ending in Matthew where Jesus approaches and he's worshipped there, and he says that all authority in heaven and earth has been given to it. So the idea is he becomes a servant. He's in very nature God. He takes on the nature of a servant, and then he lives as a servant. And the irony of the statement where he says the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve and to give his life as a ransom.
Yeah, there you go. So just like I said, God just likes playing games. I'm God, I'm going to pretend to be a person. Look at me, I am a person, just like the rest of you. Dear God, could you please grant me powers to yourself so that I can pretend to be a human? This is fun. It's just like being a person. Stupid.
Ransom for many. The irony there is he's the Son of Man. He's supposed to be served by all, and he says that he came to serve. And so he's living as a servant during this life. Then he dies. He rises from the dead.
There's a lot here, right?
Yeah.
I want to go right back, because we started with this idea of the Son of Man coming on the clouds, meaning that he's Yahweh. Do you think that's how Daniel interpreted his vision? Do you think that's
I believe
how
Daniel saw a vision and recorded his vision.
Do you think that's how the Sanhedrin interpreted Daniel 7? When Jesus comes for his trial, and he quotes Daniel 7, and says that you'll see the Son of Man riding on the clouds of heaven, do you think that the problem there was that Jesus was claiming to be God, and that's something that no human being can do? Because Daniel 7 is part of the Jewish scripture. They were expecting the coming of this Son of Man. So if it's obvious that the Son of Man was going to be Yahweh, then the Sanhedrin should have expected that the coming Son of Man would have been Yahweh. They might have thought that Jesus wasn't him. But do you think that the Sanhedrin were expecting whoever the rightful Son of Man was, who was to come, would be identical to Yahweh? And if not, why did they not read that into the passage as obviously as you think that they should have done?
People were basically confused by these passages. That's the impression you get. They go in all sorts of different directions, and this is referring to the Messiah. No, this is referring to some sort of angel. No, this is referring to this. No, that's. I'm talking about what the text says. The Son of Man comes with the clouds of heaven. All before that, it's always Yahweh who comes on the clouds. And so, if you were looking at that and you didn't,
He's dodging the question, so how is this supposed to be interpreted, jackass?
If you didn't have the idea of, wait a minute, it just can't be. It's impossible that is referring to God, because you've got the Ancient of Days right there. If you're not reading, I mean, really, I don't even know what to do if you're saying that, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about anyone.
Yeah.
If you're reading that and going, no, it doesn't seem like this is God. He comes with the clouds of heaven, but then he's worshipped by all nations and has an everlasting kingdom. Mm-hmm. If you're just reading that, if you put it this way, if you didn't have the Ancient of Days in the picture and you're reading this description, comes on the cloud of heaven, worshipped by all nations, obviously God.
Yeah, so
the mystery comes in. The mystery comes in when it's, wait a minute, we've got the Ancient of Days here, so this is sounding like two divine beings, and we just can't have that.
Real quick, so we've gone through about 20 minutes. David, are you comfortable staying here, or do you want to ask Alex some questions now?
I'm hoping to nail it down, because the point was, or is, in the Christological dispute, that Jesus is accused of blasphemy at his trial, and that this is evidence that he was claiming to be God through his identification with the divine Son of Man, because that's how it's interpreted.
Humans seem to like to pretend and act like we're all some holy divine beings, conveniently forgetting that each one of us are just monkeys who shit poop out our butts.
Yeah, this religious bullshit, I don't know why, but people really have this need to feel important. I'm not entirely sure why. There's probably some sort of survival mechanism in place. I think fundamentally all of this behavior just comes down to genes. There's like this nurture versus nature argument, or environment versus nature. But like the question is, what creates the environment? If all of these social interactions we have aren't from genes, then where the fuck do they come from? So I think it's fundamentally just all genes. The reason we behave a certain way socially is because of genes, and all these religions, there's got to be like some sort of genetic basis for it. People thinking they're highly important, because, God created us or some shit, probably has some kind of survival advantage, or at least did in the past. So, like, I don't know, if you're getting ripped apart by, like, a tiger or a lion and you're bleeding out, and you really have to muster as much fucking willpower as possible to get through really adverse circumstances, it might help you to believe that, God's watching out for me. I'm super important. I have to pull through this because it's like what, God willed or something. There may be a survival advantage in that type of thinking, and that's why all these people try to cope and think, we're made in the image of God or some horse shit. That's what I'm guessing, and I think it makes a logical sense, but it's all just stupid fucking horseshit. Like, you can think you're important and the shit. You don't really need God to think any of that. It's not really necessary. Like, narcissists do exist, and there's a lot of atheist narcissists, so it's just stupid. Yeah, I think most people are just dumb. And rather than people finding some rational basis for why they're important, they just go to some irrational basis. And I guess it's easier to call yourself important when you have an irrational basis for your sense of importance, because if you needed a rational basis for it, well, you know, some fucking goat herder that's living in the fucking desert, how are they going to rationalize themselves being important, right? So, yeah, it's all just stupid nonsense. We're basically genetically programmed to be fucking delusional morons. Thanks for the donation, though, Granny Gaines.
I didn't think I could ever love Maui more than I already do. And then this morning the sun rose, and my love for him increased by 777 septendecillion 777 sexdecillion 777 quindecillion 777 quatuordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 times, at least.
Wow, that's amazing. You must really love Maui. Maui's a good kitty.
Thanks for the donation, thee than thou. If Jesus is God, then would aliens worship a human Jesus or an alien Jesus? You'd be surprised the kind of answers you'll get from Christians. A lot of them will flat out, full-on deny that aliens exist because that would conflict with the Bible. So, yeah, a lot of Christians will flat out deny the existence of any intelligent alien life. You know, like human-like aliens with human-like intelligence. Because, yeah, that would obviously be a serious problem for biblical scripture. It's rare, but you can run into some Christians who, like, fit that into their religious model, and they think alien creatures have actually contacted human beings, and that was within God's will. So, like, God ordained for aliens to come down to Earth and, like, share their technology for the benefit of human beings and shit. It's rare, but you do find that. But, yeah, Christianity's just stupid, dude. Like, again, unicorns are mentioned a few dozen times in the Bible, but they never mention fucking dinosaurs. Number of times unicorns are mentioned in the Bible. Oh no, 9 times. Unicorns are mentioned in the Bible 9 times in the book of Numbers, Deuteronomy, Job, Psalms, and Isaiah, and have become one of the problematic creatures referred to in Scripture. Yeah, so unicorns are mentioned in the Bible, but no dinosaurs are ever mentioned. You'll never hear of, like, any Tyrannosaurus Rex. Like, it's obviously just stupid, retarded horseshit. What's that guy's name? Big John Steele? I think we talked about dinosaurs briefly or something. And he thinks Tyrannosaurus Rex was in the Garden of Eden. So not only were, like, lions, pigs, and all these animals in the Garden of Eden, but dinosaurs were there too, even though they were never mentioned. So T-Rex, Patasaurus, Stegosaurus, all those dinosaurs were in the Garden of Eden. It's just so silly.
By the high priest, because he accuses him of blasphemy. Does that mean that the high priest was expecting the Son of Man to be Yahweh himself? Do you think that that is the interpretation that the high priest had of the Danielic vision of the Son of Man?
I would say they would obviously have interpreted that passage in Daniel, or claim to be the Son of Man, in that sense. If you're just saying, hey, I'm a son of man, I think they'd be fine with it.
Well, yeah, of course, in the Aramaic in which Daniel 7 is written, it's one like a son.
They often like to claim that Behemoth from the Book of Job was a sauropod, but it was really a hippo on crack. Aaron Raw pointed this out. There is a passage, I think in like Deuteronomy or something, talking about like some big gigantic monster, and it perfectly fits the definition of a large Nile crocodile. So, yeah, they were just ancient people who, again, were only like 5.5 feet tall on average, and they didn't have any big technology. They just had spears. And imagine them trying to have to like fight and kill a gigantic 2,000-pound Nile crocodile. Like, that would be a really monstrous beast to them, and I'm sure they could have encountered things like hippos, and they didn't really know what they were because they're just uneducated, uncultured idiots, and if they saw a hippo for the first time, yeah, they'd think it's like a monster or something.
Son of man, one like Bar Nash, which just means one like a human being.
Yeah, so you clarify that, and that's the point, like a human being, and yet he comes with clouds of heaven. So he's coming with clouds of heaven, he's Yahweh, and yet he's like Son of Man.
That's right.
Yeah.
You understand that in the history
as far as how they would interpret it, they could have a range of interpretations that we don't know what this means, but we know that the guy who built my cousin's table in Nazareth should not be making this claim.
Sure. So is that enough to be, so suppose that their interpretation was a messianic vision of Daniel 7, this carpenter claiming to be the Messiah, would that have been enough to accuse him of blasphemy?
Claim to be the Messiah is not a death sentence. All kinds of people claim to be the Messiah.
So the reason I'm pressing this point is because when I say, did the high priest believe that the Son of Man was going to be Yahweh himself, I think that's quite implausible. And I think you recognize that in saying, well, look, there are loads of ideas that they could have had, it was quite confusing. But if Jesus wouldn't be accused of blasphemy for merely claiming to be the Messiah, if you had a messianic interpretation, he wouldn't be accused of blasphemy for claiming to embody the nation of Israel, if you have the idea that the Son of Man represents Israel, which is another view. It has to be.
Israel comes on the clouds of heaven.
It has to be.
And is worshipped by all nations.
That's my interpretation. I'm saying that in the history of the interpretation of Daniel 7, that has been a popular interpretation. Of course, the four beasts which come before represent different nations, and the one like the Son of Man is Israel. But the question I'm asking you is, surely you recognize that if the idea is that claiming to be the Messiah or something like that is not enough for a death sentence,
that's right,
then what Jesus has to have done in that trial, in order to get a death sentence, must have been to say something that the high priest immediately interpreted as him claiming to be Yahweh. That means that he has to expect that the coming Son of Man would be Yahweh himself. Is that what the high priest thought of Daniel's vision?
One, you just made an awesome case for me. Right? If he's just thinking of the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven as the Messiah, then okay, this guy claimed to be the Messiah. Let's maybe we have to deal with the Romans or something like that. But it's not this tear your clothes blasphemy sort of thing. Mm-hmm. What you find in that passage, people struggle with that. Again, the reason is because it sounds like it's talking about Yahweh when the Ancient of Days is Yahweh. That's it. So you come up, you try to explain it in other ways. Could this be the Messiah? It just doesn't fit. Could this be the nation of Israel? It doesn't fit. There are all these interpretations, but it's clear if a guy says you will see the Son of Man coming with the right hand of power and coming with the clouds of heaven. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they were taking that to just be a claim to be the Messiah.
That interpretation, and you're right that I'm bolstering the case here that Jesus must have been claiming to be Yahweh. What I'm saying is that if your position is correct, and that is the only thing that he could have been accused of blasphemy for, then you have to presuppose that the high priest had that interpretation of Daniel 7, which just seems so implausible to me. But that's what they thought Daniel 7 meant. So that's what they thought at that time that it meant. That this Son of Man, who they did expect to come, would be Yahweh himself. Is that what you think they thought? Because you have to, for this to run.
I don't have the records of the high priest. If he says this guy just claimed to be the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven, and again, if you just read the passage, if you just read in Daniel 7, if you didn't have the Ancient of Days there, it would be indisputable it's talking about God. But you've got the Ancient of Days there. So what's the context of this? First century, they're dealing with this two powers in heaven issue, and they don't know how to deal with it. They're coming up with all sorts of explanations for what this second power is. And then Jesus claims to be one of them.
When does the two powers in heaven, idea, heresy, if you want to call it that, now, when does that begin to emerge?
BC.
What evidence do you have of the popularity of the two powers in heaven idea in Second Temple Judaism?
The main discussion that's used, like in Siegel's book, is the later rabbinic commentaries. But so you have
in like the late 1st and 2nd century, right?
Yeah, that's when they're talking about
it because it's a big deal.
That's when Jewish orthodoxy is forming.
So in other words, it's a relatively fringe position beforehand.
No, it was fairly popular.
What's your evidence for that? As far as I understand, it's a relatively fringe position.
You have all these issues that are in the Old Testament, but then you have the Targums. You have the Targums that are they're putting Old Testament passages into Aramaic and so on, and they start giving some interesting translations of some of these passages and so on, and treating. There's a lot of other issues, like even with the name and with the word, and that's why Boyarin says the ideas are already there, because you have passages where they're interpreting the word, where they're interpreting the word of God as a personal agent and so on. So the idea is that's drawing a parallel between that and John's gospel.
James McGrath on the two powers. The evidence surveyed thus far gives no support for dating the origins of the controversy even to the 2nd century. It is, of course, possible that the controversy did arise in the 2nd century, but it has not yet been had sufficient impact to leave any clear or explicit trace in the traditions and literature from that period.
When you have the rabbis forming Jewish orthodoxy, they're clearly responding to the issue of the two powers in heaven.
Yeah, when's that happening?
Yeah, that's later, but they're talking about things that happened earlier.
But because remember, what we're talking about here is the idea of the Son of Man that the high priest would have had at Jesus' trial. If the two powers in heaven idea is something that only emerges in the late 1st and 2nd century.
No, that's when it's being labeled a heresy. That's when they're declaring it a heresy,
Right.
and they're setting out to
But what I'm
refute.
asking is why is it that if this is already a controversy that has emerged and is extant to the extent that the high priest believes it, then why is it leaving no trace in our traditions and literature from that period? Why in other words, does it seem...
What traditions do you have? What commentaries are you talking about from the 1st century?
Well, that's a silent thing, because I don't have commentary. What commentaries do I have that don't mention it? That's a bit of a broad question. I'm asking what commentaries you have that do.
If the rabbis are talking about these earlier controversies, and they're dealing with, because you have the Christians went one way with it, you have the Gnostics, it became an issue for the Gnostics, because the Gnostics interpreted, they believed in the two powers in heaven, and they said they're basically in conflict. The two powers are in conflict. And so the Gnostics ran with that, and then you had Jewish mystics who were running with the issue.
You think the Gnostics believed in the two powers in heaven heresy as you've described it?
They believed in the two powers.
Because as far as I really actually don't know.
They went in a completely different direction. So the Christian direction was father and son. You've got father and son. You've got Son of Man coming with the clouds in Ancient of Days. You've got God and the Word of God. You've got Paul calling the Father God and calling Jesus Lord and so on. So you see it all over there. They have the two powers, but the two powers are in harmony and have always been so.
Yeah.
The Gnostics believed in the two powers, and they believe that they're in conflict. And so anyway, the point is,
okay, look, I really don't know here, but I think that this hinges on the evidence that the two powers in heaven idea is a popular enough controversy in the time of Jesus' lifetime that the high priest of the Sanhedrin would have believed it. And as far as I can see, the evidence...
You can tell what he believed by how he reacts.
So you do think that this is what he believed then? Like, you're committing yourself to that view, in other words, that this is the view that the high priest had of Daniel 7, that the Son of Man would be Yahweh, that even before Jesus came along, this high priest must have read Daniel 7.
I have no idea. He could have a range of ideas.
But
You could say you can't
say you
claim
have no
to be
idea, because if your whole claim is that Jesus couldn't have been accused of blasphemy for anything other than claiming to be God.
I've never said that.
In this instance, like, what other interpretation of Daniel 7 do you think would this... Let me put it this way. What interpretation other than the one that I've just described of Daniel 7 could the high priest have that would cause him to accuse Jesus of blasphemy based on the words that he said?
As far as you can tell in commentary, they can't figure out what it means, right? And so the question is, how is the high priest interpreting?
Oh my god, yes, that's what he's asking you. What would be the interpretation? Oh my god, this guy is so fucking dense.
People don't see the beauty in life's meaningless value. Staring at a leaf sitting on top blades of grass climbed on by red ants, no importance. God, that was so gay. We need a booty break. She got married www.youtube.com/shorts/gtfruitmj9.
Are you sure she got married? Because I know they were planning a wedding, then they called it off. Did they actually get married later? I know she's back together with, what's his name, Nehemiah. But yeah, I remember they were gonna have a wedding, then they called it off. Did they get married eventually? I don't know why Nehemiah would get married. It's fucking stupid. They live in the same fucking state. Why would he get married? It's just so dumb. Well, thanks for the donation, Gods BBC. Especially marrying somebody like Bianca Taylor, like, she's fucking crazy.
Interpreting what Jesus is saying. So how are they interpreting what Jesus is saying?
And Jesus is identifying himself as the Son of Man, who they already expected to come from Daniel 7, and they interpret that as him claiming to be Yahweh?
It really looks like
because I think that's what you have to say, right? You have to say that they think he's claiming to be Yahweh. But in order to say that, you have to believe that that is how he interpreted Daniel 7.
Look, no, I don't. He could have a range of interpretations. And like put it this way. Look at what the high priest is doing.
Oh my god, he's not getting it. He's just trying to hold him down to the interpretation of Daniel 7. And then he says, yeah, that, like, he would have had to have interpreted Daniel 7 as, like, Jesus being God. And then when Alex O'Connor says, so that would have been his interpretation of Daniel 7, well, no. So then what's the interpretation of Daniel 7? He won't answer.
Doing when he says, don't keep us in suspense any longer. Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed? Yeah. He's asking for clarification on what he's saying. What are you saying? What are you telling us?
Okay, so bearing in mind that one interpretation of Daniel 7 throughout history, even after the advent of Christianity, is that Daniel 7 is a messianic prophecy about the coming Messiah. If Jesus is asked, are you the Messiah? And he responds by quoting Daniel 7, if one of the interpretations of Daniel 7 is that it's talking about the Messiah, then why would they not just think he was claiming to be the Messiah?
He obviously didn't give them that impression if they said he deserves death for it. And by the way, this is connected. You can actually tell what happens. I mean, you brought up the passage in Acts 7.
Well, yeah, there's a very easy way to resolve this. They didn't like him. He was just a fucking annoying, stupid, crazy person. Like, that could very well have been the case, where they just plain and simple didn't like him.
I mean, Stephen is giving his entire case for belief in Jesus as the Messiah. They never get violent. Then he rebukes them the harshest way you can possibly. You killed your ancestors killed all the prophets, and you guys killed the Messiah. If they're just going to get ticked off at rebuke or insults or something like that, that would have been the time to do it. It's when he says, "I see the Son of Man." It's when I see the Son of Man. That's when they cover their ears. They cover their ears. They charge him and they kill him. So you can do the same thing. Why are they interpreting? Why are they interpreting that as
exactly?
Why aren't they interpreting that as he's just saying that Jesus is the Messiah?
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay,
Why did they think that?
We got to move to Q&A. We've gone way over the open dialogue. So if you have a question,
oh my God, he never answered. That is such a. Why in the fuck would he interrupt them?
Over there, while I let you guys finish your thoughts.
Bro.
Guys, hey, oh gosh.
Dude, this is so annoying. I hate moderators. They're so dumb.
1, 2, 1, 2. All right, so check it out. Right here where Ray is. Right here where Ray is. You guys go to Ray Rock. Right here in the very front. Check. Yes, we get 4 minutes on the clock for the conclusions.
All right, in my opening statement, I point out you basically have a controversy. We know that there's a controversy going on, and we see how Christians are responding to that. And basically, up until orthodoxy defines the two powers issue as a heresy, you had a wide range of views, a wide range of interpreting these various texts and so on. It's pretty clear what happens when Jesus comes along. And we looked. It's interesting, I quoted multiple passages in Mark, and I quoted Q, as far as Jesus saying that all things have been handed over to him by his Father. No one knows the Son except the Father. No one knows the Father except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. I quoted those because I assumed that he was going to reject John, and so I was quoting some of our earlier material, and then the Creed and Philippians and so on, where, I don't know if you noticed, but everyone seems to be doing the same thing. And it's the same issue that arises in the Old Testament. You have Yahweh sending Yahweh. You have Yahweh sending the angel of the Lord, but the angel of the Lord is Yahweh, and Yahweh says that he's the angel. You have the Ancient of Days and the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. So you have these issues, and people are confused about it. But then you look to the New Testament. They're doing the exact same thing that was going on in the Old Testament, but now they're defining it as Father, Son, God, and the Word, but the Word is also God. Paul saying God, the Father is God, and Jesus is Lord. And they also bring in the Son of Man and the Ancient of Days with Jesus and so on. So you've got all these passages, they're all doing the same thing. It's pretty clear what's going on. And the question is, we look at what Jesus says. It sounds like he's claiming to be one of the two powers in heaven in multiple ways. We look at what Jesus does. He's claiming to do things like judge the world and raise the dead at the resurrection. We look at what his followers say. We look at what his followers do. We look at what his enemies say. We look at what his enemies do. And everything we can look at gives the indication that this guy was making claims that caused people to either worship him and start praying to him and doxologies and so on, or saying that this guy has to die. And if that's all just a miscommunication, this is like beyond anything else. You want to say Jesus wasn't the greatest communicator and so on because he slowly unveiled things for people who weren't ready to hear it. That's very different from saying everyone got the message horribly, horribly wrong. And so I just wanted to conclude here with the last minute. I wanted to revisit the famous quote from C.S. Lewis, that the trilemma, the problem with the trilemma was that it didn't rule out, it didn't include certain other options. So it's presented as Lord Liar Lunatic, but you've got the legend possibility that it doesn't include. What if
Sadie, and we're doing $2. I didn't know that vegan teacher was incredibly based with this one. Is this the N-word thing? Yeah, somebody already sent me this earlier. Yeah, I know. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
All this is later legendary development. Well, we've seen that can't be the case because everyone concludes this. It's all over the place. It's in our earliest material. We can trace this back to within 2 years of the formation of the church when Paul is persecuting the church. What's he doing? He was persecuting people for calling on the name of Jesus the way they're calling on the name of the Lord. This means that the early church had this view. And the other option would be Jesus is a terrible communicator and everyone misunderstood him. And that, I just have to say, again, given...
Yes, he is in fact a terrible communicator. Like, again, the guy didn't even bother writing any literature of his own, so that should tell, like, that speaks volumes.
Jesus taught, I can't believe that everyone is horribly misunderstanding. And so when we rule those out, I think we can agree with C.S. Lewis, who said, I'm trying to prevent anyone saying the really foolish thing that people often say about him. I'm ready to accept Jesus as a great moral teacher, but I do not accept his claim to be God. That is the one thing we must not say. A man who was merely a man and said the sort of things Jesus said would not be a great moral teacher. He would either be a lunatic on the level with the man who says he is a poached egg, or else he would be the devil of hell. You must make your choice. Either this man was and is the Son of God, or else a madman or something worse. You can shut him up for a fool, you can spit at him and kill him as a demon, or you can fall at his feet and call him Lord and God. But let us not come with any patronizing nonsense about his being a great human teacher or a terrible communicator. He has not left that open to us. He did not intend to.
All right.
Sure.
Alex, 4 minute closing. All right, 4-minute closing from Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are a few important things to say. First is that I totally forgot in that entire section that I really, really did want to hear what David thinks about Jesus implying all throughout John chapter 17, that the relationship he has with the Father is the same as the relationship the Father and he wish to have with all Christian believers. I find it quite stunning that when specifically asked to clarify his Christological position, he describes his relationship with the Father in terms that he then attributes to first his disciples and then the rest of Christian believers. Absent everything else that we've been saying, that alone should be pretty stunning. What can it possibly mean for Jesus to describe his relationship to the Father and then say, in the same way that I'm in him and he's in me, I want you all to be in us so we can all be one, all of us? What can that possibly mean? We didn't even get to discuss this. Maybe some people in the Q&A have some answers. But on its own, that is enough to raise some serious question marks. Of course, a lot of David's cases relied on this two powers heresy, and we were sort of getting a bit caught in the weeds there about dating. I read a quote from James McGrath, which I didn't finish because it's quite long, but he goes on to say, and this is in The Only True God, early Christian monotheism in its Jewish context. He says, of course, conversely, the absence of evidence of the existence of the heresy in this period surveyed so far does not prove that it did not yet exist. Of course that's true. However, in view of the clear polemic against two powers in later writings, and the complete absence of such polemic in earlier writings, this at least strongly suggests the possibility that the two powers only became an issue for whatever reason in the period after those documents were put in their present form. In other words, this two powers discussion doesn't seem to crop up at all until it's too late to have influenced the high priest. I want to know why, I suppose, that's the case. I want to know why it is that Jesus also says that the glory he receives from the Father will be given to the disciples and given to everybody else. I want to know why Jesus is given the authority to forgive sins, which at least is interpreted by his Jewish opponents as something only God can do, and then gives it to his disciples, the same authority at the end of John chapter 20, saying, as the Father has sent me, I'm now sending you. What is going on here? Why is Jesus passing on all of these divine prerogatives in unity to his disciples in precisely the way that he got them from the Father? If any of these instances, any of these, and same thing with judgment, by the way, which David keeps coming back to, which God also delegates to other people. Again, we haven't heard much response on these ideas of it's not just Jesus who gets to judge, but Jesus also delegates that judgment. The example I gave was delegating judgment of the 12 tribes of Israel to his disciples, which is something we're pretty sure he historically actually said, because he says that the 12 of you will sit on 12 thrones, judging 12 tribes of Israel. Meanwhile, Judas is currently present. So it's likely he actually said this, because it's not something a later Christian writer would make up. There are Christian interpretations as to why he would have still said 12, of course, but it's an unnatural thing for someone to have made up. So we think he actually said it, delegating his judgment. Why is Jesus taking all of these divine prerogatives and giving them to human beings, if he's more than just a human being himself? But of course, he's not just a human being qua his position. He's a very special kind of human being, someone who, according to the non-gospel New Testament sources, is exalted, given the name above every other name. Interesting implication for the divine name-bearing model, by the way. What is the best interpretation, is all I basically have to ask, of all of these points. I mean, we got quite caught up in there in the nature of blasphemy and what Jesus could have been claiming. Again, I'll just press the point that if you want to accept that Jesus couldn't have been accused of blasphemy for anything other than claiming to be Yahweh, and yet all he really did was quote Daniel 7, then you have to believe that at the time of Jesus' trial, it was popular enough within Jewish thought to expect that the coming Son of Man, as prophesied in Daniel 7, would be Yahweh himself. I don't see any evidence for that at all. So for these considerations, I think it's a suspicious reading of the New Testament to say that Jesus was claiming identity with Yahweh.
All right. Before we go to the first question, I got one question for Alex, and I would love to hear your answer on this.
Again, the Trinity doctrine bullshit. It's just a load of horse shit people made up centuries later so that the Gospels in the Old Testament could be unified and coherent in a unified manner.
I'm going to throw a monkey wrench in this whole thing. You've brought this up before, the idea in Eastern Orthodoxy of theosis or deification. Does that solve the dilemma that you're referring to? Theosis, the process of humans attaining likeness to and union with God, participating in the divine energies, divine nature, and experiencing community with the Holy Trinity. If we're adding the Eastern Orthodox position, which is within the realms of Orthodoxy, as Protestants would probably call that glorification, right? They're giving very specific language. Your dilemma is Jesus is God, and then he's given this godlike authority to his disciples. Could you concede potentially that that solves the dilemma?
Only if that also describes how Jesus relates to his own Father. Because, of course, constantly Jesus is using the word kathos, or kathos, which means just as, in the same way as. So, sure, maybe this is talking about a kind of elevation of humans to share in the likeness of God in some other kind of way, but...
Deification.
Deification. But then Jesus would have to see himself in the same way, which is in so many words what I'm trying to say Jesus was, in fact, doing. So, yes.
Okay, cool. All right, we're going to go to questions. Let's...
All right, we have 8 minutes. We're going to get through this real quick. We got a question from Avery. All right.
Oh, hey, it's Tard Logic.
For sure. What's going on, guys? So this is a question for Alex, man. How you doing, man?
Hey,
you mentioned,
God Logic.
Yes, sir. You mentioned in Hebrews 1 where God is speaking, or God spoke to our, through prophets. Now He speaks to us through His Son. And you're saying, where was Jesus then? Back then He should have been active. And so, regarding Hebrews, I just want to read you this and get your thoughts on this. Okay, it's Hebrews 11. Regarding Moses, it says, by faith, Moses, and I'm going to just skip down to 25 and 26 for time, choosing rather to be mistreated with the people of God than to enjoy the fleeting pleasures of sin, he considered the reproach of Christ greater wealth than the treasures of Egypt, for he was looking to the reward. So how is it that Moses can be considering Christ's disapproval if Christ wasn't around for him to disapprove?
Yeah, that is a great question. So Christ there, he regarded disgrace for the sake of Christ as greater value than the treasures of Egypt because he was looking ahead to his reward. Now, that's something which I think, I think it's a good point. I mean, of course, I can offer a Christological interpretation of this, which sort of says that
Dodo Naturalers, who is to blame for the current paradigm of religion, Europeans or the Jews? I guess Europeans, because they're the ones who came up with this, like, Trinity doctrine horseshit. And modern Jews don't really... They have a very, very nebulous idea of what God is. Like, so yeah, I'd say probably Europeans and Muslims, I guess, too. So Arabs. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Christ is promised as the Redeemer of mankind, and we're looking at this in retro... Where's he gone? Oh, there you are. And we're looking at it, just dropped in left. And I suppose we're looking at this in retrospect, and he regarded this grace for the sake of Christ. Yeah, I do think that in this instance, Hebrews is probably presenting Jesus as... I don't know about the angel of Yahweh, but certainly we're looking at a high Christology in Hebrews, yeah.
So close.
But, yeah, I see what you're saying.
All right, let's go to the next question because we only got. He's so close, guys.
But I have no, for what it's worth, I have no problem saying that Hebrews has a high Christology. That's kind of not an issue to me. But I think it is interesting to suggest that as a retort to the idea of the angel of Yahweh being Jesus, I think that is an excellent point. Yeah.
Great job, David. All right, we got a question for David real quick.
Gentlemen, thank you for a wonderful debate. Dr. Wood, regarding the I am statements of Jesus in the Gospel of John, the most palpable, powerful, divine statements by Christ, why do you believe that they are omitted from Mark, from Q, from Matthew, and Luke, our 4 earliest Gospels, and then John comes along, and these statements are present in John and missing from all of our other sources?
Did I bring up I am statements? Who brought them up? That's interesting. It is fascinating if you walk in and you say, all right, I'm going to quote all these passages in John. They go, it's too late. It's the latest source. You can't trust that. It's clearly made up later and so on. And so you say, okay, let me just go with the earliest material. Go Q, Mark, and Paul. And then it's, well, what about John? That's very interesting. So I can't quote John, but they can quote John. These are awesome times. One, I think the Synoptic Gospel writers are focusing on different theological issues. And so in Mark, for instance, you have the announcement. You have the announcement that John the Baptist is preparing the way for Jesus, but he actually quotes Isaiah that the messenger is going to prepare the way for the Lord. And so if you look at how it unfolds, it's raising all these questions. Who is this guy who says he can forgive sins? This guy says that he's the Lord of the Sabbath. You do have an I am statement there in Mark 6:50, but there are passages where it could just be translated as it is I, which is why I don't point to these, but they are there, and that's the context where it would make.
Demon Hugnuts, donate $2. You're very stupid. Jesus is clearly God negative. Jews also had multiple heresy of there being multiple powers in heaven. Open up your big ears, cunt. Also, there are the idiots you defend. Oh, poor walrus. Hope he's okay. I don't know what the hell that has to do with Jesus being God, but okay. Thanks for the donation, dude. Sadie N-word donate $2. Let me see.
No!
If only there was a page dedicated to slightly racist video. Just correct my misspelling here without any further explanation. Taiwan is a country.
No!
That is accurate. Google photos. Y'all fucked up. My friend's not a gorilla. Gorillas.
I never said thank you.
All right, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Makes sense because this is a really powerful religious moment for them. So you could interpret it that way, but since it's kind of ambiguous, I don't. But as far as why material is quoted in John that's not quoted in other Gospels, again, I think they're focusing on different issues. You look at Mark; it's very action-based. Jesus went here, did this. Jesus went here, there, and did that. And yet you have it unfolding to who Jesus is claiming to be. he eventually gets to the point where once his followers grant that he's the Messiah, then he starts modifying people's expectations of what the Messiah is. That's when you have him saying, well, how does David call the Messiah Lord if he's just the son of David? And then you eventually get to the trial, and it's this guy has to die. But this is just
Jason Brandballs, donate $2. You think the Trinity is a made-up doctrine? Fucking slow cunt. Also, that walrus isn't okay. It fell off a fucking cliff. It is literally made up. It was made up centuries later. There were many generations of Christians who had no concept of the Trinity. Thanks for the donation, dude.
just Jesus went here and did this. It's not focusing a lot on Jesus' teaching. And then you get Matthew, who takes the same material, but he includes some long sermons and so on. So he's including that material. Luke focuses more on parables and so on. And John just focuses more on personal encounters with Jesus. That's why you get his interactions with Nicodemus and the woman at the well and Mary and Martha and Lazarus, focusing on personal encounters and some of the Christological claims. But one of the mistakes people make is saying, oh, these
Demon Megamind Balls donated $2. Nigga, Christianity was started by Jews, so it has everything to do with it. Europeans didn't invent the Trinity. Seriously, why are you so dishonest? Want to kick your bloated ass? I'm bloated.
That's the problem.
How am I bloated exactly? Alright, thanks for the donation, stupid.
And lots of scholars make this mistake, is John must be late because of all this high Christology and Christological statement. It doesn't make any sense because we know when Paul was writing, and you can't say John is somehow has a higher Christology than what you find in Paul. So we know the extremely high Christology is very, very early. But yeah, I think the writers are focusing on different things.
All right, I'm going to try to sneak in two real quick. Here's a quick one.
Hey, Stephen Nelson from Cross Bible. I have a question about Philippians 2, 6 through 7.
Is it about the Greek?
You both argued about it, yeah. You use different translations of the Greek word morphe. So on one side we have the translation of form, and on the other side we have the translation of nature. Now nature is coming from the NIV, who being in very nature God, and then take the NASB for morphe, who as he already existed in the form of God, in morphe theou, and then he takes on the form of a servant, morphe doulou. So can you guys justify why you prefer those specific translations that you used of the Greek word morphe and the Christ hymn in Philippians 2?
Let's start with Alex.
Sure. So I was, the context in which I think I brought that up, unless I'm misremembering, is James Dunn's interpretation of the passage. So I suppose I'm trying to make that passage make sense in light of my view. It could be wrong. It could be the wrong idea. It could mean existing in the form of God in the sense of being like an exalted being, exalted to the level of God. That might be the case. I don't exactly have a preference. To me, the question of Paul's Christology is secondary to the question of Jesus claiming to be God. Of course, it is interesting why Paul might have a high Christology, or that itself is, of course, debated. But I think it's an interesting idea to explore, but I'm happy for the sake of argument to just grant that Paul had a high Christology. So I don't know which is the best interpretation. I think you would be a much better person to inform. And in fact, I'd like to know your opinion. I spoke to this chap earlier, and you run a biblical Greek cross-comparison website, so I would love to know what your interpretation of the verse is. Or the word, I mean, morphe.
Yeah, that was asked to both of us, I think. But as far as the morphe the most obvious translation would be like form or shape or something like that. What the NIV writers are doing is saying, if someone's in the form of God, what are you saying? If I say he was in the form of God, then this happened. Sounds like you're saying somehow in nature God. And so that's their that's the interpretation. I think that's good, so I'm fine. I think that's the meaning, and therefore, the NIV.
Demon Megamind Balls $22. Ignatius of Antioch mentions Jesus being God. You cocksucker. That's 60 years after his death. Bloated cocksucker. Okay. You don't necessarily need the Trinity for that, but okay. Thanks for the donation, dude.
NIV frequently translates according to the meaning and not like a literal definition. But if someone's in the form of God, I think it makes sense to say in nature God. What doesn't make sense is what Dunn does is he takes it as like this means the image of God, and it just doesn't make sense with the rest of the passage.
Something that is worth pointing out, I suppose, is that the same word morphe is used in the long ending of Mark, where Jesus appears in a different form to two of them. So if morphe is supposed to mean sort of essence, as in the morphe of God meaning like having the same sort of essence as God, if that's what it's supposed to mean, then it's unclear why the writers of the long ending of Mark would say that he appeared to two other people in a different morphe. It seems to maybe imply
No, that makes perfect sense. If I say someone changes appearance or something like that, then that makes perfect sense. If I say someone is in the form of God, what could that possibly mean? What does it mean to be in the form of God? That's what they're saying. What does it mean to be in the form of God? You have to be, there's got to be something. There's got to be something about being in nature God.
Yeah.
What else is in the form of God? I can understand if I could change my form, I know what it would mean to change into the form of that guy.
Yeah, well, of course,
I don't know what it would be to change in the form of
If
God.
Dunn's interpretation is correct, which I don't know if it is, but I think it's an interesting one to consider, then Morphe, in that context, is talking about being made in the image of God, and so to be in the form of God means to be made in the image of God, and so to appear to someone in a different form means to look different, perhaps. It seems perfectly consistent, in other words. I don't think
it just makes no sense because that's before he makes himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant being made into
Yeah, that's the problem. I think that's the problem with Dunn's interpretation here, but it's not the problem with Morphe, which we can discuss that if you like.
As far as the translation, totally fine with saying he was in the form of God and then made himself nothing.
It depends on how deep the form goes, but the key is that in verse 7 he takes on the form of a servant. So he starts out in a divine form and then descends into taking his human form.
Which I think is what David was getting at as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Excellent. I'm going to sneak this last one in here.
Sure, fine by me.
Appreciate it. So this one's for Alex primarily. Okay, so in the Babylonian Talmud, Sanhedrin 38b, there's a discussion, a rabbinic discussion about Daniel chapter 7, and they're asking about the verse, I looked till thrones, plural, were placed. It says, one throne is for him and one throne is for David. This is the statement of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Yosei said to him, Akiva, blah, blah, blah. Rather, the correct interpretation is that both thrones are for God, as one throne is for justice and the other is for mercy. So why would the rabbis, because you're asking about what did the high priest interpret the passage to mean, so why would the later rabbis of the 2nd century, or of the late 1st century, have come up with an interpretation saying the Son of Man is God after the advent of Christianity?
Right, okay, so the passage says that there are two, this is from Sanhedrin, right?
Yes.
That there are two thrones, one for justice, one for mercy?
Yes, and this is referring to the rabbinic concept of Hamidot, the two forms of God, justice and mercy, Elohim and Adonai.
Sure. Okay, so in this interpretation, which is Jesus and which is the Father?
Well,
what I mean to say is if this is the interpretation in mind,
You might need to clarify your point.
Which is the Father and which is Jesus? Justice or mercy? Which is which?
No. I'm simply asking because you said that you said it was implausible to suggest that the high priest would have interpreted that the Son of Man is in Daniel 7
Say what you said at the beginning first about who said what and what the response was.
So Rabbi Akiva said, one throne is for the Holy One and the other is for David, meaning the Messiah. And then Rabbi Yosei rebukes him and says, no, both thrones, the Ancient of Days and the Son of Man, are for God. So that would be identifying the Son of Man as God.
I see. And so the Son of Man in this instance is mercy and God is justice, or is it the other way around?
That's all Rabbi Yosei says.
But he then says that he then explains what the two thrones are for, right? What does he say the two thrones are for?
He says one is for justice
and one is for mercy. So if the two thrones are for the Ancient of Days and Son of Man, the Ancient of Days is justice and the Son of Man is mercy?
No. Yeah, let me clarify. Let me clarify. So the point is when it talks about the two thrones, the two thrones being brought. That Rabbi Akiva says, okay, one is for God and one's for the Messiah. And someone else responds, whoa, you cannot say that one of these thrones is for the Messiah. They both have to be for God. They both have to be for God. So they're interpreting the thrones as both having to be for God, and they sort of describe it as God's attributes are on these thrones. The point is,
I don't know why anybody groaned at the question I was asking. If it's God's attributes which are on the throne, and this is being discussed in the context of the Son of Man.
Commentary. The point is, when you say this is a human being, that the Son of Man is a human being. Rabbi Akiva said, "Hey, that's the Messiah," and other people said, "Whoa! You can't say that because this is clearly a throne for the divine, but there's only one God, and therefore both thrones are for God, and we got to separate."
Maybe I'm still just mishearing this, but after saying that, the explanation is that the two thrones, one is for justice, one is for mercy, which you described as God's attributes.
Oh, sorry, I shouldn't take the mic. So if I have been brought back up to clarify my question. I'm sorry. I've been brought back up to clarify my question. So
come back.
Alex, what I'm asking is, so which figure is justice and which one is mercy is not really it's not really relevant here. I'm just saying it's rather that this is showing that rabbis after the advent of Christianity were recognizing the Son of Man in Daniel 7 as an explicitly divine figure. Because when Rabbi Akiva says, "Oh, it's the Messiah," he says, "No, both figures, the two distinct figures, are God."
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. So wait. So after the advent of Christianity. So when are you talking about? You said after the advent of Christianity.
He's saying that they've had this argument already, and that within the Jewish Talmud, they're arguing about this throne with two gods.
The point is, there are rabbis who interpreted the Son of Man as
God.
Okay. Look, for fear of.
Because you said it was implausible. That's what he was responding to. Earlier you said it was implausible.
I understand that part. For fear of further misunderstanding and further groans from the audience, I fear I would want to read that passage on paper in front of me, which maybe... Where's he gone? There you are. Can you speak to me after class?
Let's give him a round of applause, y'all.
Oh, my gosh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes Alex O'Connor versus...
Oh, that was painful. So funny how we argue about such stupid nonsense. Oh, it's just such a gay, retarded idea.
Yeah. We have to keep moving before more come. Every direction looks the same. You sure you know where you're going? It has to be this way. What the hell am I doing? It's just up here! Those are fresh. Is there another way around? If there were, would we be going this way? Come on, Lev. Get it open. Move. Go. I got you.
Can I pick up the brick
Are
that I
you
had?
wearing my backpack?
Demon cock in ass sock block donated $2. Gay and retarded is defending animals who rape each other. Jesus is God, nigga. Trinity is taught as early as the 2nd century. Fuck you. Get over it. That's great, and you're a retard for believing in that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Got it. You guys all right? Yes. Go on. How's the arm?
I just cannot understand why people would fucking read a book about a 5.5 foot tall Jew
It's old world.
who couldn't even do 10 push-ups
You need supplies. We're
and
not
think,
out of
oh yeah, that's God, for sure.
What's a pun? Never seen scars going after scars before. What the hell did you do?
I shaved my head.
Fine, don't tell me. I really don't care.
Oh. No way you could do that with those tools, but okay.
This'll come in handy. We're almost to the coast. Just a little farther. Demons. Stay behind me.
Oh, what the fuck? Is that incendiary shells? No, this is normal shells. Why in the fuck does it default to incendiary?
God damn it. Now what?
Quite confident it's this way.
Quite confident.
You don't have to follow us.
You want me to leave you two on here alone?
Let's just get out of here.
There it goes, defaulted to the incendiary shells again. That's super annoying. Okay. Demon Coon $22. Why are you assuming he's 5'5" and can't do 5 push-ups? Do you know how much labor that was needed back then? He was probably jacked as shit. Imagine trying to discredit a belief system by saying it's stupid and retarded. That's stupid and regarded. Yeah, it is stupid. And, again, that was the average height of a male at the time. And he's never described as being tall, jacked. If he was like 6 foot tall or something, probably would have mentioned that. Or if he was particularly strong, again, they probably would have mentioned that. There's also a passage about Jesus not liking moneylenders and bankers, and his own followers were able to easily restrain him. So if he was like this big, tall, jack dude, why were his own followers able to just easily grab him and stop him from swinging at somebody? Thanks for the donation, Demon Coon. Jesus was a small, weak man. And apparently that's your god, a small, weak man. So if you want to worship a little fucking beta male who can't even fucking fight, then, you know, that's your choice.
I get you through, you open that gate, right?
We'll open it.
Come on. Your turn. Watch that arm.
Ricky, Doc.
Fuck! Hurry up!
Can't even see anything.
Next.
Oh, that was a headshot. Give me a break.
How's it going out there? Hey, where are you two?
Why did the flashlight go out?
I can't believe I trusted Scars.
Oh shit. No!
them. Just give me a minute.
You're gonna hold on tight.
Okay. My arm.
I know. Focus on your breathing. In and out. Nice and steady. In and out. Try the doors. Make sure there are no infected. Won't open. Try the other ones. Any luck? No.
Whoa. In here. Let's get inside before someone sees.
Lock it.
Come help me with this.
Hey, it just needs to be said.
You know how to do that?
Cut that into strips. Lean back.
Okay.
I'm gonna move it, okay? You ready?
What's your name?
Abby. Thanks for cutting me down. This area gets a lot of traffic. Whatever shape she's in, you need to get out of here by tomorrow.
We'll be fine.
All right, Owen. Aquarium's right there. Let's do it.
Demon, huge nuts, donate $2. Just because they don't mention it doesn't mean he wasn't. That's called an argument from silence. You sped. Also, manual labor was extremely common, which would build muscle. You bloated cunt. You lose every debate to any competent Christian you debate. Yeah, right. That's why none of them can resolve the problem of evil, and then they have to mute me anytime I have a debate. Thanks for the donation, dude. And again, I don't know how you could figure any of that. Actually, I'll probably upgrade the crossbow when I get it. Again, they mention some of his other physical features, like his gross, disgusting hair. I don't know if he was particularly strong. Why they wouldn't mention him being as such, or if he was tall, why wouldn't they mention him as such? He was clearly unremarkable physically. Thanks for the donation, dude. And again, he's such a weak pussy, he couldn't even fight against any of the fucking Romans. If the guy had any dignity whatsoever, I would have imagined him fighting against the fucking Romans who were gonna kill him, but he didn't, because he's a fucking pussy. Thanks for the donation, dude. Ah, fuck. Dude, you gotta be shitting me. Okay. Bible mentions that Jesus was unremarkable looking. Oh, there you go. What in the fuck? Eat shit.
Right. No sunset to follow. At least there's a Ferris wheel.
Demon Bugaludus, donate $2. They don't mention his features. What you're thinking of is in Revelation, which is symbolic and idiot. The whole point wasn't to destroy the Romans. That's literally what the Jews thought as well. The answer to suffering is God who suffered. Fuck you. I don't know how that's an answer to suffering. So you're telling me God sacrificed himself to make up for sins that he created. Got it. Yeah, that's coherent. Again, Christians are just fucking retards. Is any of this necessary? Like, it's weird how Jesus came to Earth and nothing changed. And we still have wars and diseases, and ironically, there's Christians who fight with one another because they're not sure whether or not it's okay to fuck with a condom on. Like, retarded. Just such a stupid idea. Oh, thank you, Jesus. You really helped us all here. That's great that you, like, allowed yourself to get captured by the Romans and all, but, could you have, like, given us a cure for cancer at least? Like, I don't know.
Okay. Should be a straight shot from here.
Oh, God!
Fuck. Now what?
Is there anything down here? Doesn't look like it. You know, I'd really love to see a modern Jak and Daxter game. Be sick if they could make a remake of like Jak 2 or something with modern graphics. That'd be pretty sweet.
That current's rough.
Demon, the radiate atheist, donated $2. Stop acting like a cringy Reddit atheist, dude. The point before when you talked to then was that God can allow suffering to build virtues in all creation. He could just do that without suffering. Doesn't want it but allows it. Okay, then why doesn't he just get rid of it? Just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean it's not an answer. Well, it's a stupid answer. It's just fucking dumb. Thanks for the donation, dude. You can debate me on the problem of evil. I'd be more than happy to, and you're never gonna give me a good answer. You're just gonna say stupid fucking shit constantly.
And their sleep. Fuck. Okay. Did you kill all those people? Nice.
https://youtube.com/shorts/kuj41 Muffy C=KB7 is Hills. How do people like this have licenses?
Let me take a look, Unicorn Jizz. 51-year-old biker. Well, to be fair, he probably just didn't see him. Like, I would say that's a pretty simple mistake to make. So he would have been blind until he got to here, and the bike is kind of small and hard to see. Is that car already fucked up? Yeah, this guy's probably an idiot. I don't know how much of this is the driver's fault or the biker's fault, because it looks like the biker's going pretty fast. And this biker should have seen that this guy is turning. Like, he would have already been able to see him at this point, and he should have slowed down already.
Stupid motherfucker. I'm not good. I'm 51 years old. Fucking bike's 3 weeks old. Yeah, you want to see it on video, motherfucker? Got you on video, bro. That was my turn. You know that, right? It's not your turn. It's fucking...
Yeah, no, if you're turning left, you have to yield to oncoming traffic. That's bullshit.
Straight. License.
Okay, like, look at this shitter car this guy's driving. He's a fucking moron.
Wait. It was my turn. No, it's not. I got you on video, brother. Got you
Okay, so this guy admits he saw the biker. Yeah, he's totally at fault then.
on fucking video right here.
Aw, man, that's a new Honda, too. Oh, yeah, and he's running away. There you go. Well, that's a felony. Yeah, that dude's a dipshit. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. That guy probably doesn't have a license. That's why he's running away from the scene. So he's probably got a suspended license, no insurance. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz. Demon Cunt, the huge dick, donated $2. Well, if someone makes arguments to go vegan, anyone could say it's stupid. That doesn't do anything. Yes, that's just a statement. But you're assuming God should maximize pleasure and should reduce all suffering, but suffering can be used for an ultimate good. Well, you don't need suffering to achieve an ultimate good. Working out, for example. Again, the issue is that you can create a counterfactual where suffering isn't needed, so you're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Like, if we had a pill that made it so you could get all the same benefits from exercise, what is the point of exercise? So if God could just give people, you know, wisdom and all this other shit without suffering, what would be the point of suffering? It'd be pointless. Ah, what the fuck? Why is that fucking zombie so resilient? Great. How is that pipe bomb so fucking weak? I don't understand. It like it does no damage. Is that an... There has to be an upgrade for the pipe bomb. Yeah, you must get it later. That's fucking horseshit. Oh my god. You proved my point with the pill. What would be better? Take exercise pill, get jacked instantly, virtues again. Allow someone to build muscle through a strict workout routine, virtues, patience. Okay, and if the pill gave you virtue, patience, dedication, what would be the argument? You're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, stupid. Oh, it shoots very fucking straight. Yeah, there's like no arc. Yes, I love how... Yeah, that's great. Okay, we're fucked.
That's right. That it? Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, safe codes.
It actually worked.
There we go, we can finally get good fucking pipe bombs. Anonymous donated $2. That's great, thank you. For virtue to exist, the possibility of bad also has to exist. No, it doesn't. Virtue has to emerge through free will, because in order for virtue to exist, it requires choice. No, it doesn't. Otherwise, virtue couldn't exist with free agents. That's not true at all. You're a dumb cunt, you cockbag whore. Even if all those things were true, God just could create conditions where people would use free will and then they'd just make the right choices.
Let's try this again.
Dumbass. Thanks for the donation, stupid. But yeah, none of that's true. You don't need virtue to... You don't need free will to have virtue. And you could have everyone being perfectly virtuous while having free will. Sort of like how God supposedly has free will and he's perfectly virtuous. That's not an argument for God's existence. That's an argument for to resolve the problem of evil. That doesn't actually mean God actually exists. Weird, why doesn't it break open that? Why isn't it letting me jump on that? Yeah.
I know you're there, Owen.
Virtue isn't just doing good, it's choosing good when you didn't have to. That's great. You can do that without free will, and you can do that with free will, and God could create conditions where everyone chose that option. So, either way, you can resolve that without a problem, but God doesn't do that. You're forced to be kind, generous, or brave, then you're not actually being any of those things, you're just complying, so you're dumb, and that's completely untrue. Yeah, so again, God could just create conditions where everyone just chose the right option. If God has free will, and God is perfectly virtuous and all that crap, why can't he create beings with those same qualities? So that resolves the issue of free will, and then you have no fucking reason for why God couldn't create those conditions. Thanks for the donation, stupid. Can you fucking drop the thing already?
Maybe? What should I do for you? if you give me shit about this glass. Okay. Okay, your pack's here. Is that blood?
Hey, Owen?
Oh, sweet. We're gonna get the sex scene soon.
God damn it.
Jasmine donated $2. Am I your girlfriend, Richard? Stop ignoring my texts. You owe me money for the animals. Is dumb bitch fat Jasmine still bothering you, Richard? No, she hasn't messaged me in quite a while, and I think it's because she figured out that she's not getting shit from me. Thanks for that donation, though, Jasmine. Anonymous donated $2. Let me see. Alright, thank you for that, Anonymous. Appreciate the donation.
Of course.
Owen?
Cool. Isaac sends you out.
Demon Coon donated $2. If every option is virtuous, then you're not actually choosing between good and bad. I never said every option's virtuous. I just said God could create conditions where everyone chose virtue. You're an idiot. So you're just being a liar. It's pretty fucking simple. Your position literally wouldn't be possible with free agents. Never. So you're just lying and strawmanning me. Would you at least admit that? Or are you just a cringe Reddit atheist? Yeah, so you're the one lying and being dishonest. Thanks for the donation, stupid. Anonymous donated $2.
Muchas gracias, afición. Eso es para vosotros.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
He didn't. What is all this?
Gotta take her apart if I'm gonna fix her back up.
I see.
Want some?
Pass.
Suit yourself.
Danny's dead.
Figured.
You want to tell me what happened?
We were cleaning out a small camp. It's just a couple scars, and hit this one on the head. Hard. And he goes down, and his weapon's right there. And he doesn't go for it. Instead, he turns to me. And he's old and tired. He was just ready. I've killed a lot of scars.
Anonymous donated $2. Have you ever seen this before?
Compliment.
No, thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
And, fucking guy. I couldn't do it. Of course, Danny gets in my fucking face about it. I told him I'm done. He can do it himself if he wants. And he points his fucking gun at me. So I grab it, and then... First, I didn't even know which one of us was shot.
You defended yourself.
Stop.
I can fix this. I'll talk to Isaac.
I am tired, Abby. I don't want to fight over land that I don't give a fuck about anymore.
Thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate that. Jason, Redcock, donate $2. Start a Cartier buff fund. I'll donate to that. Thoughts on Indians in Canada?
So I have my sister's wedding day coming up soon, and it is...
Sorry, continue.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Jason Redcock. Demon Kunt, free will equals the ability to choose otherwise. You're ignoring everything I said. I don't really give a shit about anything you say if you're gonna ignore my argument, so thanks for the donation, dipshit.
I'm going to Santa Barbara.
To chase a rumor?
I've heard it more than once.
The Fireflies aren't regrouping. They're gone.
It's a lead. I gotta see it through.
What about Mel?
She'll be safe here.
Okay. We'll talk in the morning when you're sober.
Don't do that.
Do what?
Treat me like I'm fucking insane. You feel the same way.
If the Fireflies are in Santa Barbara, I go the
Here's
opposite
Gum
fucking
Gum.
direction.
Here he is. Here's my kitty.
Hey, Gum Gum.
What?
Oh, that's a good baby. Nothing. Yeah, that's a good baby, Gum Gum.
Sorry I grew up.
That's my sweet little baby.
You should try it.
Oh yeah,
What a
how do I do
sweetie
that?
pie. I love you.
Should I go find the people that killed my family? Cut into them? Torture them until they're crying.
https://youtube.com/shorts/on-pem-dpjc_C=BZTJDPs I off 5K9 in your dumbass opinion. Who is at fault here? Fuck you, faggot.
I'd say the motorcycle is probably more at fault. They're both driving like absolute jackasses, though, so...
Oh my god!
Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. See some good fucking here. That's right, let's see some good fucking. Abby likes it from behind. Come on.
Abby.
Ah, hell yeah. Let's do some fucking. Hell yeah. So some good lady pecs. That's right.
Durian rider, durian rider, durian.
Anonymous. Alright, thank you, Anonymous. Oh yeah, that's some good fucking. Oh yeah. From behind, just like I like it. Love seeing girls bent over and then you can see your dick go into their pussy and you see their asshole and you can just tickle it and play with it.
Those fucking kids.
Sadie N-word donated $2.
All be in society, all together, all united, without fights or arguments.
Niggas, I mean nigga people. Oh Lord.
Dr. Eggman! Eggman nigga!
Alright, thanks, Sadie. Demon cunt, if God could just give people wisdom and all this other shit, then what would be the point of suffering to gain these virtues? Automatically has to allow for suffering. That's how virtues are gained. That was literally your argument. Okay, so does God suffer? Does he have virtue? No, so that's not true. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Shit. Need to get them out of there before it's too late. What the hell am I doing?
Anonymous donated $2. Did Jasmine ever burp in front of you? Yes. Was she good at it? I guess. Did you ever smell her burps? No. Also, can you burp right now, please? Thanks. No. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I'm not falling. Okay.
Why in the fuck did it do that?
At least I know he's alive.
That child.
Fuck. God damn it. So, sorry, how does being fat allow you to fucking eat a headshot from a 9mm pistol? Anonymous donate $2. If you burp on command, I'll donate $10. Well, I can't burp on command. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Fuck.
It was the apostate.
At least I know he's alive.
That was... I was aiming dead at her head, and that counted as a miss. That was dead on, right at her fat bitch head. How in the fuck was that a miss?
Can you drink some pop or some fizzy water then right now and burp? I'll really donate $10. https://www.youtube.com/shorts/Jew031GMPM.
I'll do it for 20. If you donate 20, I'll get a soda and try to burp. Thanks for the donation, dude. Let me see the stupid link. Alright, thanks.
Burp, please.
Okay, I'll go grab a soda. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Demon Cunt Clat donated $2. Virtues in the human sense. Virtue implies process becoming something through practice, effort, overcoming resistance. Perfect being, which humans aren't, cannot become virtuous. Yeah, so... Okay, well, let me propose a hypothetical to you. Let's say you're a brain in a vat. You were literally created a minute ago, but you were implanted with false memories that aren't yours, but the false memories that were implanted are memories in which you overcame great suffering. Are you or are you not virtuous? So you've learned all these things, but you haven't actually experienced them in their false memories. So are you virtuous in despite not actually having experienced any of that and they're just memories? So you don't actually have to experience anything or go through anything or actually suffer. You just have to have the memory of it. Or which basically equates to knowledge. So no, if that's the case, then you're just full of shit. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Go get the soda. 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 Go get the soda.
Alright, I'll go get the soda. Oh, poor Gummy's gotten comfy. Oh, he doesn't want me to get up. Oh, I'm sorry, Gum Gum. Yeah, I know. Oh, my poor little kitty. He's comfy. He doesn't want me to get up. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. You're my little cuddle cat. Hmm? You're my little cuddle buddy. Me and you just cuddle. I love cuddling with my kitty. Mwah. Alright, I'll go get the fucking soda. I'll go take a piss too. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, I'm done.
Alright, come here, Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Come here. Come here, Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Jump up, Gum Gum.
Why the fuck would I wash my hands after going to the bathroom? The only thing I touched was the tip of my dick with my thumb. My dick is clean.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Please a good burp. Please and thank you. Also sorry Gummy. Love you Gummy.
Alright. There you go. Thanks for the donation, dude. Problem of evil debunked. All this is gonna be fucking stupid.
The logical problem of evil has been a hot topic of discussion amongst philosophers for a long time. Lately, it has shaped the assumptions and conclusions of their position. It's worth noting that these definitions reflect how proponents of this argument frame these concepts and aren't necessarily definitions that all theists must accept, or for that matter, how different proponents of this argument define.
True evil. This is already
3/10.
Okay, well, I'm not a professional burper, alright? Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. True evil, I don't know why we have to use a term like true evil. Why not just evil? So anything that should not occur. Doesn't have to be under any circumstances, it just should not occur.
Define true evil as events that, all things considered, should not occur under any circumstance, that is just not necessary for any greater good. Next, proponents of...
Yeah, so this is already narrative versus normative. Proponents of this argument distinguish between two types: narrative and normative. Narrative explanations describe casual background of an event, how it occurred, while normative don't know how any of that is fucking relevant. Omnibenevolence. God would have a strong moral commitment to preventing...
Could Jasmine burp bigger than you then? She gave off manly vibes.
I don't know, dude. She burps sometimes. Thanks for the donation. God would have a strong moral commitment to preventing all forms of true evil. I wouldn't even agree with this definition. Omnibenevolence would be the desire to create the best possible world. You don't even have to define evil, it's just the best possible world. So if you're omnibenevolent, you would desire the best possible world. We don't live in the best possible world, therefore God is not omnibenevolent. Implies that any evil event allowed by God must be fully justified.
https://www.
McDonald. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Anonymous. This is just stupid. It's not worth watching. Demon Coon, donate $2. False memories are a simulation of choice. They aren't your will acting. They're someone else's programming. Virtue requires real choice under real pressure. Implanted memories simulate the result, but not the will that forged. That's great. So God is lacking in virtue, according to you. So he's not all good. So God has never experienced all human conditions, therefore he's not virtuous. Thanks for the donation. You just resolved the problem of evil. God's not all good. Ah, fuck!
https://www.youtube.com/watch?.
That's great, thank you.
Fuck. It was the apostate.
At least I know he's alive.
That child was an abomination. What about their mother? Iron shoes abstained from food and water.
We're being attacked! Oh, Ryan!
Hey, what's your favorite vegan restaurant lately? https://www.youtube.com.
That'd be Yugi Rolls in Ottawa.
Wayne's the best.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Fucking hell.
Okay, so they're all dead now. Demon Coon, Donatello is responding to the brain of the vat. Hypothetical virtues require overcoming. If God is perfect, he is good by nature and defines virtue and doesn't gain virtue. Cool, so then it's possible to not have to do that in order to be virtuous. And again, there's also another simple solution. God just would choose to not create anything if creating things by necessity requires suffering. So if God wanted to create the best possible world, he just wouldn't fucking create, because creating a world would make the world worse. Thanks, stupid. You're acting like a retard today, or maybe you're just retarded, fuck you. Yeah, you're the one who believes in Sky Santa.
New Frank vid https://www.youtube.com/.
Let me take a look. That's great, thank you. Oh, wait.
I saw you in Destiny's chat earlier. Believing in Sky Santu is better than believing the life of a chicken matters enough to not eat it.
Well, sounds like you're just a retarded faggot. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
Shit. Kid? You still there?
And you believe nothing created everything. Never said I believe that. See how easy it is to strawman if God existed? How would you expect the world to look, by the way? You're retarded. Better than this, dipshit. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Jason Cock donated $2. Too much atheist Reddit. Read the Bible, become a better person. Maybe you wouldn't be so rotten. Fuck you. You're a fucking dumbass. Yeah, because reading the Bible makes you a much better person. That's why fucking Catholic priests rape kids, because they read the Bible.
The roofing company, right? My name's Mustafa. I'm also based in Colchester. I'm just looking to speak to you for a bit. I own a business. Yeah, so what my business does essentially, we help other construction companies is get more customers, but you wouldn't actually pay us until we get you a job.
How do you do it?
How do we do it? Right,
Dude, enough with the burp VOs. Anyways, https://www.youtube.com/watch.
Alright, thanks for the donation, dude. Fuck.
Don't come any closer. It's me.
How's my gum-gum? Hmm? How's my little baby gum-gum? You know, you're a good little baby? Yeah, you're so good.
Sorry. How's she doing? I want to move your arm. Lean into me.
Where are you taking her?
Come on.
What are you doing?
I'm giving her a chance.
https://www.youtube.com/shorts/fruovavyaps:/www.youtube.com/watch?.
First link you gave me is broken. It doesn't work.
Hey, it's Amber. I just lost my very first round. Oh wait, no, I won my.
So I have one.
She is not attractive. Thanks for the donation, dude. Okay, well, Jesus says anyone who harms a child should have a boulder tied to their neck and thrown between the sea, so that's fallacious. Catholic priests being pedos doesn't mean the Bible makes you a pedo. Never claimed that. Your claim was reading the Bible makes you a better person. Clearly it doesn't. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Hey, Owen, wake up!
I'm here. Those scars?
I need whatever medical supplies you have. Ow! Put the phone down, it's okay!
Put it down!
Alex, shut up!
Alex,
Put the
stop!
phone down!
What the fuck?
Alex! Lev, lower the bow. It's okay. Abby, who are these kids? They saved my life. Can you take a look at her? Stay, Alice. This is Yara.
did this? A hammer. It wasn't me. Let's lay her down. Can you feel this? Yara.
No.
I was gonna clean it and try resetting.
The
bone's shattered. She has compartment syndrome.
What does that mean?
It means it has to come off.
She's a soldier. You can't take her arm.
We leave it, it'll turn gangrenous.
Just make it stop hurting. Please.
What do you need? Ideally...
https://
Yes, she is also unattractive.
Let's talk about
A saw, sutures, clamps, antibiotics. But we're far from ideal right now.
We have knives, fire. Cut and cauterize it.
She would die from infection. Make me a list. I'll go to the hospital, I'll get whatever you need. All day
Oh my fucking god, what do you want from me? Holy shit. Bro, I'm just trying to play a fucking video game here. You're a secret Christian, we all know it. No, I'm not retarded. Plus Christianity is great for society. Don't even lie to yourself. Yeah, that's right. Why Trump got elected, right? By appealing to fucking evangelical retards. Do you like making less money? Is that fucking good to you? Everyone going broke? Oh, were you planning on retiring soon? Well, go fuck yourself. You're gonna have to wait another 10 fucking years because Trump fucked your 401k. Maybe if you read the Bible, you wouldn't have dated a fat trailer park girl, and maybe you would bench 500 pounds. Yeah, I fucking doubt it, loser. How much do you bench, dipshit? How much could Jesus Christ bench? Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
I don't mind. It's not about you, Abby. She doesn't have a couple of days.
What if I can get you there in 2 hours? The Wolf Hospital, right? On the west side?
Oh.
We built bridges.
Nice burps, now I can jerk OFF https://
Yeah, I don't find her attractive. It's not because of her muscles, it's just I don't find her attractive. She's clearly on gear. Yeah, nice try.
How we get around the flooding and... you people.
Can't you handle 2 hours?
Probably, yeah.
So make the list.
Wait, are you serious? These bridges are used by scars.
They only send in small groups at a time.
You heard that? Small groups.
This isn't a joke.
Liv?
May she guide you. May she protect you.
Abby. Abby. Hey.
What?
Will you... Did you steal my keys?
Sorry.
Can I talk to you?
Talk?
Why are you doing this? Look, she just showed up.
Okay.
I don't think she knows about last night.
I don't care about last night.
Well, I do.
Which one?
https://
swallow air and then let it.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude. people shouldn't rely so much on a matrix tool like 401k, so retire, stop making excuses.
https://www.youtube.com/watch.
What? Oh, sorry.
Okay, she farted, thanks. Bible would have made you bench 500 pounds. Yeah, that's great.
Hope you know what you're doing.
Your friends are wolves too?
Yeah. We were lucky Mel was there. She's one of the best surgeons in Seattle.
Mel. And what's his name? The man?
Owen.
How do we get to the really tall buildings? The bridge is there.
Path ahead kicks out toward downtown. Really tall buildings.
https://
That's great, thanks.
Be able to get us the rest of the way?
The route starts at the edge of the rushing water. You get us there.
https://
Thanks. What is your
These
fucking
bridges are really
problem?
gonna get us over the rapids?
Yeah.
In just a couple hours?
I'm not lying.
Okay.
Wolf, there it is.
Oh, a frog. Hey, little frogs. Oh my goodness. Or they're toads.
https://www.
You wanna know how I know I had a good leg?
Alright, thanks.
What happens if we can't get the stuff your friend needs?
She'll have to try to do the surgery with what Owen has around. It's not... That wouldn't be good.
Do you think she'll make it?
We get the supplies. Yeah, she'll have a good shot.
https://www.
Okay, thanks.
Keep out of the water. These rapids will rip you away.
I know.
You know how to swim, right?
The Matrix agent in the chat, yes, I believe what I'm peddling, and if vegans follow Jesus, he wouldn't have known to stay away from
https://
Fat, non-binary, dykes, fuck Matrix agent, vegans, go eat a ribeye, you need... Yeah, right, that's why you're smaller than me. I could kick your ass, and I could kick Jesus' ass. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
https://www.
Alright, thanks.
See if we can get to the top of this building. You've been to these sky bridges before, right?
Yeah.
There's something seriously
see a lot
fucking
of
wrong
scars?
with you, you know that?
Sarah
Do your
Fitz.
parents know you do this?
https://
Okay, thanks.
You gonna be okay if we do?
I was yesterday.
Yeah, but those guys were hunting you.
Oh my god. Burps aren't funny at all, vegan. I know you're a secret Christian, just admit it, and don't wait on your 401k to get rich, fucking brokies, get a job, IRL content. And move your hips, no rest for them. Yeah, Drake sucks. Thanks for the donation. Alright, thanks, Anonymous.
Watch the glass.
You okay?
I'm fine.
Sure?
I said I'm fine. We're gonna have to do a little zigzagging. How long have you two been on the run for?
2 days.
https://youtube.
Dude, you sent the links in the most annoying... I literally can't open all these. Yeah, I literally cannot spend the time to open all these. It's impossible. I can only do 2. Actually, yeah, these are all fucked. Are these the exact same link over and over again? Yeah, they are. Okay, thanks. Demon Cunt donated $2. Nigga, even this dog is more base than you. Should learn from him or it. Fuck.
Today I will read chapter 28, verse 1 to 4. But
that's great. Thanks for the donation.
I don't know. Just away.
So you're gonna tell me the real reason why they're after you now?
I did.
They want to
Hey,
kill a little boy
Warhammer.
because he shaved his head.
I wasn't allowed. It's a rule. I broke it.
Jeez. So why'd you do it?
I don't know.
Pretty punk rock of you.
Punk rock?
I get the impression you don't follow most rules.
I guess so.
It actually worked.
https://www.
That's but I can't I don't think it's safe to play that on stream because you can see her vagina. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. I don't know how she got away with uploading that to YouTube.
Cool. Huh. How long you been using that thing?
Oh, hey, Gum.
Since forever.
Oh,
I'm good with it.
Kitty.
You should have seen Yara.
I love you, Gum. Such a good baby. Anonymous donators used to find burps gross and almost want to vomit, but thanks to the burpees dono troll, I've become immune to burp powers. Jokes on you, troll. Let man play his fucking game. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, dude.
Got it!
You okay?
Yes. How many Sv3riges have you killed?
Why?
Curious.
I don't know.
That water's picked up a lot of speed. I need you to be really careful, okay?
I've been suffering.
Do you not like burps? And why did you ask if my parents know? Why would they need to know?
I do not like burps, and it's because that you have very odd, insane fucking behavior. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Oh, I already have that. What was the other thing I was gonna do? Scope on this.
No, they don't know. And just be happy you're making money. Less than 3.
Yeah, I should just be happy I'm making money. Thanks for the donation, dude.
This is where we're supposed to be?
It was fun watching you get annoyed. But you got used to it. So I guess that's it. I'm bored now.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Wait, are we supposed to go up here?
https://www.
Thank you, Anonymous. Appreciate the donation.
Oh, rage quit incoming?
I don't know. Getting a little fed up, but I'll keep playing. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
I had a cousin who was afraid of heights.
Good for your cousin. Okay.
Here we are. Follow me.
How much higher are we going?
We're gonna be okay.
It's a lot, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Can we watch this video please? It just came out today. It's an update to Vitaly getting arrested. https://www.
IRL influencer can now be facing up to multiple decades in prison in the Philippines, all because he live streamed himself harassing strangers in the street, mall security guards, and stealing multiple items, including a mall security bike. Obviously, we're talking about the case surrounding Vitaly, who's an American-Russian YouTuber who was one of the largest prank channels back in the day, who unfortunately lost his mind and ended up serving some time due to horrifically attacking a jogger in Miami. But recently, he came back to the internet, and he's came back to the internet a few times, but in the most recent time, he decided to come back to the internet and essentially be a knockoff Johnny Somali for some reason. And in his comeback, he was definitely not wise when it comes to picking the country to be a nuisance in. The Philippines. I don't know why you would ever want to come to the Philippines and go live with the title Disturbing the Peace in the Philippines, as that is probably one of the last countries I would ever want to have that title in my stream, let alone go around and harass people and then steal multiple items while live streaming yourself doing so. It's like because he was just perp walked out in front of the entire country.
Secretary John Vic Remulla will now make a statement.
Yeah, the smirk he had during his arrest and mugshot, that's completely gone. Dude, he was warned multiple times. He didn't care. He just openly embraced going to jail in the Philippines on his stream. And now he's in even more trouble than what I think he's ever been in his life. And that really, really sets the bar when you look at his situation that happened in Miami. Because if you have a horrific attack on your record and somehow you're in more trouble than what you were then, oh boy. So what are they charging him for?
Vitaly engaged in multiple disruptive and inappropriate acts, including attempting to kiss and grab him, trying to seize his service firearm, taking videos of him without consent, mocking other security guards, and vlogging without a permit in BGC. Also, in Vitaly's latest video in BGC, nakita siyang sumasakay ng patrol motorcycle na walang abiso.
Oh, wow. There's just a whole plethora of charges here that can be disastrous for him. They're also talking not just fully English, they're speaking tag-along with English, which I think they call Taglish. So I had to transcribe a lot of this to actually understand what is going on and then run it through ChatGPT and then have ChatGPT essentially tell me what they were saying. So it's not fully spot on yet, but that's what happens when we're trying to break this news. So here we have, I guess, the charges against Vitaly, which aren't 100% set in stone from what I can tell, because he just kind of threw out a lot of the things that happened that they're investigating him for. So first you have unjust vexation, which is engaging in behavior that caused annoyance and distress to others. Then you have alarm and scandal, which is actions that disturb public peace and order. Then you had attempted theft, which was trying to unlawfully take a security guard's firearm. That's a serious charge. That is illegal. Did this happen after my coverage? Did this happen after he was arrested? I don't remember that being on the stream that I skimmed through. That is a serious charge. Then you have the 2 counts of theft if they go after him for taking the motorcycle and the industrial fan. And then also that face mask, but they returned the face mask pretty quickly. So we'll see what they do there. Then you have the threatening to rob an old lady as well. But what I didn't know until now is apparently if you steal a motorcycle in the Philippines, you can actually get up to life in prison. And this is all due to a newer and stricter law they put in place around 2016. Now, will he get life in prison? There's no way. But the fact that you would even go to a country and do something that can give you a maximum of life in prison is insane. I am seeing multiple locals say that he could be facing up to 24 years in prison, as it's up to 12 years for each of the counts of theft there. And that's just the theft cases alone. And then you have all these other charges up here as well. So will he get this amount of time? Probably not. But I don't think he's going to just leave the country next week, to put it lightly. It seems like they very much so want to charge him. So then they go on to say that charges also stem from incidents where Vitaly is seen grabbing a security guard's hat, attempting to seize another guard's firearm, and threatening to rob a woman in Bonifacio Global C. Now, Secretary Remulla, who is the guy that essentially had him perp walked out there in front of the whole country, now he said that Vitaly will not be deported immediately, but will remain in the Bureau of Immigration Detention Facility to face the charges filed against him. He also emphasized that no special treatment will be given, stating that we're done with foreigners who only insult Filipinos. This is an example that we are serious here in our country, and we won't let them belittle us. And they also stated that authorities are seeking Vitaly's cameraman, who may also face charges for enabling a commission of crime. This is a stark contrast from what we've seen Japan do with Johnny Somali, and now maybe even South Korea with Johnny Somali, as they seem to be playing way more softball with him there. In the Philippines, they're not messing around. They had him perp walk down in front of the whole country within a week of an arrest. Within the week of him doing it, they arrested him right away. They arrested him.
Yeah, he's gonna get put away.
Responsibility for the content they create. It is not a license to shame or to hurt or to besmirch anyone. A vlog ang social media ay may kaki but responsibilidad.
But then Vitaly gets in trouble during the press conference because for some reason the dude just can't stay serious even though his freedom is literally on the line here. Bro's freedom is literally at stake. And speaking of the other stake, he's also now banned from Kick.com. So that stake deal is gone. He has officially been 404'd as he was so worried about becoming.
Wow, what a dumbass. Yeah, that was really worth it.
Before we give our next question, may I just remind Mr. Vitali to respect the secretary while he is speaking and not say anything or gesture anything that is out of the ordinary. Thank you so much. So may we call on Mr. Rambo from DZXL.
Oh boy, that is the stare of a man who wants to put you under the prison. Vitaly is in for a rough time. Who would have known like that? But then a journalist asked if Vitaly is allowed to speak.
Good morning, Secretary. Jess Cruzat from ABS-CBN News. May I ask if Mr. Vitaly is allowed to speak?
No, not today. Only in the formal inquest.
All right. Okay.
I mean, you could see Vitaly's disappointment there. This is such an insane situation that's just so incredible. Vitaly over viral VGC incident. The tag reports from local residents and security.
Yeah, dude, they're gonna put him away. And Filipino prisons are not nice.
Show off.
What a fucking retard, dude.
Hard. Uh-huh.
He got banned from Kick, too. He did all that shit to make money on Kick, then he got fucking banned. So now he's just facing prison, like, in the Philippines for no money.
Never look up.
What a jackass.
It means no matter how many people or guns
Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Yeah, he's screwed.
Maybe you should stop saying we, since they're trying to kill you.
Bro, I still don't understand, of all countries, why do that in the Philippines?
It's Lily!
Jesus. Shit.
Gotcha.
You okay?
Yeah.
Looks like I blew that guy in half.
My hypothesis is he and a lot of these streamers see Asian countries as weak and passive and they think they can do whatever they want to them. That's why they brought up make an example of him, that they can't belittle us. Japan may be true, but Filipino.
I don't know why you'd have that idea in the Philippines. They have an extraordinarily strict criminal system. Like, they lock anybody up. So that's just outrageously stupid. He'd think that.
Did you hear what they called
Even if you had that impression, you'd think you'd like maybe do a bit of research.
Do you want me to ask you about it?
Before going to a country to start shit?
Aren't as meek. Emo. Not all Japanese and Korean are meek obviously, but Filipino seem like they can be more aggressive.
Well, yeah, again, they don't fuck around with their criminal system. They'll lock anybody up. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. I think they have, like, the death penalty for drug dealers and shit, too. Or life sentences. There's actually been a huge controversy there with their, it's either life sentence or death penalty for drug dealers, because that's actually been used to go after political dissenters, and there's a big women's group there that's protested that, because a lot of innocent people have been locked up for bullshit reasons.
Whoa.
So, again, really stupid idea to
That's why Vitaly was like grabbing their hats and motorcycles and jumping in front of them, screaming in their face to scare them. He thinks it's funny to belittle them and try to intimidate the small Asians, but he's stupid.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's stupid.
Like, impressive.
Really, really stupid.
Awesome.
Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, that is hyper dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
I'll go first this time. Seriously, how high up are we going?
Never said that. My condolences for your son. It's an honor. What in?
Steady aim.
It's the apostate! Get out of here!
Fuck. Fucking dumb bitch. Are you fucking... Oh. Oh, that's so annoying. That was a direct headshot. That was another direct headshot. That was another direct headshot. Yep, yeah.
Take her! She's empty!
Oh, finally! Okay, thank you. How nice. They finally let me hit the person that I aimed at. Thank you. Jeez, that was stupid. What the fuck is wrong with this fucking game, dude?
It's the apostate! With a wolf!
Great.
Blade! To our left! One of the crowd! You got her! Down there!
Fuck right off. They need to improve the hitboxes in this game. That's really the only issue.
My friend has family out there. A couple years her mom sent her there to go live and work with a circus troupe ran by her aunt. She said anyone who smoked weed was extremely paranoid about getting caught. Pretty terrible sounding.
Yeah, that's fucking annoying.
Go, go!
Countries that have anti-drug policies are pretty lame. Thanks for the donation, dude. Fuck.
What? No!
Jesus.
Ah, fuck. Fuck. What the fuck, dude? Singapore sucks too, dude. They don't have free speech in Singapore.
It's the apostate with a wolf!
The game wouldn't let me shoot my gun.
Keep him over the... It's the apostate! What is it?
Got one.
Yeah, it did it again.
Nice.
The wolf!
Oh my god, what a cheap shot. Shit. Great.
No, I didn't mint 2947 https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=wise_8lmuxc.
Seraphites, whatever.
Yeah. Fuck him.
Alright, thanks, Anonymous. Appreciate the
Never
donation.
heard a Seraphite cuss before.
That's my first time.
Yes, Lacey. This is well within my means. I just have plenty of money. https://
Okay, thanks, Anonymous.
Where to now? Let me guess.
The burps didn't have to stop. Did you guys want more? https://www.youtube.com/watch?v.
But it's not
Okay, thanks, Anonymous.
Hey, pull that door down.
https://youtube.com/.
Yeah, this is Adelaide City.
Okay, thanks.
Can I
okay,
give you
Gumby.
some advice?
Oh my god.
Just think about the good parts too.
The good parts?
Yeah, like you run faster. You're more focused.
Holy fuck.
You don't feel pain as much. Every bad feeling, your palms sweating, your heart racing, They're all signs you're actually strong. So when you feel afraid, you should think about how your body is getting ready for what's coming. Only when weak may I carry my true strength.
It's just the noisy rabbits.
That's a profit thing?
Yeah.
I thought you're anti-electricity and all that sinful old world stuff.
There are exceptions. Especially for soldiers.
Just have to show Mint that I can keep going. https://uta.b/.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Windy up here. What the fuck is that?
That's the bridge.
Lev!
Follow me.
Fuck! People cross this regularly?
Yeah.
You're lying.
I'm not. I mean, it's not the most popular.
I love the burps too, at Vegan Race Walker. http.
Yeah, thanks, Anonymous.
Shit. Oh, fuck.
How you feeling?
I'm waiting on all that true strength.
Cold.
Cool.
What?
Never mind.
What's going on between you and your friend Owen?
Oh my god, Lev, now?
It seemed really awkward.
Just go! I did it!
Come on!
Can we take a minute and be impressed by me?
Not yet.
Why? Why?
You'll see.
Holy shit, Lev!
It's gonna be okay. Eyes on me.
Shit. Oh, fuck. Fuck. How are you not terrified of this? And don't quote the prophet to me.
Heights never scared me.
What does?
The ocean. Dogs.
Holy fuck. Oh my god.
Almost there.
Shit.
Hey, look! You can see the hospital now.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Focus on me.
I can't do this, Lev. I can't do this.
Yes, you can.
I can't.
You're going to. Come on. True strength.
True strength. True strength. Okay, you're almost there. You can make it. Careful. Careful.
Looks slippery.
Fuck.
Almost there.
All right.
Come on.
I'm dizzy.
Grab me! Hold on!
Hold me up! Hold me up!
Good baby. You know you're so big, Gum Gum.
You ready?
You're such a big, handsome kitty.
Can I get a minute?
Love my
Please.
big Gum Gum. Oh my
Okay.
goodness. Such a good cat.
Okay. Where to now?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
This is the right building, but I've never been to this part of it. The bridge drops us off at the back of the building. This is new.
Okay, well, let's see if we can find our own way down.
Alright, we will save it. We will save it right there. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow night around the same time, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams.